mati lobby. Erangel punya pocing di Miramar, ku takut mati. Turun sana sih, Sanhok turun paradise.
Yo, what's up?
Turun paradise. Sanhok turun paradise.
Let's go, let's go.
Sanhok turun paradise.
Yeah. Woo. Main game no look, trust me it's my roots. Let's go. Pertama pakai boost PUBG mobile, that's my rule. But it's it out. One shoot you know. You told to my, you know you noob. And for real though, what you know? Courage, school for once I'm gone. Lari kesel down, banyak make it when I'm gone. One hit I'm done, gagal top, skillnya no noob.
Dari pagi sampai pagi.
Let's go.
PUBG Mobile mati lobby.
If you know this song, let's go.
Erangel punya pocing di Miramar, ku takut mati. Ku turun sana sini.
Sanhok turun paradise. Okay.
Sanhok turun paradise. Sanhok turun paradise. Sanhok turun paradise.
Akhir GS. Piu piu piu.
Turun di paradise, terjun turun easy pick up, ku kasih surprise.
Woo! Welcome to the PUBG Mobile.
Aku spray pakai Uzi recoil fresh, you so easy. I drop supply, go with the buggy, get to the safe zone, aman pakai gili ya. Don't worry,
Kamu gak sendiri, aku backup
dari jauh kita chicken lagi.
Dari pagi sampai pagi. PUBG Mobile mati lobby. Erangel punya pocing di Miramar, ku takut mati. Ku turun sana sini. Sanhok turun paradise. Sanhok turun paradise. Sanhok turun paradise.
Sanhok.
Sanhok turun paradise.
Sanhok turun paradise.
Sanhok turun paradise,
Sanhok turun paradise.
Sanhok turun paradise,
Sanhok turun paradise.
turun paradise, Sanhok turun paradise.
Sanhok turun paradise.
Thank you PUBG Mobile fans.
Mana suaranya? Thank you.
Terima kasih para performer. Itu adalah performance yang luar biasa untuk bisa membuka hari yang terakhir ini. Jadi teman-teman semuanya selamat datang kembali di Grand Final hari ketiga dari 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall. Ini adalah hari yang dimana kita tunggu-tunggu, kita nantikan selepas kita melihat adanya 3 minggu babak liga yang begitu mendebarkan 2 hari babak grand final kemarin yang sangat luar biasa sengit. Dan malam hari ini nanti kita akan melihat akankah ada juara baru atau piala tetap akan berada di Indonesia. Jadi teman-teman semuanya untuk bisa membuka hari yang ketiga ini, gue pengen panasin terlebih dahulu untuk semangat kalian semuanya. Pastinya semua yang ada di Surabaya ini membara banget ya. Jadi mungkin sebelum kita memulai pertandingan, gue di sini mau yel-yel terlebih dahulu ya. Mau mengajak kalian yel-yel terlebih dahulu ya. Siap semuanya? Yang di kanan siap? Yang di kiri siap? Kebetulan juga ada Sansku ya di ujung sana yang bakalan ngelit semua yel-yel yang ada. Jadi simple aja, singkat saja juga untuk bisa membuka hari yang ketiga ini. Jadi semuanya, let's go kita bareng-bareng yel-yel Indonesia. Siap? Indonesia! Semuanya! Terima kasih untuk kalian semuanya. Tepuk tangan dong untuk kalian semuanya. Terima kasih, terima kasih, terima kasih. Jadi untuk membuka hari yang luar biasa ini, di sini gue bakalan invite 2 pemain yang luar biasa juga. Ada Lapar dan juga Yuhai untuk bisa ngobrol-ngobrol bersama kita semua di sini. Please welcome Lapar, and also Yuhai to have a little bit of chit-chat before we open the show. Karena pastinya mereka semua atau mereka berdua di sini bakalan mengerahkan semua tenaga mereka untuk bisa at least naik ke puncak klasemen dari hari yang ketiga ini. Namun sebelum itu mungkin ya gue pengen tanya nih, di sebelah kiri sini fans dari mana aja? BTR, BIGETRON, yang dari sini fans dari tim mana aja? Alter Ego, RRQ, BIGETRON. Oke, lengkap banget ya. Jadi kayaknya Yuhai dan juga Lapar juga udah ready di sini. Jadi sekali lagi, please welcome Lapar and also Yuhai. Hai. Wah, silahkan di sini Lapar dan juga Yuhai. Hello, hai Lapar, hai Yuhai. Hai, apa kabar? How are you guys?
Baik, alhamdulillah.
Baik ya, wah itu di situ ya udah rame banget fansnya dari Yuhai dan juga Lapar. Semangat banget ya. Silahkan menikmati dulu ya euforia ini, apalagi kalian bakalan bertanding sesaat lagi before you guys will fight and give all out in this tournament. Please enjoy the audience here. So Yuhai, hi Yuhai.
Yes, hello.
So, talking about last season, your performance in the grand finals wasn't really ideal, let's be honest. Do you have confidence that you can surpass last season's result this time?
Aku tuh selalu percaya yang tim aku bisa, walaupun apapun turnamen itu gapnya jauh atau gimana, kita harus tetap believe yang kita harus bisa. Ya menurutku pasti hari ini kita bakal nunjukin ke semua orang, peminat-peminat kita juga yang telah support kita dari awal, and gaspol.
Gaspol terus ya, so Yuhai still believe and will give them or will give everything all out in this grand final, in this third day of the grand final. So Yuhai, after playing the whole season, especially 3 weeks on the league stage, how do you feel about your coordination with the new team members? Gimana chemistry dari Yuhai sendiri setelah kalian semuanya bertanding selama 3 minggu kemarin dan juga selama 2 hari dari grand final ini? Chemistry-nya udah klop banget atau belum?
Ya menurutku udah klop banget sih, karena kita udah spend time almost 3 months together sama penambahan Bang Chung Viren dengan Boboho, dan kita siap untuk ke PMGC.
Yes, they're ready because like the chemistry is already clicked, especially after Viren and also the other members of the team join the team. Which is SEM9. So you currently have a great chance to qualify through PMGC Country Point Top 1. Are you confident in qualifying, Yuhai? What chances will you make to ensure your qualification? Gimana kamu pede nggak sih untuk bisa qualify menuju ke arah PMGC? Karena untuk saat ini kamu itu chance-nya besar banget untuk bisa menuju ke arah PMGC dari PMGC Country Point di posisi yang pertama.
Aku pede banget, 100%. Dan di PUBG nanti, di turnamen nanti, analogku tuh aku nggak bisa narik. Harus hantam terus, ke depan terus.
Oh, oke. Hantam terus ya, jempol kirinya ya. So, they will give all out in this tournament and really confident to take the spot to the 2024 PMGC Grand Final through the PMGC Country Point. So, Yuhai, last but not least, any words you want to say to all of your fans on ground or even online?
Untuk fans-fans SEM9 atau semua orang yang udah hadir di venue PMSL di Surabaya ini, terima kasih banyak telah memeriahkan venue PMSL kali ini. Seru banget, aku tuh excited, apa nervous aku nggak tahu, tapi kalian memang gacor. And to my family, my friends, my brother, and my mom and dad, kalau aku tusun tuh jangan berantem, soalnya mereka kalau aku tusun tuh berantem terus.
Oh.
Jadi ya berdamailah.
Okay, so please support SEM9 and also all Malaysian teams here because they will give everything in this grand final to win the trophy home. So, Lapar, move on to Lapar now. So Lapar, hello.
Hello.
Hi. You also have a great chance to qualify through PMGC Country Point Top 1 for BIGETRON. Do you feel stressful right now? Because other Indonesian teams are currently making an all-out effort to catch up. Kamu kan juga punya chance atau kesempatan besar juga ya untuk bisa menuju ke arah PMGC melalui race point ini. Tapi kamu lagi ngerasa pressure nggak sih untuk saat ini? Karena semua tim-tim Indonesia ini juga lagi naik performanya, mau ngejar kamu gitu.
Kalau dari kita sih nggak ada pressure sama sekali sih. Kita enjoy aja karena kita main di Indonesia juga. Jadi kita makin semangat karena banyak fans, ada BIGETROPER. Orang tua kita juga dukung semuanya. Itu jadi motivasi kita, jadi semangat.
So Yuhai feels a little bit nervous, but because all of the fans and also family and also friends here come support Lapar, I mean not Yuhai, Lapar and also Yuhai of course, and they will give all out in this tournament as well. So Lapar, it seems like your performance on day 1 and 2 of the grand finals wasn't as good. What was the reason for that? Today is your last chance. Do you feel a lot of pressure? Jadi kalau misalnya ngomongin hari yang pertama dan juga kedua kemarin kan hasilnya masih belum terlalu baik ya untuk tim BIGETRON sendiri. Kalau misalnya kamu boleh spill atau bisa spill, alasannya itu kenapa sih Yuhai? Dan Yuhai lagi, sorry. Lapar maksudnya. Lagi serius-serius malah izin bercanda. Tapi anyway, Lapar gimana? Ada pressure tersendiri nggak untuk kamu bisa bermain untuk hari ini?
Kalau dari kita sih bukan ke arah pressure ya, lebih tepatnya kita ngelakuin hal-hal kecil, mistake kecil yang harusnya kita nggak lakuin, malah kita lakuin. Sama komunikasi kita juga masih belum sempurna dan semoga di hari ketiga ini kita belajar dari hari pertama dan hari kedua dan kita bisa buktiin kita bakal lolos di PMGC.
Okay, so everything or all of the support here come for you, Lapar as well, and for BIGETRON. So, although you're playing on your home soil now, the overall performance of Indonesian team hasn't been very smooth. Is there anything you'd like to say to the audience? Jadi karena kamu sekarang kan lagi bermain di Surabaya nih, di Indonesia. Dan bisa dibilang performance dari tim-tim Indonesia ini masih belum terlalu naik, ibarat katanya gitu. Ada nggak kata-kata yang mau kamu sampaikan menuju ke arah para fans di sini, Lapar?
Untuk para fans sih paling dukung aja terus, kita di sini juga nggak bakal ngelakuin hal yang ngecewain, buat semuanya pasti kita lakuin yang terbaik dan ya dukung aja terus.
So please support Lapar and also Yuhai here from BIGETRON and also Sam9. So for both of you, we all know that you guys were ex-members of BTR and have a very good relationship, kind of close relationship as well, now that both of your points are very near and also very near to the top slot to PMGC. Any words to each other you want to say? Maybe Yuhai first. Mau ada kata-kata apa untuk Lapar?
Good luck and have fun, brother.
Good luck and have fun, brother. Lapar, mau ada kata-kata untuk Yuhai?
Good luck brother, sampai ketemu lagi kita di PMGC bro.
Gas!
Gas! See you on PMGC. So, mungkin ya untuk para fans di sana, ada nggak sih kalian bisa pelukan nggak sih? Can you hug each other all or like, oh so cute, right? Alright, thank you so much Yuhai and also Lapar. Terima kasih banyak ya, good luck untuk hari ini. Dan mungkin kita bisa fist bump dulu. Oke deh kalau kayak gitu. Jadi teman-teman semuanya, kalian udah ready untuk bisa menyaksikan hari ketiga ini? Ready? Jadi langsung aja tanpa basa-basi, langsung kita semua lemparkan menuju ke arah para caster untuk bisa membawakan game yang pertama. Jadi caster, silahkan.
There was some grand opening for our grand finals final day here with me, Chu and Circla, and you guys are tuning into the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia fall season, and we're down to the last day. We're hyped up. I love the interview, I love the show, I love the opening. That was remarkable.
I love the hug, the love that's shown between the two ex-teammates as well. But of course, outside the game, they are friends. Inside of the game, they are competitors. And of course, both BTR as well as SEM9, they will at least want that PMGC slot, which is still open. But besides the PMGC slot, we will also want to see who will be crowned the king of PMSL Southeast Asia this season today.
Yep, and when it comes to the kings of this season, it will still be the same region coming up from the Indonesia side teams we talked about before. Our ex-champions, it was Alter Ego at FAZE and then back-to-back to Boom. And now it feels like, I love the interview, we talked about the other region seems to be rising up as well. And this is going to be your 16 teams to participate in the Grand Finals final day, day number 3. To remark, will it be a new history being made, or will it still going to be back into Indonesia where the trophy belongs before?
Yeah, so there are still Indonesian teams that can catch up, so we gotta keep an eye on that. Of course, participating teams, as you can see here on screen, Vampire Esports, they are currently at number 1. They are running away with the points, but 6 more games to go, so they cannot be complacent. Of course, behind them are other teams waiting as well, like FaZe Clan, as well as the DZ who want to catch up. And when it comes to the schedule, of course, today is going to be the final day for the season. We are in the grand finals where we have the best 16 teams this season to fight for glory.
Now we're done with our league stage, of course. We're down to the grand finals here, and don't forget the head start points do actually play a big favor for the teams out there, especially when it comes to Vampires. That's why they are still at number 1. But here comes the reason why they are fighting for as well, the lion's share of $200,000 US prize pool.
Oh yeah, and the beautiful trophy, of course. We saw how big that trophy is. It is big and it is glorious. And these two big teams will want a piece of that as well. Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan. Of course, Vampire Esports, they're currently at the number 1 spot. That's why the stats do favor them. Average eliminations, average placement points, even throwables, it's all towards Vampire Esports. But FaZe Clan, they are still trailing behind. And with the 6 games remaining, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed, because right now we have our top 4 gunslingers. This is going to be the FMVP, how do I say this, nominees for the grand finals as well. Vampires 20k with 509 average damage. We have Schweppes, a lot of Vampires players up here, including Schweppes and Nuzi. And also squeezing in is going to be Adek. Look, nowhere to be seen for Rosemary yet.
So maybe we might see a new FMVP, so that's something that we want to find out later as well. But here's a bit of a highlight of Vampire Esports, and they were phenomenal yesterday. They came out with 2 chicken dinners, and throughout the entire day they were consistent, except for the 2 Miramar maps, but they still got a good performance in majority of their games. At least 4 out of 6 of it, they were amazing.
And Vampires, they almost got a hat-trick back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday until Roy defied them and denied their hat-trick chicken dinner. But yesterday, also speaking of Roy, Vampires have been having a good skirmish with Roy for multiple times yesterday as well. Now that's going to be another team that should be looked out for when it comes to Grand Finals final day. But for Vampires, will they carry out the momentum just like how they did yesterday? When it comes to the last day, what will be the final push coming out from this lineup?
Yeah, so far in the grand finals, only 2 chicken dinners for them, but it's all about the points collected. And here are the current standings. Vampire Esports, number 1, they are ahead of FaZe Clan by 42 points. That is quite a huge gap there. The Xavier, who were the kings of day number 1, unfortunately they dropped to number 3 at this moment. But there is still a chance for them to catch up to their number 1 spot. Alliance, the team that play only 2 super weekends, they are still pushing it at the top.
Yep, one of the rare teams that actually still consistently getting themselves every single season despite the loss of first week for Alliance. But we talked about the second page here. Alter Ego Boom, there's going to be a lot of work to be put into here today. Hard labor indeed for them when it comes to the last day at the 14 and 16 place. There's going to be a 100-point gap between them and the first place. Same goes for GEEK from second page. We're going to wait and see if they're going to rise up for today.
Oh yeah, GEEK Fam, Boom, Alter Ego. very interesting spot for them to be in down there. So hopefully they'll be at least able to come back. But we're going to head on to Sanhok. So Alter Ego, with their unfortunate drop of their performance, they are no longer the kings of Sanhok. As of now, Vampire Esports is the one ahead. And just look at their average elimination points inside of Sanhok. 12, way far ahead as compared to the others.
And with FaZe Clan Ventora's performance yesterday, don't forget about that. Ventura has been playing out of his mind yesterday. I want to see can FaZe Clan kept up when it comes to the final day. And Sam9, they don't really aim for this tactical strategy at all. They don't aim for the placement points. They will just go for those eliminations here today when it comes to the grand finals. But starting off our today's match is the last day, the finals day number 3 with Sanhok, triple Erangel, and double Miramar. Make sure you get your time checked because it's going to be a GMT +7 time zone, so adjust accordingly. And don't forget, we do have a bit of a break for the teams to have a bit of a breather, to have a bit of a refresh with their coaching staff as well. When we're done with the second Erangel map, we're gonna have some 20-minute break.
Yeah, so that will be the time for you guys to grab your coffee. Now is not the time though, because we'll be heading on to our first game, our final Sanhok for the season. That one and only Sanhok that is always iffy when it comes to the circle. We even got a very interesting circle yesterday, all the way towards the left side, just next of ruins, and that gave a slight advantage to Vampire Esports. But we're going to check out some of our teams to focus. So it looks like the only difference between the two of us is Vampire Esports and Xavier. So tell us about your Xavier pick.
Okay, for me personally, okay, I know you guys, most of you will say, oh, why did not I mention Indonesian team? Okay, no, nothing against them. I am not taking any credit away from the Indonesian side here right now. I love the teams, of course, but sometimes a change of wave will be nice as well. I want to see if there's any region that can actually overthrow the champions before, just to give it a bit more spicy, especially starting for 2025. For the Xaviers, I mean, we do know they were the champions back in the day in 2022, but I want to see if they can still push themselves forward after being such a long veteran teams in here. And I want to see different regions this time as all for my, teams to focus here today.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a... Why you pick the Xavier is also partly the new era, the new format, and if they're able to also adapt to this sort of a change in order for them to be the champion. Well, for me, I'm just going for teams who almost got it, but they did not. So this should be their time for them to be crowned champions. Either one of those, Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, or Alliance, that is. And these are the top teams that are still challenging for the title. Of course, if I could pick more teams, I would definitely put in the Xavier in there, but we only about 3, so I'll keep it as that. But I'm sure the teams will want to put that aside. They want to keep focused onto their game, and who knows, we might see a surprise at the end of the day.
For you guys, do tell us your prediction as well in the comment section, because I do read it sometimes. I want to know your opinion too. When it comes to this season, do you think it's still going to be the same region that's going to hold the trophy, or do you think it's going to be a different team entirely? Do state out which team you're looking forward to lift the trophy by end of today. Will it be the Vampires, where they have been world-class champions before, but never in Southeast Asia? Will it be FaZe, one of the teams that always got in the second and third place, always there in the finals but never get to even touch the trophy? Or will it be a different region entirely, like Malaysia, who barely, after such a long time, never get themselves this trophy as well? Or will be back to Indonesia teams that are always taking the games at the most highest level of standard every single season?
Yeah, for Malaysia, the last time this region won a Southeast Asia trophy was the first edition of the PMPL Southeast Asia, where Yudu Gang won it that time. And that was how long ago? That was even during the pandemic era, when all the teams are adapting to playing remotely that time. So times have changed, obviously. Now we are in a new era, new format, new environment for these players. So it's time for them to push on and gain this trophy in this new era. Another Indonesian team, the best as of now, is going to be VOIN Donkeys, that could potentially push the top. So I'm sure the Indonesian fans would be rallying their support for VOIN Donkey as their team to potentially pull off a surprise.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey will be one of a hack of Cinderella story, starting with only 1 head start points, and they qualify into the grand finals at a tiebreaker too. They push all the way up here in the podium spot as well. Now that's something that we should all admire coming up from the side of VOIN Donkey. But I do see a lot of Vampires fans in the chat, so we're gonna wait and see if Vampires can actually carry up the momentum till the very last game or not, because right now they are very, very in a hot seat. So if you guys do have a different opinion, do tell us as well, because we're going to jump into Sanhok very soon. The first map and the last Sanhok. We're going to see for the grand finals. Let's fly, Sanhok.
And here we go, the first game of the final day in the grand finals. Sanhok it is, the map that a lot of teams would dread, and the flight path would start on the southern side of Tambang all the way to Langkawi. Teams who want to go up north would need to travel a bit, but it's Sanhok at the end of the day. It should be a straightforward drop for every team. But we also want to observe MORPH and SEM9. Are they going to clash? And from the first drop, looks like MORPH is going to leave Sami for SEM9.
Very southern flight path. But if the circle move all the way out, and yesterday we have some dictation when it comes to the circle. It gives us a clue if we have a very awkward circle and a rare, mythical rare scenario of a circle. Vampires unfortunately lost quite early against MORPH. We're not talking about SEM9 versus MORPH this time. It's gonna be MORPH versus Vampires, and news have been taken away out of the equation way too early due to, you know, trying to get themselves their vehicles. But like I mentioned before, the circle will actually indicate whether we're going to have very awkward circle the entire day or not, starting with map Sanhok.
That must be something that Vampire Esports did not expect, since MORPH changed their drop spot away from Sami and Nuzi just got caught out. So Vampire will be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. Circle-wise, it will be on the main peninsula towards the right, so the remaining 3 members of Vampire Esports will need to travel into the circle, passing by the Ruins Island.
This is going to be one of very rare circles too. We hardly get that. It's probably going to be once during the league stage, of course. But it probably going to end up on the outskirts of maybe Camp Bravo, or maybe just pull back all the way to its main peninsula back. But we do have another contact made between SEM9 and Team Flash here. They do give some grating, but no first contact made. Nothing, no fire shot, no warning shot or whatsoever. Kwang, I don't think Yuhai is actually looking the right direction here. It's actually behind him. I don't think he noticed Kwang just now.
Yeah, he just passed by just like that. And Kwang seems to be in the same position as well, focusing on his loot and also making sure that no one's at the corner and he's A-OK. Well, maybe he has a level of indication that someone's across him. So that's why he's a bit cautious now, not just running around this area trying to loot. But we're going to get a replay of what happened to Nuzi. And looks like it's a straightforward knock. And like what you call it, he was trying to go for the vehicle, but punished by MORPH.
And as per usual, the scouters always have to risk their life in the first few seconds into the stage here, because we do know they're going to go some vehicle tussle, or it will be something else entirely, whether it's going to be 1v1 or just full squad coming in the very last minute. But for Boom, this is going to be the team that have to fight all the way up. 100 point in a day, is it still possible?
Well, to be the champion, it's very difficult for Boom now. I guess the next best bet is for them to try to get that slot into PMGC, because there's a top 5 slot, and if those teams who qualify regionally, they're in the top 5, the slot will go down. So that gives chances for other teams to actually be in the PMGC. So that is the best bet right now for Boom. But what is the best bet right now for Yuhai? It's right back to Kwang.
Oh, he missed his chance just now. He overlooked looking in the wrong direction, and Kwang take advantage of it. And that's going to be first blood for SEM9 as well. Not really second blood here, because Nuzi will be the first one to be taken out. But for Team Flash, definitely every single kill count at this point, they treated it as a dime. For Team Flash, this is definitely going to be a bonus start for them.
Great start there for Team Flash, but not so good for SEM9. They lost one of the main fraggers. SEM9, one of the teams in pursuit for the PMGC slot as well. So Sanhok, not a good start, but then again, 3 players, anything can still happen. They got to stay positive. As for the other teams, TALON right here, they do have MORPH in front of them who made that rotation into the circle fairly early as they grabbed an early vehicle when they were tussling with Nuzi. Managed to get across, so at least a decent start for them to be in the circle early as well.
A lot of teams happen to be engaging when they're dropping themselves on the southwest side around Nakam or around the Fort of Ruins as well, the southern side. But we talked about the circle was on top of Camp Bravo just now. Might ended up right on top of Bomb, which we do know FaZe Clan, they're just from the outskirts of Boot Camp here. And when it comes to the other teams, including the Xaviers, they're just on top of Paradise Resort before and just going straight next to the Erangel and the Fork, where it's going to be the right side of Paradise Resort. But the others, to go into Camp Bravo, there's going to be already a lot of teams inside, including Alliance. Boom is already right on top of it. And don't forget about Team Secret, who might actually cross path with these Xaviers since they're leaving Satmok.
Oh, well. Tuyo cross path with Yoru, and he got knocked. Nice spray there with the M4. But now the other members of MORPH, they have arrived. Yoru needs backup. Okay, the minimap backup is on the way. Yoru just needs to hold his guard long enough for them to come. And Yoru will make that solo engagement. Gets another knock onto 0. Nice knock by Yoru. Gets the buggy. Gets to safety.
It's going to be the uneven terrain, some bumps and hills in between that will cover a bit of the MORPH players there. But the rest of the backup will not reach out in time. And unfortunately, for MORPH, they had a really great start just now. But without all members united to go against the entire crew of TALON, that's going to be flippy to have to play this solo-handedly. And last we saw, Geek Fam is just right around the corner, so flippy. There'll be some teams passing by later on, so he has to make sure they play this as quiet as possible.
And so now Flippy, being the solo player, will only be able to play for placement points for the most part. Had a good start by taking out Nuzi, but now they are the ones in a rough situation. And it's still 16 teams, so it's still quite a way till they start to gain placement points. As for FaZe Clan, the team that scored the first chicken dinner yesterday, with the team that almost got the first chicken dinner yesterday with a great run by Vintorres, will be looking to come out with another great run. And with this kind of circle, they drop in boot camp, they immediately have the first circle, then it's a matter of them getting as close to the center as possible.
FaZe Clan, they're taking on the southern side of Paradise Resort Southeast, next to the Xaviers compound, which have a bigger compound for the side of the Xaviers, of course. But FaZe Clan, they prefer and definitely will entice to take these small compounds or small buildings like the Sniper Tower or just slightly a high elevations to see whoever tried to cross those paths just now. But for Vampires here, they are aggressively looting up, so I think they're gonna leave boot camp anytime now. But we do have latecomers who tank themselves to the blue zone, so they're not afraid of the blue at all. So Alter Ego, we assume they're gonna play a long game instead, but it will be high possibility Camp Bravo Circle. Look at the crowd coming up from the west side. It's too congested here.
Yeah, so that is where we see the migration happen and potential fights. Plus, this is Sanhok, so it's a smaller map. That is very likely to happen. And we're already seeing it on the elimination feed. FaZe Clan, Onzen's currently down. The last time we saw D Xavier wasn't too far away from their position as well. And no follow-up yet, though. It could be a long-range knock. So we will continue to monitor the situation while we have Boom Esports and RRQ.
It seems like a bit of a trade-off. It's going to be worth investing if any team wants to fight. It's now. Well, RRQ, they're busy themselves against Boom. We have third party coming up from the outskirts as well. There's going to be a different team in TALON, probably Alliance. But RRQ, Boom, they managed to wrap things up. Unfortunately for Boom, it's another 0 here with Team Secret across the other side of the street with Alliance breathing behind them as well. This is going to be tough for RRQ to make sure they're alive because these Xaviers is going to be the next neighbor as well, just on the left side. So for RRQ, if they're being rushed in by two sides here, they're probably gonna get sandwiched.
Team Secret deciding on whether they want to go or not. That looks like the call is to not go. Perhaps it's done because of their smoked buggy, so they don't want to take that risk, which is absolutely fine. Because if they lose one player, they might lose the rest, and they might all be eliminated without any points. As for the Xavier, wow, okay, this is an interesting spot that Levi's got himself into. And with this kind of spot, he can monitor the teams around them, including the shack where RRQ was at.
This is just going to be on the right side of a Paradise Resort High Grounds just now. They are transitioning to a sort of Camp Bravo here in between those empty lands. There's going to be a lot of crates, some pits, and some concave area that's pretty good for them to just scout what's happening across the other side of foot of those hills. But for Vampires, they're going to take it slow and steady, slowly advancing towards the side of Bun right now, just around the edge of the circle, and try to cut across Camp Bravo from the southwest side. But speaking of the other teams that got himself on top of the hills, it's going to be BTI and FaZe Clan as well. And on side of Mormon, the rest of FaZe Clan, they have no visualization on the hill here due to the curvature of the terrain. The ground will not make it easy for the FaZe Clan teams to see what's going on top. But if they do have enough utilities, they can actually just go for it. But sadly, for the front line of FaZe Clan, they barely have enough.
And the best they could do right now is just to listen to audio cues. So without information, or without enough information, at least they will hold their ground. Alter Ego rotated from the Camp Alpha Island. They are safely on the main peninsula. No other team gate capped them. So they will now park themselves on top of this hill with this compound, and they will await the next stage of the circle, which is going to come in about 20 more seconds anyway. So no hurry for Alter Ego to really rush into the circle yet.
So many teams on the outskirts, the right side of Paradise Resort, around those very scattered compounds, the big ones and the small ones even. Just on the southwest side of Camp Bravo here is quite congested, and just next to each other too is paper tin walls that we're talking about. And there's going to be a next transition of the circle. It's right on top of Camp Bravo still, and slightly to its southern side where it's going to be north of Lakawi too. So a lot of team will try to cut across Bun right now, which quite crowded. And we're talking about thinning out the crowd to get into Camp Bravo. Half of the team right on top of Bun here will be taken out later.
Yeah, so that is where the area where Alliance normally drops. Well, they're definitely happy with the circle. The circle is still on top of them, but that also means that teams will be going to their area. We're gonna have a replay of whatever happened between RRQ and Boom Esports, and it looked like a quick, swift win for RRQ onto Boom.
And Boom wasn't prepared and left their guard down just now when RRQ pushed and rushed towards the compound. And I think they were not expecting that kind of rush way too early in stage 2 before. But we're heading into stage 4 now, as FaZe Clan Beta seems to be building up the tension. But I'm looking slightly on the corner of the mini-map. Xavier's actually overtaken the rest of the team and already start to lead to a side of Camp Bravo on the northern side. While BTR will try to have their guards up. But both team FaZe Clan BTR will have to fight an intense battle just to get into the circle, since they're moving in the same direction. Here comes the collision between the two teams.
Here we go. Momo knocks down Zaxi Lapa. Gets knocked by Paladin for Xavier. Okay, Xavier also looking at this fight. Momo will secure his elimination point. Hiking up to the high ground, looking for his next target. Satar is in front of him. He managed to heal up. They're going towards Satar. Genforce gets knocked by Lamborghini. Oh man, this is bad for BTR.
For FaZe Clan, Nine Noise with Mormon going as a duo, trying to find that one particular play of Satar with he's hiding behind the rock. It's gonna be a solid rock, but for how much longer? One down, Mormon's down on his knees first. Next is gonna be 1v1, Nine Noise and the side of Satar. Ring around the rosy we go, a bit of a tango. And just a warning shot, and Nine Noise pull back all the way. But it's so difficult. Satar playing that one powerful rock game in such a long time. But Vampires! Out of nowhere, the shots came all the way through those rocks after such a long dancing time for BTR Lapa.
It was 3 teams onto BTR. It was so difficult for them. Alter Ego, however, having a better time by knocking down one player of their opponent from Team Secret. And looking for more right now. Okay, goes into the building. Ota gets knocked. So was trades back one. The other members of Alter Ego on the other building. Team Secret wants to clean them all out. They are still resetting themselves, still licking their wounds as the elimination feed continue to roll between FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports.
Team Secret, they need some time for recuperation, but back towards Vampires, they're not stopping at all. They're done with BTR just now. Next is going to be FaZe Clan. Both teams were just butting head with each other. The one that actually winning will be the third party coming in later, but the circle just shifted all the way right on the southern side of Camp Bravo as well. We saw how many teams left. It's going to be 13, and that's a very small space to share. So like it or not, right now for Alter Ego, it's going to be the inevitable fight here between them and Team Secret, and they will be denied their entry by the side of Team Secret, but Rosemary, who managed to knock down on one, that bought him some time here. And Team Secret, that's going to be a whole crew versus one Rosemary, the last man standing for Alter Ego.
And without the circle, so this is going to be kind of hard for Rosemary. Okay, anyway, he has to do whatever it takes to try to win this one. He has 3 nades. He's cooking up one of them. He switches back to his M4. They know that Rosemary is behind this rock. Oh, not really. Soas looked the other way, and Soas will be punished for it.
Trong, how do they deal with this? How do they play against one Rosemary? He's a world-class player. But on Team Secret, they drop a big one. That's going to be GEEK coming out from Team Secret, finally wrapping up against Team Secret and Alter Ego fight. But next, RQ, they will try to take down one of the top teams of the Vietnam region to the Xaviers, who got themselves some elevations to work with, but they need to climb down their high horses because the circles start to shift away from them. They have to deal with RQ now. If not, they cannot even transition into the safe zone.
Yeah, because they're on their left side, right? But Levi is still with his high ground, taking out the Pluto, but he spots a snake. Beautiful patience play here by Levi's. Now he sees the Beko just right below him. Okay, cooking up that name, but anyway, the Beko is down by Chua. One more in the smoke for RRQ. They're falling apart against the Xavier. And Chua looking for his next target. One of them on the inner side of the circle, on the other end. But here we have Vampire Esports Shreps hiking up this hill up against Axel. He's pretty low at this moment. Axel, straightforward elimination onto Shreps.
That's Vampires being eradicated by TALON here just now. With 4 elimination points, we're down to 10 teams, 31 players still alive. These Xaviers still playing a very long game inside of the blue zone. Tanking it out at stage number 4. That's going to be very painful for them to tank it out. And speaking of these Xaviers, there's no time to waste. Levi, you have no first aid. And there's going to be a long goodbye. The Xaviers, they lost 1 man into the blue zone, down to only Chua left. The one that been substituted into the league stage the very last week, in the very last minute. But can he pull it off for the Xaviers to just push his service more for the team?
Here we go, making that quiet approach towards No Mercy. No Mercy, 50% of health. Chua playing the patience game. Ooh, because another vehicle passed by. It was Axel. Axel did not see Chua was there. Oh, but he turned back though. Okay, Chua praying that Axel does not spot him. Okay, Bobby saw him. Okay, here we go. Axel is down, and Axel, we're looking for his target now.
Chua playing it very patiently, and Axel trying to bait him out. A bit too risky with Axel trying to... This is going to be one of the most famous rock in Sanhok as well. That one rock that can actually covers a lot of multi-angle shots. But Axel will have to leave, knowing they are at the edge of the circle. For Chua, it's going to be another stage to survive. But for Alliance, it's going to be the rush of VOIN Donkey against those walls. But they prepared, they already his arms up, and they are defending their grounds. And here comes another molly, but Leon's tossing a quite short one. Down on 2 of their knees for VOIN Donkey players, while the rest of Alliance still having a 4-man member still stand by. It's going to be GEEK on the other end. It's going to be a big swing. Alliance have to defense against 2 teams at the same time.
And by the edge of the circle, some of them on the outside as well. 2 members of Alliance down. One of them named by Izane, and that's going to be Jimmy OP. Olio takes down Vexi from VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey eliminated number 9, 1 elimination point. Are they look in this room? Are they look? Fires back, knocking down 1, and this gives him hope to continue to fight back.
For Alliance, it is falling to pieces with so many teams start to taking some chips, and every corner will be cleared by some bullets as well. Now, Adik, look, can he actually secure this elimination by GEEK? There's going to be one last man standing for GEEK as well. He got shot from the outside. And there's going to be Adik, Luke, and Leon's as well as Oli is still bleeding out. Damn, can revive Izane. There's going to be one door away for them out. Adik, Luke, finish off the job for Alliance. They need to move now.
Here we go. Alliance getting away from the blue. But for DZ, Chua is still in the game. Even though he had an Axel around him earlier on. Oh man. And the circle moved away from Chua. And he has the high ground to hike up with Talon up there. I'm not sure about Chua's chances now of surviving. Grenade set across, but it was actually push from Roy who got him.
Roy, out of nowhere, they seem to be peering out and just steals those kills from the back. But Talon rep FAZE, but out Kwang as well. Talon needs to reposition himself to those high grounds to make sure those elevations would give them some information regarding all the team's position as well. But Porsche and Roy, the rest of Roy Shunos, will have to make the move. They have to cross these fences, and it's not going to be an easy task to do. They even have to cross an open street at that. Here comes the bridge smoke. They hop into their vehicles. They need to transition themselves inside of the high ground where one of their members already inside, and GEEK got himself secured at one small compound, but there's Talons watching from behind.
They look knocked down, so it looks like Alliance only have one active player now on the other end, and it's going to be Leon's together with Oleo. Oleo's survives thanks to Leon's going in for Ade Look, but the crosshair is onto him. Yoru gets Gosu. Okay, Yoru, beautiful use of a DBS there. It does not have any other utilities, including much healing utilities as well. But nevertheless, Roy is now getting 5 eliminations, currently dominating. Zeus on his way, but the moment he traveled, he got shot down by Misery from the side.
Talon down to 3 players. It's going to be 2v3v3 with the least amount of players on Alliance's side. They managed to defend their compound by 2 teams on 2 different angles. Just now was a big swing, but not this time when it comes to long shots. Roy's knows it better. They try to see any pixel within that silhouette, anything that moves within their crosshair. They will try to take it down. It's going to be Alliance biting the dust next to down to the finale here between Roy versus Talon.
Here we go. Roy 3, Talon 3. Pretty much by the edge of the circle. Shunos plays, Shunos knocks. Axel currently down. 2 more to go for the side of Talon. And 1 in the circle, 1 on the outside. Oh, another potential now. Oh, okay. Okay, that's still Axel. Anyway, Axel crawling towards his teammate. I doubt he'll be able to be safe as Shunos will take the active approach.
Roy taking some courage, plucked it out of the sky and just hope that it will connect somehow for the nade, but it's gonna be Shuno, surprised by Yoru from off angle. Didn't see this one coming, the way they push in for the side of Talon, that was bold and brave, but they try to conquer on the right side of the circle here with Misery trying to revive on Axel, but the Blues have stopped to reach out to Talon. They need to move. There's no way they can actually revive both at the same time. But it's gonna be Blazer finish off Axel. They're down to only Yoru here. Misery still trying to hide down. There's gonna be a lot of trouble, but it's gonna be 2v2. Make it 2v1 with only Misery left right on top of Roy. 2v1 then Roy. They came back from yesterday with a tactical approach towards the game, and it pays so well when it comes to the grand finals, day 3, our final day.
They had a great ending yesterday. Number 1 and number 2, and now they scored a chicken dinner in the first game for the final day. What a game that Roy had here. They are still having their momentum. They are still bringing it onto the stage. This is Roy, ladies and gentlemen, and with this win they will be able to leapfrog onto the Xavier, the team from the same region.
Roy coming up with 9 elimination this time. They figure out their final formulation, the secret sauce that they actually need to make things work out in the grand finals there since yesterday, and it was patience. That seems to be the key takeaway here. They're patiently waiting for the right time to open fire around stage 4 and 5. They just go straight towards the center of the circle first. Rotation-wise, these guys will be one of the best team to get the most placement points out there.
And the best player this round is going to be GEEK as our MVP. 3 eliminations, 858 damage, 159 damage received with a 30% team contribution, and a survival time of 20 minutes, 38 seconds. And GEEK has always shown up for Roy, even during the league stages as well. Glad to see him back as the MVP.
Now, Talon did put up a lot of good work and excellent performance. The same goes for Alliance with that great, very impressive defense. And Team Flash, of course, just like Roy, they're pretty good when it comes to traveling into the circle, but when it comes to getting the fights to hold all their grounds and angles, they fail to do so. That's going to be the difference between them and Roy right now. But when it comes to how Roy got the chicken, in case you guys missed it, let's relive the moment again.
Without the presence of Grid VIP, Roy had the entire Campo Lakawi to themselves, and they navigated through the side, coming into the circle to score this chicken dinner. 9 eliminations that brought them 19 points, and the next team that is closest to them is going to be TALON, 17 points with 11 eliminations, the most in this round.
And that's going to change a lot when it comes to the overall rankings later. Lions plays themselves pretty much equal, almost equal placement points. Eliminations down there 11 points. Another double digit that we have a couple of them down. Team Flash and D Xaviers as well at 10 points each respectively. But RQ and the rest of Team Secret scored themselves 5 respectively. 4 Vampires scored themselves as a 4. But we have triple zeros down there. And unfortunately, it's going to be one of the big Titan teams that used to be taking the reign over the trophy previously.
Yeah, 3 of them, Alter Ego, BTR, and Boom, happen to not like this round. 0 points apiece. As for the other top contenders like FaZe Clan, only 2 points. VOIN Donkey, the best performing Indonesian team before we started this round, only 1 point as well. So we might see a significant shift of the overall charts on page number 1. And here it goes now. Roy is now number 2.
I love the fact such a different revamp for the Vietnam region entirely, are following the footsteps of the Xavier since last season. Yeah, but Vampire still undisputed at number 1 spot at 153, but the gap now shrinking even down, which could be Roy in between them around that's gonna be a 38 maybe 37 points, and the Xavier is just 1 point shy between them, but Lions can overtake these teams as well. Same goes for FaZe Clan, but the gap is here quite significant between TALON and FaZe.
And on page number 2, Team Flash rose up to number 10 with 71 points and no other major shifts. Well, except for the fact that Team Flash, they went up, and that would normally push down some of the other teams like MORPH, SEM9, and BTR. But on our very end, because of a 0-point performance, so it's still going to be Boom Esports at number 16, GEEK Fam above them by 4 points, and then we have Alter Ego, who is just 2 points ahead of GEEK Fam, and that also means that GEEK Fam could potentially push Alter Ego down.
For Boom's side, I mean, this is going to be the biggest downfall from the highs to the very lows between just a season here, but we're gonna have to give it up to our top 4 gunslingers. Talon, you did so much damage out there, 1,234 damage, while GEEK, there was a nice finishing ending here, and he got himself explosive match just now with his hand grenades toss was impeccable. The Xavier's Levi at 711, and we have Talon Axel 559 doing so much work alongside with Euro.
And that is a wrap-up of our final Sanhok match for the grand finals and also for the season. Roy scored the chicken dinner. Now, this will be really interesting. Roy, top contender, potentially push Vampire Esports. 5 more games to go. I mean, the numbers are close enough for that to still happen.
Roy from 0 to hero. Nobody actually even bat an eye for them when it comes to last season. When it comes to this season, look at how such a different team coming up for this final day, especially for Roy. And I do love the fact the Vietnam region as a whole, they actually formulated this sort of tactical approach into the game for this season particularly, where they try to play it safe in the first few stages and try to play in the center of circle as fast as they can, because yeah, you happen to be in the center quite early on, especially when it comes to stage 2 and 3. You are the center. There will be some perspective that, hey, you have to defend all this time, but not really, because when it's quite empty and vacant around the center, except for you and your team, all the other team happen to be colliding when they're trying transitioning themselves during the mid stage of the game, so or mid game later. So they don't really have to do much except for wait for those kill steals and wait for these teams to cancel each other out.
And that's what some of the teams did earlier on. Like, I noticed that D Xavier did that, and that's how they score a couple of elimination points by doing that sort of tactic. So that is in the smaller map, so they will have a lot more chance. But when it comes to a wider map like Erangel, then it's very dependent on obviously the circle. So yesterday we had an entire day of wonky circles. Today the first circle was still kind of okay. Main Peninsula, a little bit to the right, but that's fine. Now heading on to our first Erangel, of course, we always love a tough circle. We get a tough one, I'll be really happy. If I were to be able to pick one besides the traditional military base, I'm still hoping for Milta Power.
Well, since we have very unusual circle to start off today, which going to be not the common ones right in the center around boot camp, the three islands comprised inside of this first Sanhok. Like I mentioned, Sanhok always going to be the indicator how the circle will be for the entire day here. I expect there's going to be a lot of unusual circle for the later Erangels as well. It's all about how they adapt themselves into the game, how fast can they rotate, how the IGL calling the shots about their timing to get into the circle. That's going to be the most important value when it comes to this season. It's not about just the firepower anymore. The firepower was everyone on the same standard here, but when it comes to tactical, that's where it makes a big difference between these teams.
Yeah, that's why the IGL role is always it's either underrated or it's hard to detect because it's all like in-game decision making and the type of calls that they make that would impact the overall gameplay of the team. So the IGL is arguably one of the most crucial role within the team itself, and good IGLs are nowadays getting harder to find since newer talent they focus onto firepower and just being good at just taking down other opponents and all that, which is great. We always need good braggers, but great IGLs are getting hard to find. So if you guys out there are aspiring players, aspiring pro players, do try to shape up to be a good IGL because that is a wanted skill.
Or maybe the veteran players can lead the youngsters as they will be taking the IGL role more towards a support role instead, and that's how IGL always been plays themselves, to be playing as a support because they have too much to consider about when it comes to the game and they cannot actually take the lead to go for the frontline fragging. But when it comes to the next Erangel map, our first Erangel, we're down to only 3 more Erangel in this season. Buckle up, ladies and gents, as we fly into the first scrappy Erangel.
For the first scrappy Erangel it is, ladies and gentlemen, and this time we're going to get a flight path that starts from Primos. So Vampire Esports would love this kind of flight path. They can do a quick drop into Primos, their hometown. Expect them to do exactly that, followed by GEEK Fam into Ferry Pier, the traditional neighbors that never really clash with each other. Going up to the area of Mansion, and that's where the flight path will end. And some of the changes, I would expect maybe VOIN Donkey to make a change. It's normally they drop in North Jogopur, and they have a trend of changing the drop slot if it's too far away from them. Sem9 might go back to military base since Saverni is far away from them as well. And these are some of the regular changes when this flight path appears.
I assume it's going to be a lot of default drops for most of the team, like FAZE Clan on the left side of Hospital. And Vampires, I agree, they're going to adore this flight path. It's going to be super fast rotation for them since they got it quite early to get into their usual default settings. But for Sem9 Team Secret, they can drop into SMB. That's going to be the per usual. But it's all about the circle, really. And I do want to see if there's any contention on top of Pochinki against these Xaviers. These Xaviers, if they've been taken out early. Now, this is what I noticed for the Vietnam region teams. If they've been charged in early, if they've been surprised by certain attacks in early stage 1, it's difficult for them to actually win the game because they get aggressive only during the mid stage. But we do have another Roshok Ruin circle, and high chance we're going to have a lot of choke points just to get across towards Ruins and Roshok.
And we saw this kind of circle somewhat yesterday, right? Whereby it kind of looked like it could go main peninsula, it could go onto the shooting range area. A lot of teams were on the main peninsula, and then the circle went to shooting range, and all these teams just needed to migrate, and they needed to go through the choke points that we mentioned. So it becomes very difficult for all of them. Of course, right now it's a new restart, a new round. Pretty much similar circle, so again it's a roll of a dice to where the teams will want to start off at.
Yep. Pajigi Hills will be one of the most popular second checkpoint as well for the teams, just to see if there's any latecomers or any gatekeeping they can actually do in the very last minute, because high chance it won't be around the corner unless the circle will trick us again like yesterday. You gotta shift all the way down south. That's gonna be the case, so we're gonna have to wait and see later on. It's difficult to read such unpredictable circle these days, and Erangel will be one of the teams that putting up the POCO, Fnatic, Snape and no Asar this time. So I assume Asar will be coming back into Miramar for RRQ. So this is going to be their usual lineup when it comes to the Erangel map. And some teams do prefer this map than the others, including the Xaviers will be one of them. So these Xaviers, you can expect them to get really aggressive around stage 4 onwards.
And Vampire do fancy themselves Erangel as well. They generally perform well in this map, but not so much on the Miramar match. So they have to make do with whatever they have with these maps before they jump into their own Ifrit map. But we're going to highlight our MVP from the previous round, GEEK. So with average eliminations of 1.1 so far, and his preferred weapon, he like a mix of a versatile weapon like an M4 and also a long-range weapon like a Mini 14.
Yeah, Roy that love to drop himself when it comes to Erangel around the Farm Ridge area, just on the southern side of Pachinki Hills or Pachinki itself, nearby the Ridge Complex. There's going to be a lot of looting places that can actually get here. Not the best, but enough for them to just survive while trying to rotate himself, hop and loot towards all the other compounds. So there's plenty of those middle to small compounds area around the Farm Ridge too. So for Vampires, on the other hand, they're going to have some late game or maybe just play a bit longer, like how they did in Sanhok before, because they're dropping outside of circle. It's not really on top of Primorse, so we assume they're going to come in maybe during stage 3 or from 2 to 3.
Yeah, so those are the potential movements of the teams as well. But since it's like a 50-50 roll of the dice right now with the stage 1 circle, right, we might see more significant movement maybe in stage 2, assuming that the circle is like, okay, one-sided after that. But if it's still the circle is like 50-50, I mean, I hate to be one of the teams that will be playing that kind of circle. It's like you still need to play the guessing game. And that's where the best part of being in the circle is to be around the river area, whether it's Rosal, whether it's the water town, so that you can migrate to either side when needed in case the circle moves away.
Speaking of circle moving away, a lot of teams try to get themselves at about checkpoints there. Not moving too much, but not too far from circle either, in case the circle will be having some hardship later on. Now, MORPH will be one of the teams that do have potential, of course. They're building up their momentum, but it's just so hard to make themselves consistent. And another team that we should highlight about is going to be the defending champions title here. Boom. Can they actually do it? That's going to be over 100 points for them if they want to secure the trophy, with only 5 more maps to go, including this one.
Yeah, it's not doable anymore because it's not only about 100 points, it's also about the teams above them continue to gain points. So to be the champion is definitely out of the picture for Boom Esports. The best they could still do is to be in the PMGC slot. One of the top 5 that will be pushed down, potentially up to top 8 at this moment. So if you look at that, Boom, and at least right now the number 8 team, Point Donkey, which is at 80 points with 5 more games to go, assuming that will also gain points. They can, but they need to come out with a big performance as well. And that has been a struggle so far in the grand finals for Boom Esports.
But for Indonesian region teams, they're known for the sudden surprise of a very big HAL round that happened during the league stage. But we talked about league stage, it was a marathon, but we're down to only a sprint here. These guys don't have time to, dilly-dally anymore and try to reflect what they did or think about it. They have to just get it done. Right now, if small mistake, no room or error at all that can be possible be made by these teams. If not, they get punished instantly in front of their eyes. Next, we talked about Pachinki Hills before, and I did mention it's going to be one of the hardest spots for the teams to actually take a second checkpoint in case the circle hard shift to the southern part. So we do have Lions and BTR will be shared. It's going to be 2 different sides on the left or the right side of the peak, but BTR spotted out there's going to be a threat down up there, so they will give the Pachinki Hills away, knowing that, hey, it's not worth fighting for because it's still stage number 1 and nobody being eliminated yet. We're talking about first blood, not even the first team out. first blood not happening yet.
Yeah, so with that amount of players, amount of teams, so that's why all these teams are extra cautious for now, because you never know how many teams are in the Potato Hill. Because Potato Hill, you can house 2 teams. And of course, Alliance is on screen right now with the Potato Hill that they have as their checkpoint. And if you remember what the Potato Hill, it was really hot yesterday when the circle ended up in this area. Potentially might be the final circle, but I think the chances are kind of low because it's not too far away from the edge of the circle. Normally the first circle moving to second, the circle would not be like at the very, very edge. But a circle could probably end here, and maybe that's why RRQ is interested to try to secure this high ground out of hands of BTR.
There's always school for their dominant spot here for QBTR. They try to take over Pachinki Hills. That's already occupied by a team. Yes, it can occupy 2 teams, but the left side is more dominant than the right side, which the right side do have a higher pick value, but when it comes to in value in terms of firepower and also information, it's going to be the left side as always. But next, it's going to be judgment time. It's still going to be Pachinki Hills. It's just like yesterday, how Vampires caught their chicken after they stayed on top of Pachinki Hills. But for Pachinki Hills, it's slightly still inside of a circle, but it's going to be an urban warfare. This is supposed to be the D-Zave's dominant area here, if they can actually pull it off.
And the team on top of the Pachinki Hill right now is GEEK fam. They moved from Ferry Pier and they took that spot first. And I do really like Pachinki Hills. And if any team were to be able to secure that first, it gives them a good advantage. But for Roy, they do love a first blood. They took out Batman while Team Flash was rotating.
Everybody just scoured themselves just to get into Pachinki here. It's going to be a maze if we ended up right on top of Pachinki. An urban warfare and a lot of maze games. So we're down to maybe stage 9 as per usual. And since there's a high chance we get into the urban warfare, I assume a lot of teams will change their mindset now. Hey, we need to loot up as much smokes, as much throwables as possible, because we need to use it later to flush and to clear all the corners inside of the buildings if the circle happened to be ended up there. But next it's going to be Roy. It's in round 2, Talon versus Roy. This time it's not going to be the finale of this map. It's going to be quite the first one to get out of this first Erangel.
And it's going to be the beginning, and let's see who will get a good beginning. So far, Talon seems to be kind of interested to take out Roy. Roy, who's inside the water house, sprays on the Talon. All the players kind of low, and they can't get a knock yet, so the fight will continue. But we'll move over to Boom Esports right now with Razy currently down, going up against D Xavier.
The abandoned church. The Xavier's trying to defend this spot. It's going to be one of the highest pick around Pachinki area too. You get to see a lot of movement inside of Pachinki if you can actually just defend this area. Here comes Boom, trying to challenge them, but Boom seems to be falling into pieces because we do have another team just across the other side, so they need to wrap things up quickly. Try to drop a big one, another one on Frenzy, 2 down with Morph on the other side. They might actually steal this away, so D-Axe, how can they play this one out? The other 2 Boom members will just leave and abandon this ship entirely. Nope, never mind. Our attempt to take over this compound is failing, so we might just get a go. But the thing is, Morph approaching on the other side.
Yeah, hello Morph. They could potentially steal away those eliminations. There's still one that can be picked up out of Boom. And speaking about Boom, Pawnbear is going to be the final man standing. So far, no points yet for Boom Esports. It's going to be pretty hard for him to collect placement points since there's still like 16 teams alive. And the final point from Boom Esports was given to D Xavier. They managed to secure that. And looks like RQ, they managed to steal away 1. So 2 for D Xavier, 1 for RRQ. Now move back to Morph. So looks like they want to try to get that middle spot. And that is where the circle happened to be at.
Oh, Pachinki it is. These Xaviers, they know exactly where to stand, and they are standing it right on top of those abandoned church. But we do talked about BTR. Do keep an eye out towards the trenches area and keep your eyes behind of just keep inside of your mind that it's going to be a lot of teams trying to park themselves inside of those trenches as well, as Boom tried to take another attempt towards this abandoned church, but they will resort to this mushroom tower next to it. It's going to be a lot of teams. VOIN Donkey there, the furthest away from the circle before, and they're coming in a bit later. But the moment they just arrive, look at the bullet flying over their side. They barely can be alive to get into Pochinki, and Pochinki already occupied by so many teams right now.
Oh yeah, it's getting crowded right now. How many teams are there? At least like what, 4 or 5 teams inside Pochinki at this moment. And Drung, Lobson nade on the FaZe knocking down Mama on FaZe 2 down at this moment. And it is Team Secret now rushing in onto FaZe hoping to secure those elimination points before it's stolen away. And GK gets Torres, Drung gets Mama on FaZe is out.
Team Secret, on the other hand, one of them will be inside of the trenches, quite spread apart, broken their formation either by force or deliberate. We're gonna have to wait and see. For these Avians, some of them left the abandoned church, so the other 2 of them are gonna get into the maze play against all the other teams, while Pombit still gonna take around the Mushroom Tower. GEEK Fam taking on VOIN Donkey. Unfortunately for VOIN Donkey, I think they left with only 2 players here right now. The moment they transition themselves inside to go inside of any building of Pochinki, they got poured down like raining. That's like no tomorrow. Cats and dog kind of rain of bullets just to be alive, to be in here.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to stay alive now in their own building as well, including VOIN Donkey. Rizak will be back up. They'll be playing the rest of the round as a trio as they lost Vexy in the process. And now we have at least like what, 4 or still about 4 teams since FaZe got eliminated. 4 teams inside of Pochinki now, and hoping for the circle to be inside of Pochinki itself. If the circle moves away, then everyone will have to move out of Pochinki, and that will be messy.
And that's going to be fun to watch as well. But we can assume there's a lot of teams try to salvage their utilities, especially the smokes, in case the circle moved away out of Pochinki later on. But 7-9, they're going to take it a bit more of an open space. Not going to get into the mazes. They know the fact that there's going to be too many teams in there by now. There's no point trying to force themselves to struggle like how VOIN Donkey did. Same goes for GEEK Fam. You know what? They prefer an open air, an open space with a panoramic view as well. So they're going to take the fight from the outside, waiting for the circle to shift toward this side, possibly. But here comes the next circle. We'll still be on top. Pochinki will move away. Because if it's going to be moving away, no, not really. The teams right now will be forced and struggle just to get inside the circle. Crossing on the left side will be brutal for this team unless they're willing to go for the long play, rotate all the way to his long journey coming up from the northern side.
Well, the one area that the circle moved away from is the Pochinki Hill, where last we saw GEEK Fam there, and they're somewhat still there. They just moved away. Now they're on the lower ground. 7-9 will pass by as well, so that could be a potential fight there between GEEK Fam as well as 7-9. Inside of Pochinki, welcome back the Xavier to their home ground. But on the outside, Vampire Esports still finding their way through as Team Flash will be in front of them, still rotating around, and they have 1 player on their right.
This is quite surprising. Team Flash, they're dropping a bug down there. That's going to be the spy for Team Flash around that small shack. But Shrubs, they know how to sense a threat, and it's going to be Gosu down. Shrubs opening up the fire. Team Flash, they lost 1 man and thinking, hey, you might actually give us some intel, but no intel needed here as Vampires finished off, eradicate 1 member of Team Flash. They will try to get some infos from the back. And for Vampires, they're still clustered up, moving as a 4. In unison, they are marching towards the center of the circle, but, well, 7-9 will try to give some warning shot from behind, making Vampires thinking about, hey, we have 1 team behind us, so we have to be extra careful and have to clear things out again, because that's going to be the hard lesson for Tony K of what happened yesterday.
Oh, the elimination feed is rolling. Roy as well as the Xavier, they are having a fight with each other. Oh, the Peko on the higher ground here against Zeus. Zeus pretty low, straightforward elimination by the Peko, and he is out, the final player of Team Flash. 0 points for Team Flash this round, so there's a high potential that the teams below them will push them down further.
Look at the spread coming up from RRQ. They're so comfortable with nobody challenging them on this northern side. A lot of teams come out from the left instead. Vampires, they actually slowly try to go push north, but MORPH will try to stop them down. Tony K got knocked down on his knees by Tuyul. Tuyul spotted Amnesia as well. This is a blunder for Vampires. They're not aware of their surroundings here. And Zero get knocked down. Shrubs, as always, delivers here. Shrub taking some cover by barricading himself against the Dace here. But here comes Ezra cooking up the Nate. Mid-air explosion will be very dangerous game by Shrubs here. Shrubs got knocked down as well. The rest of Vampire is history in this Erangel map as they've been taken down by MORPH.
Ooh, it's 2 rounds in a row now that Vampire Esports did not perform as what they were expected to do. Only 1 point gain in the first Erangel match. A map that should be the map that Vampire Esports is able to perform. So this opens up the opportunity to teams like D, Xavier, Roy, and even Alliance to close the gap with Vampire Esports.
So looking at this Erangel map unfolding, who will take away this chicken dinner? BTR taking a fight against Sam9, who just approached from the outskirts just now. Getting into Pachinki is going to be brutal, like I mentioned before. And this one of the situation here, they are being plundered down by BTR. But BTR, the shot came out of nowhere. And it's going to be Alter Ego all the way downtown. This is what we talked about, the maze game. You can have no clue whatsoever where the bullet's flying from.
Well, that is the urban warfare here, and this is going to be very, very difficult. Even though it's shot from the outside, you would think that, oh, maybe they're just next door. But anyway, the circle is still consists of Pachinki. So teams inside of Pachinki themselves can still hold on to their houses that they have got inside of Pachinki. On the outside, we still see a good amount of teams, and some of them don't have the circle. And from the south side, Alliance will be coming in, maybe going straight into Pachinki, taking that risk, or maybe not, because it's just too risky.
Northern side RRQ have been taking control. Trench is going to be a bit of a trench fight. D Xavier's from the church now to the trench. They're going to have to deal this by himself. For Levi is the only one inside of the trench for D Xavier's right now, with BTR on the other end as well. Now Alliance, they have to deal with 2 different swings here. Speaking of very different white swing, Alliance now have to focus entirely to the side of BTR. Jimmy's down on his knees. That's going to be... BTR is doing a big favor to the side of these Xaviers here right now, as the line's a bit busy and occupied with BTR. And BTR, they almost got knocked down by those nade refired by Alliance. And Alliance, they are in a crate, they are in the center. And right now, they're being sandwiched 2 ways around the trench area.
And welcome BTR into Pachinki itself. So far they'll be by the edge away from the other teams. If we look at the mini-map, a lot more teams in the middle of Pachinki themselves. Alliance in the trench, so this is the spot that they will hold on for now. If they choose to go up, then their next contender is going to be D Xavier. Bombit eliminated. That is it for Boom Esports. It was a tough round for him. It was very, very difficult for him to be able to get to a spot that he can play some points, and Boom Esports 2 rounds in a row, 0 points.
Boom, the last player, they were trying to force a fight against these Xaviers out of this abandoned church. Now they already left this area, and they only have left with 1 player around that mushroom tower next to the abandoned church as well. But next is going to be Alter Ego. They're down to 2 players and still 2 men. They're still breathing and healthy. Rosemary with an AK and prepared. It's going to be the POCO, one of the highest frag and aggressive players. Welcome out from RQ. The rest of Alter Ego can get a revival. While Alter Ego, Rosemary trying to actually force them out for the fight, but no mercy. There's gonna be around at the edge of the northern side of the circle. No mercy. The UMP got them from the back. They're looking at the wrong direction. No mercy. What a flank.
They were distracted by the other members of RQ. So great work there by No Mercy, and he's still able to save Snape in the process. Snape will be back up, but they have to do it quick because other teams are coming by. That's going to be Talon. Axel gets knocked down immediately the moment he arrived. Yoru on top of this bunker. Now looking at the other members of RRQ, for him to save Axel, he has to hope that Axel is able to find cover. He pops up the smoke, and he will drop down to save Axel real soon. But the members of RRQ on the other end will not want to let this one go. They're sending Fnatic to take the close quarters combat.
Yoru over peeking up there. RRQ, they got an access to his northern side the longest. They should have spread out and take control of the north. But right now, Circle shrinks down. It's down south all the way. It's going to be the battle of trenches here between BTR Alliance and these Xaviers as well. Well, RRQ will part ways with Talon, knowing the fact, hey, it's not worth fighting for this fight. We're going to take down by the blue itself. And they will abandon that one particular player that is being swarmed by the rest of Talon. That's going to be No Mercy that did so much work for RQ before, and it's not being appreciated. Sorry, no mercy. And the rest of RQ will go into the compound. They're gonna share it with Roy. Now, Roy, they are surprised by this sudden attack. One knockdown, finish off instantly on Juke, but Fnatic Ryu will be knocked down by Shinos as well. The Pego fought back. RQ, they're slowly trying to survive there with only 2 more players remaining. They need to revive that knockdown player.
Oh man. Roy, they weren't prepared for this. They were looking on the inside, not really on the outside, and that's where RQ took advantage of it. But the fight's not over yet though. Okay, nevertheless, Nepeko finishes off Zunos. Nepeko does not have time to revive his teammate. He has to win this fight before he can do so. 1v1 fight with the DBS. None of them connected. Goes back up to the second floor to reload. While Posh with the UMP will going for the chase. Comes on to the second floor. He sees a body there. He sees Nepeko. He knows Nepeko is running into the other room. Nepeko takes a lot of damage, but Nepeko will not lose the 1v1 fight.
The attempt to take off this compound 2v4. Roy had a 4, but when it comes to surprise attack, Roy, that's not their forte. But it's going to be another surprise attack. Still hot under tails, which is going to be Talon. In round 2 for RQ versus Talon, still licking their wounds. Talon will force this fight out of RQ, and the Peko, he barely can actually do any reload on top of that. He barely got any time to take some respite. But for the Peko, he has to fight it anyhow, and the barbecued Fnatic can't do a thing right now.
Fnatic, he still managed to heal up. Nepeko naded that Yoru. What a blind nade there. They could be able to defend this against Talon, but Talon still has 3 active members. Nepeko and Fnatic has to do this in order for them to survive this round. Here we go. Nepeko goes down to the ground floor, tosses the nade onto the inside, and Nepeko lets another one onto Yoru. Misery go down as well. But finally, it is Red FAZE that came in to the very end to save Talon.
RQ still a big impact of performance here just now. 10 eliminations, defended so many teams multiple times. They taken the compound out of Roy's hands and defended instantly by Talon just now. It was a back-to-back fight against Talon before, and then Talon again. Barely got any respite in terms of that process just now. But next we're shifting over to VOIN. Don't get the rest of the team. They're taking the maze game into action. It's all about taking those compound. Is it going to be paper thin walls between this neighborhood right now? Every step they make will actually be realized by the teams just next building to them, so they have to tread very carefully about their next step for each of the single teams right on top of the circle. About 5 more seconds to go. The circle, if it shift over to right side, it's gonna be Doomsday and Murder City right on top of Pachinki.
Lucky for the teams that half of the circle is still inside of Pachinki City, but there are some teams, though they are inside Pachinki City, but they do not have the circle, so they have to move forward. And speaking about moving forward, BTR might move forward against Alliance next.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one for these guys to get out from their buildings. For the Trenches teams, I mean, they still got a lot of space for themselves. So the Trench will be one of the sweetest, powerful spot they can actually take. BTR in lines will stay where they at, sitting prettily inside of the Trenches. While MORPH will have to struggle here. They have to get an attempt to get into where these Xaviers at. These Xaviers, it's all about the defense now. Can they hold their ground? Talon, Team Secret, VOIN Donkey, and spot out Yoru and the rest of Talon down there. VOIN Donkey, they're taking 2 fights at the same time.
Here we go. The Xavier got one as well. They got another one onto Yoru. Oh man, Talon. Not only the Xavier, but also GEEK fam knocking him down. Lamborghini lobs a nade on the MORPH. Beautiful nade to take out Toyu. And there is the other 3 members of MORPH on the other building though. But they're on the outside of the circle, so they will be pressured by the blue soon.
There's a lot of third party into Talon's face just now. Eradicated by 2 or 3 teams instantly the moment they overpick themselves. The Xaviers play alongside with the wall. They know how to hold this ground. This is their home. This is where they are most comfortable with their usual draw spot, which is going to be Pachinki. They know every nook and cranny like the back of their hand. For GEEK fam though, it's going to be a hard entry in for Izane. But for BTR, they're also dominating over this side. For these Xaviers, how would they hold all the angles? It's going to be 360 degrees fight for them to cover every single angle. And they spotted Izane, and it'll be taken by Alliance across all the way behind these Xaviers.
And that is the end of GEEK fam at number 7 with 2 elimination points. Now we can see here Lamborghini trying to take advantage of MORPH. He managed to get 2 out of them, but MORPH respond back with a nade onto Lamborghini, knocking him down. Levi's comes in, Zero to find a member of MORPH on the other hand. He does not have enough space to move, and Zero has to do it all alone right now. Lobs a nade to the left. It did chip away Levi's health to 50%, but not knocking him down. 2 out on the other hand. Needs to heal up. Paragon went down to Zero's hands.
Down to 2 players. There's going to be Zeta versus MORPH in the favor of these Avians. They're being helped by VOIN, Donkey Zeta, and being finished off by Team Secret. What is going on? The teams are being helping indirectly, but here comes a nade all the way across towards those windows and buildings. Team Secret know there's a threat in every single corner. They are aware, and they still have a full squad. For the full squad teams, it's down to Team Secret and BTR, but the rest of them left with the trio. That's going to be these Avians and Alliance. Alliance will be challenged by BTR, with Team Secret will have to go against the Xaviers. It's down to 1 team versus 1 team after these 2 different crossfire happened at the same time.
Man, this is a big mess right now. And let's continue down south of Pochinki, where BTR and Alliance is at it with each other. One of the members of the Xavier, one of the members of BTR currently down, but will be picked up, and that's going to be Saxi. Lapa tries to buy time. Lapa gets a knockdown to Adiluk. Alliance, now it's their call to save Adiluk.
The Battle of Trenches almost done there. It's going to be the Battle of Buildings and the Battle of Trenches. Here comes the force of BTR. They got blinded entirely. They have to put on hold for their rotation. But it's going to be the Xaviers alongside with BTR to finish off Alliance. The Trenches champion. There's going to be BTR for now around Pochinki. Next is going to be DX versus Team Secret. They're not wrapping things around yet. It's still having a lot of troubles on the side of especially the Xaviers with a lot of smoke. No hand grenades though. But Team Secret have multiple hand grenades still, but not too much of a smoke. Same goes for the side of BTR. They are on the same boat as the Xaviers, yeah. But for BTR, how to get out and pick out from these trenches, that's going to be another issue they have to solve with, where the Xaviers split themselves into a different building, while Team Secret, they still try to clear every corner against the Xaviers, which is, like I mentioned, is going to be hide and seek game for these teams that's remaining here right now.
And the fact that we are at stage 9, it doesn't really help all these teams. The zone will close entirely. DJ, we're keeping an eye on to Team Secret. We got Chua here on the window at the 2nd floor. Chua needed down by Tron. That could be an opening for Team Secret to move in.
Team Secret, the moment they got one knocked down, it's go time. They're going to rush to a side of Chua. Lamborghini taking a step back and go all the way to a different building entirely, knowing, hey, there's no time for us to actually dilly-dallying anymore. BTR taking one by one of these Xaviers players, plucked them out of their comfort zone. But Team Secret also pushing rush to a side of these Xaviers. 2 teams to fight against, and it's going to be only 1 player left for the side of these Xaviers still stands, while the whole group of Team Secret and BTR still have a full. And it's going to be a full squad coming through to a side of Xaviers. But Team Secret now, they direct their attention possibly to us BTR, but never mind, back to the Xaviers. Levi's bleeding out. Lamborghini holding the corner just in case they get into the building.
And Lamborghini will need to hold it on. And he also need to pick up his other teammate that's currently down though. So all teams now playing the patience game. This is an urban warfare finale, ladies and gentlemen. BTR creating that smoke bridge in order for them to have a chance to cut across. The blue is currently behind BTR. They will be forced to move forward. Sata opens up the flank. Same goes with Paragon. It's very, very smoky right now. It's hard to gather information in this kind of situation.
Blue will force them out anyhow. No time to hide anymore. It's do or die now. Make it or break it time. Crunch time for these 3 teams. Here comes surprise. Hello, Paragon. And Paragon fired back. Even a nade follow up through by DX. Lamborghini just now. They're still holding their ground for these Xaviers. One last player standing. Paragon holding the corners, but being charged by 2 different angles. They're trying to take him down from this toilet.
Paragon.
The only toilet left for these Xaviers. They're going down early. Next, Team Secret versus BTR. But Team Secret, they have a better view. And they score a chicken dinner. What a dominant day by the Vietnam region here today, starting with Roy. Next is going to be the rise of Team Secret.
It's a Vietnamese back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen. Team Secret with this chicken dinner inside of Pochinki. The Pochinki, where is the house of the Xavier. But nevertheless, the Xavier still had a good run. They scored a lot of elimination points. They ended up in the top 3. So it is still a decent run here for D Xavier. And the fact that they did better than FAZE, Vampire Esports, and Alliance does give the Xavier that chance to still challenge for the title. But here we are with Team Secret and the stats.
15 eliminations scored by the rest of Team Secret. Everyone been sharing their labor for this round, especially GEEK with 1000 over damage down there. But damage received the least, it's gonna be Trung. They've been taking those trench fight. They've been taking a lot of push as well to a sort of the Xaviers. They know the biggest contender is gonna be the Xaviers. They know the terrain and the buildings more than the rest of the team. If they take the Xaviers out of the equation, that's pretty much it for Team Secret.
Well, it was a Juki before this. Now it's going to be GK as the MVP. 4 eliminations, 1038 damage, 282 damage received, 22% team contribution, and a survival time of 28 minutes 59 seconds. This is arguably one of the longest rounds that we have had so far, just because it's an urban warfare. And GK, this is not his first time getting the MVP for Team Secret as well. He has gotten it before multiple times during the league stages, and he's still consistent for Team Secret.
Yeah, one of the top players, and what an opening by Team Secret against the Xaviers after they dropped down a big nade to go in for the push. But also props to the Xaviers, BTR and RRQ and BTR after they're done with the Battle of Trenches with the help of the Xaviers just now. They definitely deserve to be in the top 3 in the last map. But for RRQ, this is also them rising back up into the game. We haven't seen them perform so well. This is one of the first few momentum they need when it comes to the last day here today. But let's rewatch the highlight in case you guys missed the game just now.
Not the earliest team to enter Pochinki City, but the latest team to score the chicken dinner. Team Secret, been whooping eliminations. 25 points by the Team Secret, but look at the Xavier. Still another decent round for the 16 points collected as pass on page 1 because they were one of the earlier teams to be in this gives these this chance to be the number 1.
And BTR next at third place. They won the Battle Trenches against the Lions before. That's definitely well worth fighting for and well paid for their numbers up here at 13. And RQ, such a big defense, they didn't score any placement points at all, and they got themselves 10 elimination, and that's going to be the 10 points they gather in this map. And next we have Boom 79 and Team Flash at the very bottom as well at 0 points. This time is going to be very questionable what happened to Boom, because Boom seems to be having some trouble to just gain any points at all.
Yeah, 2 rounds, 0 for Boom Esports. I mean, it's very, very difficult for them. Well, anyway, difficult for the Xavier. Now match up with Vampire Esports. Difference is now 22 points between the number 1 and number 2 as they reclaim back their second spot. Alliance, with an okay round for them, they rose up to number 3, 118 points, but FaZe is not there anymore. First page, Roy pushed down to number 4, but nevertheless the points are still tight enough with 4 more rounds to go.
FaZe is still in the first page, but they've been pushed down, not in the top 4 anymore. But on the side of the gap, it shrunk down to only around 20-ish points. It's going to be 23 points doable for these Avies if they can secure the next couple of Erangel map. Because we do know when it comes to Miramar, it's not going to be their best map down there. But unfortunately, it's quite stagnant on the very bottom teams. At the bottom 16, Boom seems to be quite consistently, not the good consistent though, very consistent at 16th place. That's not the consistency that we hope for when it comes to our defending champions for this season. And Alter Ego as well seems to be sharing the same boat. I don't know what is happening, but both back-to-back champions seems to be struggling in this season. And GEEK fam still at 14th place, still not movable. It feels like they stuck themselves inside of a cave of big mountains right now. They cannot break through.
Well, a bit worse. The two teams, they are at the bottom and bottom. That is top 4 gunslingers. We're going to break down the individuals right now. So the POCO, PS Southeast Asia Terminator, 1,218 damage. Up earlier, rushed in onto Roy's compound, followed by Day, who is the MVP, 1,038 damage, and Lamborghini, who's
we're gonna have
man
a good
for
Vietnam
DC,
region
984 damage,
when
and
it comes to our final day, day number 3.
also up
Team
here
Secret taking the lead at 15 nominations
with UK.
with our last map performance as top fraggers as a team. These Avies at 11, 10 for RRQ. They defended so many teams before, and BTR with 7 eliminations as well. Speaking of the teams here, they definitely can carry out the momentum for the next one or not, depending on the circle. So far, we have to congratulate Roy and Team Secret, it's a back-to-back Vietnam region, but not the same team. Roy, Team Secret. Now, will be these Davis next or not? Or will be a different team entirely? We see the rise of the Indonesian teams here today, but can they actually do it now? Because now will be the best time. If not, it's going to be too late for them. For this Erangel map, before we head into a break later, Erangel will be the most important map of them all. With this Erangel, we expect it's going to be a very scrappy one. And we're going to assume a lot of teams try to take a lot of early fights, a lot of pincering in the first stage as well, especially when it comes to getting those vehicles, trying to have some clash of compounds, so we might have drop spots as well. But it's all depending on the flight path and the circle. If the flight path happen to be generous, we can expect there's going to be an arduous circle later on. If the circle right on top of the flight path, then we can assume a lot of teams coming in, try to bulldoze team from behind as well, try to make as much eliminations as possible. We're talking about the teams at the very bottom. Right now, they have to force the fight either way to make it happen. And yeah, I'm left alone here, guys, so sorry if you're just listening to me, but yeah, do tell us in your prediction. I do see a lot of teams shouting out for Vampires to get themselves this trophy this season, because Vampires will be one of the teams that secure multiple PMWI or world-class champions, but nowhere near Southeast Asia trophy every single time. It's just they can smell, but they can't touch it or lift it by the end of the day. Next, we do look over when it comes to the Vietnam region, seem to be on the rise in this season. Who do you think will actually score with Team Secret? And also Roy seems to be on the rise, and they are the top teams as well. They're still doable to catch up with the remaining maps. 4 more maps to go. Mathematically possible for them to overtake Vampires at the #1 spot and push all the teams down there. We might actually be surprised by this season's champions here, because it will be high possibility due to how tight the race and the competitiveness within this season itself make it so difficult for us to predict who will take the trophy away. We might be surprised it will be a different team entirely. It will be a team that not being overly rated before and never under our radar, like Roy example, the team that used to be the last place last season, that nobody actually batting an eye for them before, nobody actually see them, nobody admired them, and nobody even have, you know, the crazy fan base for them before. Will this be their season? Do drop your opinion in the chat as well, because this will be one of the most upsetting season for a lot of big fan base teams out there. But maybe we're gonna re-congratulate teams like VTR, since they are on the rise as well. The all legendary big powerhouse teams like VTR once upon a time used to be on their prime during their peak performance, one of the best teams back to back. Will they come back this season after such a long pause from getting into one of the best, after such a change of the meta and the strategy of the game, make it so difficult for them to adapt with so many new rookies coming in this season and this year? It's difficult for them to fight against this young blood. But all theories aside, we're gonna have to wait and see, can the team still keep up? Will it be the same team or not? We're still gonna be in the same Vietnam region to dominate the first half of the day. Let's fly into Erangel. We're gonna have a northern flight path all the way from Starboard down to Primos possibly. So we assume when it comes to Vampire, if they want to catch up with their numbers, they have to drop it late. If you drop late and the flight path seems to be the last destination for you, they will have a bit later for looting phase. They have to wait it out. They cannot go aggressive since the first stage as well. But for VOIN Donkey, Alter Ego, they have the opportunity to go aggressively strong since the start, since they dropped themselves early. Means looting phase wise, they got more time compared to teams that's going to drop later. But we have a very generous flight path, beautifully deep, just parting two sides of the map here on north side and the west side. But everyone can drop there wherever they fancy right now. It's all about the circle. Will the circle be kind as the flight path?
So we saw like a okay ending towards the end circle in Pochinki. Was one of the most centered circle that we have gotten in our entire season so far. So we got something different this time. Obviously, I wouldn't mind. VOIN Donkey, they're going to do something different. They're going to go back to Starboard, Kamishki. If they cannot reach to North Jolopol, that is what exactly they will do. But we're going to have a Vampire Esports circle, and they will love this circle, especially after their 2 devastating rounds.
Despite late droppers into the map, so they're going to be fine here. But if we ended up right on top of Quarry, that's going to be something to watch out for the teams. But high chance circle out. We saw these sort of circles before. I think it was in day 1 of the grand finals itself. It kind of favors towards and pulled all the way towards Gut Cup Field. So there might be a chance it will just hot shift all the way towards where MORPH usually drop himself.
Yeah, so they wouldn't mind this kind of circle. So at that time, gotta look back at which team got the chicken dinner. I believe it was like FaZe Clan or some of the teams that normally drop on the left side of the circle. So they would have that kind of advantage since they can enter the circle earlier, they can gain the best parts possible, and they can try to block out other teams from coming in.
Yep, they can actually do that, but will they willing to take the risk? It's all about the question of whether they're confident enough to take the defense stance. But we're gonna rewatch the highlight coming up from Team Secret, who just bought himself chicken dinner here just now. They know exactly where these Avies are. Despite they being rushed and pressured by BTR before, they deal with these Avies first. They know how to deal with one by one. So they take one step at a time. They're not recklessly trying to be greedy to deal with two teams at the same time.
And for Team Secret, okay, I'm just looking at the points, right, just to see like how potential do they have, how much potential do they have to gain the number one, but it looks like it's quite far-fetched. Anyway, Roy just scored the first blood, and it's by their MVP GEEK, and they score it out of the hands of a FAZE clan who happen to be around this area when normally they should be in the South Yogo pool, but they have one of them happened to come by here. Probably they want to look for a vehicle. Probably that person wanted to look for a vehicle and just got caught by Roy.
Yeah, Roy, who dropped himself on top of Sanhok before. Well, it's FaZe Clan that actually just breached into their territory, so I don't blame Roy for defending about their land there as well. But for our also the players to be focused on is going to be GEEK. Roy, we have GEEK. In Team Secret, we have GEEK, okay? So don't get confused, guys. GEEK, average elimination, we had more before, which was Tony K, around 3 point something or 2 point something before, and this is going to be the standard bar. I think GEEK will be one of the most outstanding player coming up from Team Secret. He knows how to open up an engagement to his another team, the way he dropped the nade, the way he make an opening for the team to actually go and rush in. But I think everyone from Team Secret actually have to rely on each other, and not just like, you know, Tony K is like one man stands can actually deal with every single player out there. For Team Secret, they're more of a teamwork instead of relying 100% on 80% into that one particular player.
Yeah, and with them relying on to each other, not only GEEK and other teammates do step up as well, like Trung and all that. We see them coming up with a lot of great moments for themselves. And so far, they're doing well. Although for them to be the champion, it's kind of hard, but they're in a position where they can still get that slot on the PMGC. So that would at least be a very, very nice consolation, even though they cannot go for the championship. And they need to continue to do that as a team because we got 4 more rounds to go. So far, so good for Team Secret and in general for the Vietnamese teams.
Yep, PMGC teams and also PMGC points will be one of the things that they are eyeing up for. A lot of slots, of course, but it's not going to be for everyone, for all the teams. So they have to fight for the points here, especially for the Indonesian side. I think it's okay still for Alter Ego. It's still got quite a lead when it comes to the total points of PMGC coming up from each region, which is going to be Indonesia. Alter Ego still stands at number 1. Malaysia still aligns as per usual. Vampire still stands at the first one in Thailand. Vietnam still going to be the Xaviers. But when it comes to another team that are going to join in later on, it's down to this next team that winning the trophy as well. But for RQ, they are transitioning into the circle here. Might bump into MORPH next. And this is going to be a hectic run if MORPH just open fires too.
Passing by though, but because of the terrain, so they cannot get a good clear view of RRQ. They probably have an idea that, okay, someone's at that corner or someone's at that building, but no clear view yet. But we can see the movement from MORPH as well. Also circling around the area, scouting and looking for opportunities. If Snape stops here, then MORPH will go all in. So Snape, he can't. All he can do is just scout. Okay, this house is clear, but as long as he has an idea that the other members of MORPH are around, okay, just move away. Information gathering done.
Information is the key for most of the teams. That's what I learned from Vampires, of course, because every single time you saw how Vampires just react and how they swing in an instant and how they track down their bullets. Because they know exactly the infographic regarding where are the other teams rotating inside of a circle. Now, back to the side of MORPH, they are still taking around this area, around just on Gatkar region. This is going to be supposedly their strong point of circle. They know every corner that should be covered with, based on this sort of rotation of circle. High chance it will pull back all the way to its Gatkar. If it's not, if it's quarry now, that's going to be fun. Personally, I do want to see a quarry circle because it's multi-level and multi-layered terrain, and it makes it so difficult for the players to just try to just hike up those high grounds, and they have to get in early. And that's the thing. For Gatkar field sort of circle, we've seen a lot of latecomers. They're still going to be A-okay.
Yeah, Gaka is a very common circle. Kuwari, I do like that option as well if the circle goes there. We have not got a Erangel Kuwari, that is. Kuwari circle throughout the entire season. So for the circle to be there, it's going to be a fresh take for this round. Wouldn't mind a piece of that. And I'm sure the teams around there, like GEEK Fam, like Vampire, like potentially even FaZe Clan, wouldn't mind a kind of circle too, since FaZe Clan on the left. I'm thinking of like if a hospital would have Alter Ego, and if Alter Ego is in hospital, then they would love that kind of circle too.
And Alter Ego just cutting across all the way from around the POCO prison area and just cutting across to a side of Pachinki right now. And you talked about hospital might be one of the spot. They might actually get entered through Gatka Mountains, and if that's so, we saw last time Ro was there right on top of Rosehawk. They might actually have to cross Rosehawk, but never mind, they're cutting across Pachinki straight away, not gonna go up to the northern side. It's gonna be a quarry circle high chance, but it's still a 50-50 between Gatka Field. It's gonna be either an open space because Vampires and the rest of the teams, most of them are focusing towards the quarry side, even around the Swamp Town and Gatka Radio, just on the outskirts of Gatka. So we're gonna have to wait and see whoever get himself the best spot, the sweetest powerful spot, will be winning this one as well.
Well, for Team Secret to get a sweet spot, it's gonna be quite far-fetched still. They just came out of Novo, so they're still on their way. But for BTR, who has just arrived, they will try to take the high ground on top. And if they're able to do so, it'll be one of the best spots around this area, as they'll be able to monitor the teams around them that are moving. Alter Ego that moved earlier when we saw on screen, looks like one of their players got knocked by RRQ, but at least they're quite far. But speaking about far, that is a very far nade.
Perfectly told as well. What a golden nade! No way! Nothing, but it was brutal and cold, and it's gonna be go time. Down to only one player. Didn't know they keep track. There's 3 players knocked down. No time to lose. And what an obvious, impossible to toss that nade by a normal person. These guys, they are phenomenal. What a crazy nade just now. That was ferocious.
Well, your keyword normal, that's why they are abnormal. That's why they are up there on stage right now, playing their lives out. And what a huge nade that was. That was crazy. Man, and 2 nades. 3 players for Alter Ego down. Man, this is huge by RRQ. That's one of the best nades that we have seen so far in this tournament. And RRQ, now they're looking for the final member of Alter Ego, which is Alva, and is hiding himself, hoping not to be spotted by RRQ.
Blown away by the nades tossed by since yesterday Roy versus FaZe Clan. That was amazing, and now we've been feast our eyes upon another great nade scene by none other than RRQ. That was a sublime performance, and I don't know how they calculated it so perfectly well done. But Alliance, on the other hand, is still taking a sweet time to rotate in, while we have Gatka Field quite heated up. It's back to it's around the trenches area. And Alva already waiting inside. The last player of Alter Ego being prowled on by RRQ. They're still trying to find his track. Hopefully he didn't actually leave himself breadcrumbs down there. But Team Secret, they just arrived. They finally got out of the blue zone when transitioning and navigate from Nova before. And now finally in with the rest of the team. They're going to play safe slowly. And they can play long, no problem for them. But for the teams on top of Quarry, the next circle will be crucial for them. If the circle will hard shift towards Gatka, we assume there's going to be a lot of massive fight right on top of Quarry.
Well, we get our answer right now. Not entirely on Gatka Field, but it's now between the Gatka Mountain and also Quarry. A lot of open space though in this circle. And the ones in the middle, the Xavier. Okay. One of our highlight teams. Vampire Esports still going to come from the southern side, from the Quarry area. Alva 7. Okay, I noticed that he got spotted out by RRQ. And that means Alter Ego eliminated. Just like that. Just by 2 nades and 1 elimination.
Next, MORPH, BTR, Yul, Zero, Hazel. Probably it's going to be 3, never mind 4v4. But where's the 4th player of MORPH? I'm trying to find if he got himself some good off angle just behind BTR here. If BTR are unaware about the 4th player, there's going to be a bit of a problem. They're still there, all clustered up together. It's going to be a CQC being forced by MORPH to a side of BTR. Got chipped down just a bit by that nade. But Zero I don't think that's the nade that he was hoping for, but yeah, it did work out. But still, Zero got naded down by Gem Force and Satar. It's go time, BTR. They will go in and rush and finding for all their victims later.
And which is the other 3 members of MORPH. They're quite spread out, 1 on each area, 2 in the building still. And needs to continue to rain down from BTR. They're trying to put this rush onto them. At the same time, Gosu just got taken out. Break got taken out by Zeta as well. So a lot of fights happening elsewhere, including Team Secret. As they arrive into the circle, they took away this area out of the hands of Team Flash.
Another gut car fight between Team Secret and Team Flash right now. Kwang will be the last player stand. But GK is pretty low himself, so it was a bit too far. This was nice one by VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey doing Team Flash a favor from afar. It's going to be Kwang trying to finish off the job here, but he will not willing to take too much of a risk. He will try to leave, but he finished off GK with a nade just now, but he will go into the compound. Vaxi rushing in at the same time. It's Kwang against Soaz, but VOIN Donkey, they are quite widespread, and they got every angle covered against Team Secret.
And Team Secret right now is going to have a hard time coming out. Nevertheless, Zeta is alone. So his other team is elsewhere. So it's probably more like him gathering information. But if he's able to get exit frags, why not? But for him to get that, we have to wait till the next stage when the circle will force them to come out. Okay, interesting enough, the other members of VOIN Donkeys on the other side. Alright, they are hoping for the circle to shift away so they could get the frags out of the hands of Team Secret.
And MORPH trying to take down BTR on top of this car area around the swamp town. It's quite some elevations by BTR right now, but for MORPH, at least they got themselves some hot covers. Staying indoors. There's going to be a battle of compound between the teams, but the circle will talk for the players itself. It's down to in between, not entirely Gatka, but still on the outskirts of it. And this is going to be all about those elevations at work. And Roy, they will come from the north, and the teams are going from away the circle all the way towards the south side. It's going to be vampires. They have to fight against these Avies and Boom at the same time just to squeeze into the safe zone.
And on the northern side where Team Secret is at, earlier on we saw VOIN Donkey surrounding them. They still have Team Secret in their sight. Razak moves in though, all alone. Okay, he opens up by getting a knock on the Drog as well as Break. 1 nade to get 2 out of Team Secret. Okay, Razak, knock. At least they try to fight back, but the other members of VOIN Donkey followed up, and VOIN Donkey wins this nice and clean.
Not the cleanest with 1 knockdown, but hey, it's okay. Still got a flawless 4 members still alive there. Hoping for them to actually keep getting healthy with some respawn going on. But next we have the Xaviers and FAZE clan passing through. Here comes striking by Prodigy. He needs a reload first. RQ forcing the CQC again against Roy. Now Roy, they're not the best one to go against a very short combat. It's going to be difficult for them to hold their ground when it comes to defense stance. But when it comes to long range shot, they are pretty good themselves. So Roy, we're gonna have to wait and see, will they get their Miramar for the points later or not. But God, what an accident, the worst possible time.
And that means that Roy is eliminated. Only 1 point collected by Roy. A team that somewhat has a chance to try to steal away the championship, but nevertheless, number 4 as of now, not too bad for Roy. But for VOIN Donkey, they have GEEK fam to deal with right now after Team Secret. They take down Mika. Aizin's on the other building. Aizin cooking up his nade. Razak together with Zeta, the 2 active members. And Razak will secure the point out of Damroot.
Sam9 also chipping in some of the bullets from across. It's going to be them on top of this compound here right now, taking this elevation across the other side of the street, while VOIN Donkey trying to clear up all the corners indoors. It's going to be Audrey now breaching towards the side of VOIN Donkey. Faxi crying for help, but here comes the nade. If the nades can go to the perfect angle, it's going to be done and dusted for VOIN Donkey, but it deflected back. Still getting himself some hard covers for VOIN Donkey. Audrey still need to force himself to get into the compound to see which corner they're at. He saw them through. Didn't manage to revive on Faxi. Another knockdown. Down to only Zeta for VOIN. Audrey, the last member of GEEK fam, will have to finish the job and might just continue his service unless Zeta will deny him so.
Oh, and Zeta still needs to save Vexy. 10% of health left for Vexy. He's bleeding out and he won the fight. Wait a second. No! He was actually dead. That helped them. And he will have the time to save Vexy. Okay, opens up the door. Come in, boy. Come in, boy. Will you be able to make it? Vexy, 10% of health. revive? No, did not make it. Vexy went out.
For Zeta, unfortunately, you have to force to move due to 7-9 sudden fire from those elevations. They're taking this island area at work here for 7-9, forcing Zeta out, attempt to flush him down, but it's a lot of commitment and resources just for this one particular player. They have to be super resourceful for 7-9. They might have to use a lot of utilities later because it might be the circle pushing away from them later on. If it shifts all the way down south later, it's going to be a lot of work for 7-9, but at least around this compound, they have a lot of death boxes laying around, and Zeta still fight his way out, and the circle just pulled all the way towards Vampires and Xaviers and got himself the center.
Wow, the number 1 and number 2 team pretty much in the middle of the circle. But want to point out that 7-9, they use all their throwables on the building where Zeta wasn't at. Dep has a second chance right now. Zeta drives away to safety, but no, not safe enough. He drove into RRQ just to knock down Snape.
What a smooth criminal, Zeta. Run and run, splat and run. That's gonna hit and run case here. This criminal needs to be catched. VOIN, Donkey, Zeta still managed to get away from whatever he committed before, unscathed at the least. But problem is, he barely got enough utilities for himself. No first aid, only 5 smokes, 1 hand grenade. And Vampires and Xaviers, we talk about the big guns and the powerhouses right on top of him. But FaZe Clan be finished off by 7-9 alongside with Vampires just now. And it seems like 7-9, they're playing a lot of third party here today.
Yeah, 7-9. From that high ground, they took that chance to score a couple of elimination points out of Team Secret and out of VOIN Donkey. And VOIN Donkey, they still have that one player, Zeta, still alive somehow. Somehow he miraculously make it. But now RRQ wants to seek revenge. Okay, they kind of have an idea of where he's at because of the smoke, and his vehicle is not usable now. Spraying into the smoke, hopefully able to land a shot, but fortunately not, so they're going to let that one go for now. Instead, they're going to focus on to 7-9.
RRQ is a bit of hike here. 7-9 eyeing out on RRQ. 7-9, they're moving in parallel motion down from the very north. But the Lions, it's a battle of the south. I don't know what Boom is planning here, but they're quite spread apart. If Pom being catched by any of the teams right above them, it's an open space for Alliance and Boom at the same time. It's not safe at all. They barely got any hard covers for them to take in case there's some bullet pouring over that side. And BTR do have those elevations. They are breaching and just arriving around the edge of the circle here. And they go straight for the high grounds. The Lions, they stuck themselves. They are in a pickle because if they try to advance forward, Vampires and Xaviers just waiting it out. If they just cross over this small hill, it's going to be Boom waiting it out. So for 7-9, it's going to be difficult for them to get out from their pickle.
And the one is in pickle is still Zeta though. RRQ still putting pressure onto him. Almost taking it out though. They were pretty close in doing that. Look at his health. Okay, he's still healing up, but he only has bandages. And praying for this vehicle, this blown up vehicle to continue to his bunker. While RRQ, they're opening up the space. Maybe they're trying to take out Zeta. But we got 7-9 now up against Boom. Boom, one player currently down. And 7-9, where did they get all these unlimited nades? They're raining it down onto Boom.
And RRQ taking 7 now, and they're falling into pieces on different angles entirely in 3-1 formation. The northern side, the one who's supposed to be their far flank, seems to be taken down now. In 7-9, they will attract Vampires as well. All cross and all the POV of Vampires happen to be just focusing on where 7-9 fighting against RRQ. And unfortunately, it's still going to be Boom, 7-9 and RRQ rushing towards the circle because still going to dominate over Vampires and DJ versus 7-9 and RRQ. This three-way war between these 3 teams right now, it's going to be tough because the ones winning this one, high chance is going to be Vampires stealing it away from above.
Yeah, they're looking onto the outer side, but the nade by Snape to knock down Yuhai. Now RRQ does not have the Pico. He's still bleeding out at this moment. Bobo, who will be eliminated by no mercy. Snape cooking up his next nade. He knows where to aim it. He will lob it onto the 2 members of 7-9 behind that vehicle inside the smoke, but it will not connect. Yuhai is back up again.
Here comes Snape circling around. They're just gonna pull over and try to chase the heck out of Sam 9. While these Xaviers a bit busy against vampires, Sam 9 still struggling to just be alive here. Snape coming up from the back. It's gonna be Sam 9 and Boom at the same time. What massive fight! It's gonna be a long shot coming from RQ as well. And who knows where the bullet's coming and flying from? It's gonna be vampires. Here comes Tony K and Stoney taking advantage of the other team's arduous movement. And this is not gonna be great for RQ.
Oh, they want those elimination points to make up of whatever they lost in the previous rounds. Tony K will finish off Fnatic, looking for the other members of RRQ with a high ground advantage. Schwabs is circling around, and Schwabs not found his target yet. Okay, on the other side, it's going to be Snape. A couple of members of RRQ. The final member of RRQ actually left, and Snape will be splat onto the ground by Schwabs. One more for RRQ, got away.
Vampires making it so difficult, such a hindrance towards all the other teams, being the nuisance all this time. Before RQ, they're forced to just take all the way the rotation into the open fields down there. No mercy, with only Haystacks to be as his hard cover. And BTR lock him down. And BTR playing around the slopes of the hill. This is quite a good terrain for them to play with, as long as they have enough utilities to force whoever right on top of them to just keep out of the way. Smoked up buggy on Lapar. This Sanhok coming from vehicles definitely will distract Boom and the Xaviers, including vampires, who force themselves into their BTR as well. The Xaviers, they got themselves this mushroom tower, so at least they got some hard covers, but they are in the center of the crossfire too.
And in the center, still the Xavier with the sniper tower. Vampire Esports instead, they are taking this active approach still, and we can see them moving in. Boom Esports on the left side. Xavier in the middle. Xavier playing the patience game. BTR on the right. Now every team pretty much picking their corner. The next stage of the circle will be big. Will be explosive. While the final player of RRQ will stay way away from all these fights.
High chance the circle will shift downwards because nobody there. It's too vacant on the southern side. All the teams, all 5 teams happen to be on the northern side of the circle here. And it's just too close for them to share. It's just within less than 100 meters away. Vampire's got an opening against BTR. Here comes the Nate flying over, pouring down to the side of the Xavier's Boom. They're dictating to us a Lamborghini and the rest of the Xavier's movement. And spot out a couple of players of Vampires too. They have to pick and choose which one they have to deal with first. Vampires dealing with BTR, with D-Axe also dealing with Boom at the same time. Now it's down to the 5th player and the 5th team, the last player of RRQ is sitting this one out, just watching while one player of BTR keeping close. But BTR and D Xavier, here comes the rush by D Xaviers.
On to Boom Esports. Both of them do not circle, including Vampire Esports, do not circle as well. And D Xavier, they have to win this fight quick and clean. If not, they might be taken advantage by Vampire Esports. But instead, Vampire Esports focus on to getting into the circle. Now back onto Boom Esports and D Xavier. Boom Esports, the blue just right behind them, and it will close onto them in about 5 more seconds.
Tony K spot out BTR players in the open field. BTR, they got the circle, but unfortunately no covers. Couple of vegetations, yes. They got a couple of haystack and hard covers, yes. But RRQ, no mercy, don't forget about him. He popped himself the smoke. That will give away his positions to Vampire. Down to only 2 players down there. Right now, the 3rd player is nowhere to be seen. But BTR, they are struggling against the Xaviers as well. They are trying to take their high elevations and high areas. And for Boom, they want to fight it out. BTR still standing around the field while D Xavier's holding the mushroom tower. Yummy May spot an opening. He's gonna go for the windows. And here comes the flush with the Molotov as well.
Oh, crazy. Oh! D Xavier just got eliminated by Boom. Oh man, okay, it's great for Boom, but it's even better for Vampire Esports, as Vampire Esports is still in the game with 3 players. They have a good chance of scoring this chicken dinner now based on the numbers. BTR on the other end spots out Yummy May. Yummy May by the edge of the circle. BTR on the other end. And nobody's paying much attention to Vampire now.
Boom got himself plenty of barricades, but for Vampires, they are on the prowl. They try to find all the remaining players. They got the numbers, yes, but they are quite the attention in the center of attention of every single teams out there. BTR start to open fire against Boom and Vampire at the same time. While they're trying to scout out the last player of RRQ because they saw the smoke early on for Vampires. They want to deal with the one that might actually cause them a big threat. The biggest thorn, that one particular player that's so adamant about going down. So they have to deal with that one particular player that can change so much of the dynamics of this game here right now. Boom, they're waiting it out. They got the circle, but for Vampires and RRQ, they have to fight into the safe zone because we're down to the last stage here.
And the circle moved away from Vampire. Oh, this thing, bounce. Oh, no mercy. Even though he had 10% of health left, but the haystack did protect him enough. Tony K sprays on the Zuxi on the left side. Tries to take him down while the Shrubs gets as close as possible to target. At least Tony K buys time for his teammate to move in.
The smokes will cover them for a temporary of moment. But the moment the smoke dissipates, it'll be clear view for Vampires or even Boom to shoot them down. BTR on the other hand, with 2 players remaining and Haystack to take covers from. They do have some space down there, but for Vampires it's quite a risky play for them. Not the best spot, but at least they managed to get into the circle and barricade themselves with their UAZ. But they definitely have to be aware about No Mercy. No Mercy can get a clear shot toward Vampire. And that one player can change so much after we saw what happened yesterday towards side Vampire. That one particular player of a different team entirely can make it so difficult for them. But for Boom, they know exactly where BTR's at. But they have to see what's happening across the other side of the hill, which they don't have any information here right now, except for probably Yummy May have some glimpse, but No Mercy. The Blues will start to hit, and it will really hurt this time.
Yeah, that's that one information that the teams don't have. That No Mercy is behind all of them. Behind Vampire, behind BTR, well, in front of Boom. But oh, finally, they know that he's there. They try to take him out. 1 nade lob. But they're not going to expend all their needs on the No Mercy because No Mercy right now is in a is the one that's in a difficult situation. But anyway, he's cooking up his own nade. The nade by Vampire Esports, not onto No Mercy, but No Mercy tries to get something out of this.
Oh, BTR, all eyes all to his side of BTR. I don't think Tony K knows exactly where our Q player is at. That's going to be a bigger stone on the side of Vampires, yeah. Yummy May spotted out. Tony K has been knocked out. The Blues are finishing him on with Razy helping as well. Vampires are down to 2 players. They've been forced to actually take a move with their UAZ. Oh. Here comes the rush. He's slowly pushing in, but Boom on the other end. And RRQ last place still stand. And Vampires went down early first. RRQ, they managed to last this long for the longest time. No Mercy. Stello handedly dealt this by himself. But for Boom, BTR, and RRQ, who will go down next? It's going to be RRQ versus it's 2v1 with Boom taking the advantage with the numbers against one legendary player, Zuxi.
All Indonesian finale, and it is Boom Esports to come on top. Finally, we see Boom Esports with the chicken dinner in the grand finals. This will definitely push them out of the number 16. Not the happiest of celebrations for the players of Boom Esports, but it is a happy celebration by the home fans to see an Indonesian team scoring the chicken dinner.
But RRQ, I mean, No Mercy. He played it so well. He baited all the other teams to look at a different direction with his pop-off smoke before. And he hid himself behind a haystack that nobody can figure out where he's at. Tony K, he couldn't figure that one out. So long, for such a long time. He tried to find the last player of RRQ just so that caused him to overexpose himself to the side of Boom. And that's how Boom managed to get the scores down and equalize the field when it comes to the numbers. Despite they had the most men before for Vampires. But when it comes to information, it's crucial to this point. I say they got themselves 12 elimination for Boom. That's 22 points right now.
And this is the Boom Esports that everyone knows and loves. The team that took out D Xavier. The team that took out Vampire Esports. If only they had this performance at the start. But yep, what's done is done. And nevertheless, they look forward to at least being in a spot to be able to gain the PMGC slot. Boom Esports. This could be the start of their amazing comeback journey with 3 more rounds to go.
Pombit, he being executed early with only 80 damage, but hey, despite he only worked out as a trio before and then tried to just push himself up in the last minute as a duo. Yummy May did so much work for the team. We do know this is going to be one of the top fraggers when it comes to when they were in Champions Mode before last season. 813 damage when it comes to elimination, it was 5. But team contribution, he's one of the most contributed towards all the members of Boom as well, 25% down there. But for Boom, these 22 points will be enough for them with the remaining 3 more maps to go.
Well, it was almost a all Indonesian top 4 here. So we have RRQ, thanks to No Mercy, who somehow survived to a top 3. That was crazy by him, even though he had Vampire Esports on the right. And then we got BTR as the second place team to end this round, and Vampire Esports, the 4th place team in this round that actively played to gain elimination points. But let's relive the best moments here for Boom Esports.
Boom, scoring 22 points with the last round. Yeah, definitely will push the numbers up. It's not about the trophy, perhaps. Maybe it's PMGC points, but PMGC, they definitely secured the spot as well. But for Boom, can they still push their numbers up in the very last minute here? But we do have the rise of the Indonesian teams up here with the top 3 teams, including RQ at 16 points and BTR third place with 14 points.
Yeah, so a lot of Indonesian teams stacking up at the top 3. So that gave the home fans something to cheer about. Vampire Esports, they still gain more points than DZ, with 9 points versus 5 points. So that kind of tells the story at the overall charts later on. As for Alliance, only 2 points this time. So those are some of our top contenders. Sem9 also looking for the PMGC spot, coming in with 8 points this round. So that is an okay round for them, but they probably need more points. As on page number 2, it's still Alter Ego with 0.
I mean, Alter Ego, are they still aiming for the trophy or not? That's a bigger question here coming up from the team's performance. Definitely not portraying if that's going to be the objective of the day. They're probably going to save their reserving their energy for PMGC perhaps in the next one. But MORPH, unfortunately, a bit of a roller coaster ride for them, because they're always in the highs, they're always in the knacks, are very low. So I do hope they can actually bounce back from this. Same goes for the sort of FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, FaZe Clan today, we don't see a lot of victorious like how we did before.
Well, but we'll see a lot of Vampires still at number 1 though. 27 point gap with the Xavier now. So 3 more games to go. So anything can still happen there at the top. As for Alliance, they're still at number 3. They have a 16 point gap with the Xavier. Roy still at number 4, 8 118 points, so there's 2-point gap with Alliance. You asked about FaZe Clan, they're still at number 5 with 111 points. RRQ, they rose up to number 6 with 108 points. No chicken dinner, no problem for them to be on page 1. And we still have Team Secret on page 1 together with TALON. TALON, right now, the next best performing Indonesian team alongside RRQ, who needs to still hold on to this sort of position in order for them to have a chance to be in PMGC.
I'm looking at the elimination numbers right now. The most aggressive team still going to be Vampires. Placement points, they're balancing it out, and maybe even better when it comes to elimination. And the teams that don't really focus on their placement points, it's going to be RRQ. They are the third one with the most elimination and 73 points out there. But they are at the top 8, not getting the top 4. But next, we're moving into the second page where nobody wants to be here. Unfortunately, with Boom, they are rising up. And it's going to be Altico being pushed down to 16th place. And GEEK Fam still stagnant at where they at. And there's going to be a head-to-head comparison between a very good, phenomenal player, Zuxi and Yummy May.
Yeah, the MVP versus the player for BTR that lasted the longest. 3 versus 5 eliminations, but when we talk about the damage output, Zuxi had a little bit more than Yummy. But we talk about like the ratio between eliminations and damage, Zuxi definitely is at the forefront. 1 assist for Yummy May and also extra 1% team contribution for Yummy May as well, bringing him to 35%.
It's all down to the next map, the last Erangel of this season. And for PMSL Southeast Asia, of course, when it comes to the last Erangel, we expect it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be messy, it's going to be scrappy since the start. Because that's where a lot of teams seems to be more comfortable with, which is going to be the Erangel map itself. So that's going to be where they want to push their numbers. Every single elimination will be treated as a dime. It's all about the kill count. That mere kills will actually be the separating factor between the teams, whether they can get into PMGC with their points or whether they can get the trophy by end of the season.
Yeah, so it will go down to the wire. So much for us to look forward to. Who will be the champion? Who will get the PMGC slot? And of course, who will be the FMVP? Very likely we'll see a new name here. But before we continue on to our second half, we'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not miss out on the second half. We'll see you guys after this break.
Oke, masih tetap di PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2024. Boleh sama-sama kita berikan tepuk tangan terlebih dahulu? Alright. Masih bersama saya dari Yusdru dan saat ini tengah ada di sebelah kiri saya teman-teman dari ROY Esports. So, right now we gonna have the interview with our friends from ROY Esports. We have Force and also Jukai. Please give them both round of applause, guys. Come on. Alright. Force. Yeah. Hi, Force. How are you?
I'm fine.
Wow, you're very, very cool, right? So, last season, I want to ask you something. Last season, your team were almost at the bottom last season. But this season, results have been very, very amazing. So, can you tell us what adjustment did you guys make?
Team mình thì đã có điều chỉnh về nhân sự và lối chơi để thích hợp và phù hợp với cả đấu trường SEA hiện nay ạ.
We have made changes in our lineup and also our play style so that we can adapt to the SEA format.
Oke, jadi memang berbanding dari season sebelumnya di mana teman-teman dari ROY Esports ini performanya mungkin bisa dibilang hampir ada di paling bawah. Tapi season ini mereka melakukan perubahan yang luar biasa dan menghasilkan result yang sangat-sangat luar biasa banget. Di mana mereka mengganti baik dari line up, yaitu teman-temannya semuanya diganti formasinya. Dan juga playstyle mereka atau cara bermainnya dirubah juga sehingga mereka bisa beradaptasi di PMSL kali ini. Alright, the second question for you, Force. You're now just one step away for the qualifying for the PMGC. But anything can still happen before it's over. So, how are you dealing with this pressure?
Vậy bây giờ các bạn chỉ còn cách một bước nữa là đủ điều kiện tham gia PMGC rồi. Nhưng mà trước khi kết thúc thì điều gì cũng có thể xảy ra. Vậy thì các bạn đang đối phó với áp lực này như thế nào?
Team mình thì không ngại va chạm. Mấy trận cuối team mình đến nào đón.
Okay, our team are not afraid of colliding with other teams. So whatever comes, we welcome and compete.
Wow, jadi tadi kita sempat tanya juga ya, mereka ini tinggal satu step lagi, mungkin satu langkah lagi menuju mereka berhasil menjadi qualifier untuk masuk ke PMGC. Tapi kan ini PMSL masih belum selesai, semua bisa terjadi. Tapi pertanyaannya adalah apakah ini merupakan tantangan atau challenge tersendiri buat mereka. Tapi jawaban mereka adalah kita nggak takut sama semua tim yang mau maju menghadapi mereka. Mereka akan siap menghadapi dan mereka akan memberikan yang terbaik. Thank you so much, Force. Kita kasih tepuk tangan dulu buat Force sekali lagi, boleh? Alright. Next, Jukai. Hi, Jukai. Yeah, Jukai. How does it feel to compete on the Grand Final Southeast Asia stage for the first time?
Xin chào Jukai. Thì đây là lần đầu tiên bạn thi đấu trên đấu trường SEA. Vậy không biết là cảm giác của bạn như thế nào?
Đây là lần đầu tiên em thi đấu ở đấu trường SEA. Cảm giác em rất bình thường tại bên xung quanh em có những đồng đội tuyệt vời đã giúp em vượt qua những áp lực.
This is my first time competing in SEA. However, I feel normal because I have great teammates who are supporting me to compete with my best.
Oke, jadi ini merupakan pengalaman mereka juga pertama kali bertanding ya, terutama di Grand Final Southeast Asia ini. Tapi ternyata bagi Jukai sendiri dia merasa biasa-biasa aja, nggak ada masalah karena dia disupport sama teman-temannya yang luar biasa membuat dia bisa memberikan yang terbaik untuk timnya juga. So, as an underdog player in Roy's new lineup, do you feel any extra pressure or does it motivate you to prove yourself even more?
Là một cầu thủ được đánh giá thấp hơn trong đội hình mới của Roy, vậy thì bạn có cảm thấy áp lực hơn không? Hay là điều này giúp bạn thúc đẩy bạn chứng minh bản thân nhiều hơn nữa?
Đây là điều giúp em cố gắng để chứng minh bản thân hơn.
Although I'm new and underdog in Roy lineup, this has helped me to try to prove myself more.
Oke, wow. Jadi Jukai walaupun memang ya bisa dibilang sebagai player baru di line up-nya tim Roy ini, tapi itu tidak memberikan pressure buat dia. Dia malah jadi termotivasi dan semakin ingin menunjukkan yang terbaik yang bisa dia berikan untuk tim Roy. Oke, Jukai, this season has been a very strong comeback for you guys. And it almost near it ends. But regardless the final result, you have delivered a very impressive performance. So, is there anything you want to say to your teammates?
Ở mùa giải này thì Roy đã có sự trở lại rất là mạnh mẽ, và khi mùa giải kết thúc thì bất kể kết quả cuối cùng như thế nào, các bạn cũng đã có một màn trình diễn rất là ấn tượng rồi. Vậy thì bạn có điều gì muốn nói với các đồng đội của mình hay không?
Em cảm ơn tất cả các anh em trong đội đã giúp em rất nhiều ạ.
I want to thank all of my teammates for helping me a lot.
Wow, jadi mereka sudah perform yang baik sekali di season kali ini, apalagi di PMSL yang Southeast Asia Fall ini. Dan tadi juga bilang dia pengen ngucapin terima kasih banyak buat teman-temannya, terima kasih sudah saling mensupport dan bisa bersama-sama bertanding di sini. And so this is gonna be the last question for both of you. Maybe do you guys have something that you want to say to your fans, maybe who come to the venue or maybe who the one watching right now at home?
Vậy các bạn có lời gì muốn gửi đến những người ủng hộ các bạn hay không? Kể cả những người đang có mặt ở đây hoặc là đang xem tại quê nhà của mình.
Mình cảm ơn các bạn fan Việt Nam đã ủng hộ team mình. Thank you Indonesia, I love you guys.
Wow, Jukai, do you have anything you wanna add?
Các bạn có muốn nói thêm gì nữa không?
Cảm ơn tất cả các fan hâm mộ và những người đang ngồi ở đây đã ủng hộ chúng em ạ. Cảm ơn rất nhiều ạ.
Thank you so much for all of the fans who are watching us from Vietnam, and also all of the fans who are sitting here and watching us. Thank you.
Oke, jadi dia mengucapkan terima kasih juga tentunya untuk semua penonton yang sudah mendukung dan sudah menonton, baik itu di rumah dan juga di Vietnam. Dan juga tadi dari Force bilang dia sangat cinta dengan Indonesia. Luar biasa, sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk mereka berdua. Thank you so much Jukai, thank you so much Force. Good luck for the next match. Oke, jadi itu tadi kita sudah melakukan interview bersama teman-teman dari Roy Esports, dan sebentar lagi kita akan masuk ke game yang keempat. Dan langsung saja kita akan lempar ke caster kita karena di sana mereka sudah siap untuk memandu jalannya pertandingan. Caster, silakan.
What a speech that was. I like that. I like that. Giving tribute to the home fans who come here to enjoy the show together. And Roy, yes, this is an absolute turnaround of a season for them.
The dark horse who happens to be on the rise, never under anyone's radar before. If you look at the previous interview, not one mentioned that they will be threatened by Roy, but they came in strong when it comes to the final day, and they definitely one of the biggest threat even to the teams on the very top.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, even like, I remember yesterday Alliance also doing their interview, they mentioned about Roy being very, very strong this season as well. So great work by Roy, so far so good. And they are still en route into the PMGC slot, but there's still 3 more rounds to go. But before we went on to a break, finally we saw Boom Esports scoring the chicken dinner, especially for the home fans.
Yep, for the home fans, definitely they still hope for the points to go up for, especially Boom. We see them some slightly change and some rise, but they're definitely not celebrating when they had that last chicken dinner, because they know it's going to be a long way to go still with 3 more maps remaining. We have the have-to-have between 2 teams, Roy and RQ. When it comes to average elimination points, RQ, it's more aggressive how they approach the game. But like I mentioned before, Vietnam region, they go for the cerebral PUBG mobile strategy games all this while. They're going to play it safe until it's secured enough for their position to have their defense and their barricade. Then only they start to open fire. When it comes to top 4 rate, it's a no-brainer that Roy do favors more in this aspect.
Yes, and even though No Mercy came out with a hard survival mode earlier on, but average placement points still favor towards Roy, and of course that's because they scored the chicken dinner today as well. So looking good for Roy. And also RRQ doing not too bad, but for BTR they still need to put in that performance to be consistent enough to be the PMGC slot. Final 3 more rounds to go, and we will have our last Erangel match right after this.
Yep, and we saw just now BTL was pushing himself with some cheers between the teams. And speaking of the teams that will compete into PMGC, don't forget the top 5 of the grand finals here will actually go to the PMGC as well, and the others will have to compete through the PMGC points. So when it comes to the PMGC, it's all about a lot of numbers. So there's going to be a top 5 team for PMSL Southeast Asia 4 and another 4 teams coming up from each region with the highest amount of PMGC points. So the teams that got themselves the most points so far for each of the region, they're not that worried, but it's all about the trophy. It's all about like vampires. This is going to be the only trophy they have not secured yet throughout the entire career of their lifetime.
Yeah, the storyline of the PMGC slot, the storyline of who will lift the trophy, we're definitely going to see a new champion this season, and also who will be the FMVP. As of now, it's still really unknown. I mean, we've seen a lot of great performances across the board, not only from Tony K, but we've seen players like Juke, GK, even Ade Luke all coming up with a good performance as well. And I believe, based on what we've seen so far, because we haven't seen much of players like Yummy, players like let's see here, Rosemary in the grand final, so it's very likely we'll see a new FMVP too.
Yep, that's entirely true. High chance it's going to be Tony K because they performed so well in day number 2 of the grand finals here. And we just had Yummy for the one of the top player MVP of the last map. Now, when it comes to the last Erangel, I assume it's going to be a lot of fight in this one. Massive battlefield straight off the bat because we do know how scrappy it can get when it comes to the last Erangel of the day. But look at the energy of the crowd. Sanskoi, this guy just don't know how to stop. He never gets tired. And look with him and his megaphone to bring it over the vibe and the hype towards all the players in the venue right now.
Yeah, the Indonesian fans never disappoint when it comes to supporting their team. They're just ecstatic, and it's great to see, like, even though like you support originally whichever team, as long as it's an Indonesian team, they will put in the same level of support. Even for Team Pandem, who didn't make it into the grand finals, they still have their flags up there. So there's a lot of tribute and homage to all the Indonesian teams who are playing throughout the entire PMSL this season. And one of these teams looks like we will be seeing swaps. Yes, we expect swaps after the break, and Nine Noise is going to be the one to take a break, and we're going to reintroduce Mela since he took a break from yesterday's half.
Master Mela, he was actually being deployed early the first half of the day. Today is going to be the reverse on the side of FaZe Clan. Maybe that's the plan all this while, to see if they can actually change the gameplay in the very last minute and 3 more maps to go. But when it comes to the 3 more maps there is, every single point counts. Every single arrow will be punished instantly, and there's no room for error, especially for the teams like Vampires. Yes, the gap is still significant, around 20-ish. It's within 2 maps, but that one particular map, if they're being eliminated early, it's done. The trophy will be taken by somebody else.
Yeah, there's a potential of overtaking. So they still cannot be complacent, even though they have that gap. And they're not fans of Miramar, so you got to remember that as well. So they have to bring all the points possible inside of Erangel. And Miramar, hopefully they'll be able to come up with at least something, at least a level of consistency to stay away from their closest competitors like D-Saber and Alliance. And we're going to head into our final Erangel match. They have to make this map happen for them.
Speaking of making it happen or not, though, the players get up, they know they need to put all their best performance down to this one. Their entire life career is down to this very moment. Everything is at stake. The prize pool, the trophy, it's about everything they've been fighting for and they've been living for day and night. Their blood, sweat and tears. It's to this last Erangel map that can make a change and give them slight hope for the teams on the second page to make a comeback with the 2 more Miramar maps remaining, which can be different entirely in terms of the approach and dynamics. But when it comes to the last Erangel, let's fly into one more time.
And one more time it is, ladies and gentlemen, inside of Erangel for this season. This will be the OG map. This will be the map that might determine big for either the PMGC slot or maybe even the championship. The depending on how things goes. Imagine if Vampire Esports is scored chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points. They will be walking into Miramar all the way smiling.
For at least the last Erangel map with a gorgeous flight path here, divided evenly the map into two sides. The west and the east is going to be easy drop for all the teams to drop wherever they're comfortable, their classical traditional drop as well. But it's also the question of, will we have hot drops between the teams? Will somebody change in the very last minute? You know what, we want to challenge this team, we need to take them out, we have nothing to lose anymore, and that's going to be the very bottom teams. Yes, when it comes to trying to get the trophy, it seems impossible, a bit far reach for these teams, but they can make it difficult for the teams at the very top too.
Yeah, making it difficult for them, at the same time hoping to get into the PMGC slot. So there's still something to play for. Of course, if we want to look at like the side quests, to play for a bigger piece of the prize pool. So that's something as well that every team will have the motivation to do. And looking at this flight path, straight up, nice and clean. And the circle, well, it's not going to be a truly difficult circle. We're going to get a what do you call this again? A Medusa intersection sort of circle. It's been a while since I said that.
This circle might also favor around mansion and prison area. If it's been a while we actually had those circles. We had it during the league, but never in the grand finals here. So if it drops right on top of the Medusa intersection, that's going to be a lot of teams trying to figure out which segregation of the fork of the road they want to take over. Because like as per usual, when there's a lot of street and roads in between inside of a circle, they have to figure out which area they want to take those compound and which area will work the most with their dynamics of the team. So it's difficult to figure out until we get to see the next few stages, of course, depending on how many teams are live. But we do have an interview coming up from VOIN Donkey.
You are currently in dangerous position with a strong chance to advance, but also at risk of being overtaken. Do you have confidence that the outcome will favor to you? Have the pressure giving you more motivation? Jadi Mas Dev, sekarang kalau kita lihat posisi VOIN itu dalam keadaan bahaya, namun bisa juga lolos ke PMGC. Apakah itu bisa dibilang pressure buat kamu ataupun bisa membangkitkan, memotivasi kamu lah buat lolos ke PMGC?
Sebagai coach saya harus tampil confidence lah, harus percaya diri supaya bisa menyalurkan percaya diri kepada player. Jadi untuk pressure sama sekali enggak sih, karena kita datang dari bawah, jadi kita tetap main bagaimana yang kita biasa main, enjoy aja.
So basically as a coach, of course, I need to show my confidence. I need to believe that the team can qualify to PMGC so that the player also would believe that we will go to the PMGC as well. And yeah, about the pressure, I don't think we have any pressure. It's because of we are teams that grinding from the bottom. So yeah, we're just going to enjoy the game.
Enjoying the game is important came from Coach Defiant for VOIN Donkey. Said yes, they did come here through a tiebreaker with Team Pandem, and they started with 1 point. And they're actually not too bad if you kind of think about it. Being in the middle pack, still able to have a chance to step into PMGC. This is pretty much a Cinderella story for them now.
Yeah, it's kind of true. I mean, I was hoping for them to actually keep the momentum up since yesterday. But speaking of momentum, we have a new rising here today. Like, not really new. They're one of the most enormous team out there. But unfortunately, this season, I don't know what happened to Boom. Their downfall, definitely questionable. I agree with you guys watching here as well. It's a good case of study for whoever want to know what really went wrong for Boom. This is going to be the best case scenario from the very high to the very low. But they're slowly building up the momentum. It's going to be Yummy made the last MVP map play as well at 52% when it comes to the rifles. But yeah, I agree. VOIN Donkey, they had it going earlier today, but it's just when they be eliminated early, they're forcing the fight way too much. It cost them dearly when it comes to the points. Look at how they just dropped from the top 4 before top 5 to the middle pack. And speaking of the middle pack, at least the gap is not too far either. The biggest gap we get to see is from the 10th place to the 11th place and from the 1st and 2nd place. The rest of them pretty much reachable to this point.
Yeah, they had a great start in day 1 and a decent start in the first half of day 2. But okay, this is what we've been looking for since yesterday. So it looks like the voting results on TikTok still famous Vietnam. Okay, interesting. And a lot of votes for the Indonesians, not as many from Thailand. So this is still interesting for us to discuss. The fact that majority of you guys out there are still looking forward to see a Vietnamese team actually being the champion.
Yeah, everybody want a change of wind here because I love it too. I mean, we need some fresh take of a new champions there because for the entire years have been dominated by Indonesian region because they are super strong, no denying that. But it would be nice to have a new contender to just give a bit of a different view of this season to NL 2024. But speaking of the view here as well, I'm still looking at the teams. Now, Vampires, they didn't drop on top of Primos this time. They're going straight towards the side of Shelter after they dropped themselves around Zaki before. And now coming up from north down south towards side of Shelter and take around the bunkers area. I think they want to get really aggressive with this sort of plays.
Yeah, and if they are able to do that, then they'll be great because because of the whole conversation of like, oh, Miramar is kind of like that iffy map. So they want to make as much as possible out of this map. And so far, based on the stats as well, they do well inside Erangel. So perhaps that's why they have the confidence level to play a different play style and also to try to throw off some of the other teams by not dropping directly into Primos when they had the chance earlier on. On top of that as well, they are the team that is now to beat. So teams will want to try to take them out in order for them to have a chance to be the champion, especially teams like Xavier and Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, let's put up a bit of a fight down there as well because the Lions are known for the tech part. I'm surprised they did not carry forward those plays for this grand finals. Maybe they tried to do so, but because of how they showcase it during the league stage, especially in the final week, everybody start to, monkey see and monkey do and try to copy them and try to do exactly what they're doing, especially Sem9. We see that a lot coming up from Sem9 here today as third partying into the game. But when it comes to the next circle, we might have a lot of transition here right now because it's more towards the right side. A lot of teams dropping themselves on the left, especially the heavy hitters we mentioned before, like Vampires, even VOIN Donkey, even the Xaviers, and most of them coming up from the left side. Not many teams dropping right on top of the right, except for BTR, of course. They were lurking around the woodcutter camp just now on top of around Milta area. So we assume around even down to Lipovka should be. I'm curious about to see which teams actually take around Lipovka just in case, they want to make it a bit later and play a long game in the last Erangel map here today.
Yeah, that includes the FaZe clan as well. We got them on screen earlier from their regular drop spot of South Jogo Pool. So probably going to come in a bit later. Let all the teams to go as middle as possible. That's absolutely fine. And they can come in later without being gate capped by other teams by the side. And we're going to head on to our stage 2 circle real soon. We can see a lot of teams positioning themselves in the middle of the circle, including teams like MORPH. And also there are other teams around them like Xavier, who came out of Pachinki. So they want to take the middle spot this time. And hoping for the next circle to still be somewhere in the middle. Now, circle-wise, we're going to see it right now. And it went to the north. Interesting.
Yes, Naya Poliana it is. Is it going to be still another urban warfare or will it be around the lake of Yasnaya if it just hard shift towards the left side later? We do have a couple of teams on the northern side, only two of them, Vampires and Sem9. They might actually collide very soon because the way Vampires rotate, if they drop themselves in pre-morphs, we're going to assume that they will not be so aggressive and try to slowly adapt themselves into the circle and play it slightly more a long-range fight. But if they drop somewhere else that I notice about, they will try to engage more into those gunfights and try to brawl it out for the points. But these Xaviers, they have a couple of visitors and they're moving in the same motion too. These Xaviers, MORPH, as well as RQ. What is going on?
Okay, at least they managed to evade each other. Xavier will take this compound. But instead the fight is happening elsewhere. MORPH and RRQ. Here we go.
Team Flush is down as well, and Roy, but RQ taking it CQC with more, both charging towards the same compound, and it seems like RQ having heavy casualty. Same goes for MORPH. It's going to be 2v2 and a POCO and Fnatic. Here comes the POCO, finish off the last of MORPH perhaps, and that's going to be MORPH being eliminated early, and RQ from the below upwards. They just push themselves up to the top 5 with 4 eliminations in the back, but not all done and dusted. The moment they step out, there'll be somebody else shooting them from far. That's going to be GEEK Fam, Xaviers, Team Flash, and even Roy perhaps.
Oh, Boom and GEEK Fam shooting at each other though. RRQ, well, they lost one player from a long-range shootout by other teams. So now they have 3 players. One currently still down, but should be able to be revived since they have the compound. Coming in from Roy, it's going to be BTR in front of them. There's a road separating these two teams. Unless they get a significant advantage, then maybe they will rush in. But they also have to be careful of the fact that Alter Ego is on that hilltop. Team Secret coming on to POCO from Sem9, and they will rush in onto him.
It's going to be the bunker area. Team Secret against M9, circling around, trying to find himself a spot to just take covers. There's no spot at all for Team Secret. They're being forced to entice towards this compound here. And there's no way for them to find themselves around the bunkers area because everybody wants to get there. Whoever gets there first will get some advantage with the covers they actually do have. But for Team Secret, it's not all bad either when they land themselves. Yeah, they're just slightly on the outskirts of Yasna and Polyana. But hey, at least it's quite vacant. So if they want to play tactical, coming in the mid-game stage, around stage 4 onwards to open fire, this is going to be one of the greatest powerful spots they can take covers from.
Yeah, and no other teams around them in this compound, so that's a good clear area for them to be at. But we also look at the next circle in about 5 more seconds, whether they'll still get that circle or not. RRQ within the circle, but Paragen knocked one player down. Circle still around the area of Yasnaya, a little bit on the northern side, and Vampire Esports in the circle. D Xavier as well in the circle, both of our top teams. Alliance, they're all the way down south.
They're going to play a long game for Lions, but they might actually collide with Boom. And FaZe Clan as well come up from left side. It might be gatekept by Vampires down there. And speaking of the terrain itself, there's going to be some tough terrain for them to go against Vampires. These Avis 12 fighting back. They got themselves knocked down early before. And they split themselves in 3-1 formation, taking out the players of GEEK Fam. This is questionable by GEEK Fam. They split themselves so far apart. Either it's being forced or deliberate. It didn't work out for them.
Well, I guess they were trying to do a scouting work, but yeah, got caught out in the open, and now they only have one player left at the risk of an early elimination as well. To gain placement points is still quite far. We still have 15 teams, so it's probably going to be a difficult round for GEEK Fam, and that would open up the opportunity for Alter Ego to push them down to number 16.
Agree to disagree, but Roy spot himself a couple of players of Alter Ego across the other side of the hill. Or BTR happen to be in the center. Now, BTR, as long as they didn't pop too much smoke, they will not attract too much attention to the side of Roy and Alter Ego. Alter Ego spreading himself quite out there across the horizon. But BTR, if they're not careful about the windows, they try to overpeak Alter Ego, there's going to be a bit of a problem. And speaking of another team, happen to be just passing by Alliance, happen to be in the transition to get themselves into the compound. With no covers, these two teams decided, you know what, this is not the best spot for them to actually engage in. Since barely enough covers, close enough to the blue zone, they part ways and try to rethink about the position next.
Yeah, well, we talked about GEEK Fam earlier on. It was Mika, and he got eliminated, so they are out with only 1 point. Alter Ego still with a full squad, 3 points difference from GEEK Fam, can potentially overtake them. Looking at the elimination feed as well, Team Flash, one of the players knocked. As we continue to observe what Alliance is going to do, they came all the way from the southern side, and probably they thought that, okay, Boom Esports in front of us and all the other teams, so it's just too much for us to handle. Let's take all the way the right coast and come into the circle. And great call by them. They are so far so good in it.
But last time we saw Team Secret was around the corner. Well, we have a tail here coming up from Alliance. It's going to be Alter Ego picking up their breadcrumbs along the side, and Alter Ego still not willing to let them go just yet. Alliance will have to force this fight by the end of this map, because right now it's either them or Alter Ego that was still alive. But lucky enough for the side of Alliance, they split themselves quite far apart. There's some of them taking the bunkers, but Alter Ego, they will not bow out away from any fight they can actually take. They're forcing themselves recklessly getting into the fight, but it's going to be well paid worth for. And Alter Ego Alva will finish off with the knockdown members while they're leaving only one player of Alliance left, and that's going to be Leon.
Yeah, Leon's still circling around, and it looks like he's going to go and save his teammate, while Alter Ego, they are resetting. Circle-wise, just on the outside of Yasnaya, I pull down to the south, and teams up north like VOIN, Team Secret will need to come in. Vampire Esports now, they do not have the circle. D Xavier, they do. So those are the updates from our top teams. Roy now moves up to a 3rd spot because of 3 eliminations that they've gotten, while Alliance, with only Leon's left, it's all about placement points.
And it's all about an open space as well when it comes to the last few circles. Look at the last circle that we just saw. It's going to be this open field with only Haystack as hard covers. And some compounds, whoever want to get the compounds, they have to get in now because it's going to be limited amount of compound available for the next few circles as well. So whoever's still in the outside, I mean, good luck getting in. And boom, they got themselves quite a high compound. Yes, but it seems to be a bit far from the center as well. But for VOIN Donkey, they have to go through so many teams just to get around the field area. But right now, where they at, they're still at the edge of the circle, not too far off. Just around 200 meters away from the edge. But for Roy, it's going to be another CQC. So far, Roy, when they've been forced into CQC, they've been losing tremendously big time. Is it going to be the same deja vu and repeating history with RRQ forcing it in to a CQC against Roy?
Well, Roy has good firepower and they're winning the fight against RRQ. Wait, RRQ fighting back, and RRQ is the one that eliminated Roy. Pinned down Roy to a corner. Nothing much they can do about that. They lost no mercy in the process, but they so far got 8 elimination points. Great one for RRQ. But look at the minimap. Say hello to Team Flash.
RRQ been winning a lot of CQCs against Roy right now. Roy so far 3 times CQC. They lost entirely for the entire day. But for RRQ, they're known for their defense as well. Can they go this again? Just like how they did in the last map. They defended one team after they finished off one CQC. If they can manage to pull it through, seems difficult with the nades connecting. And down to only one player, Snape, to do the talk and to do the job. It's 9 eliminations in the back for them. They finish off another, make it 10. One more player of Team Flash have to deal with. Snape trying to find around the corners, and there's another one behind as well. He managed to take it down on time. Snape have to deal for another one. What a track, and what a respawn and reflex. Snape, that was fast, clean, and furious.
Wow, they had to defend against 2 teams back to back, and though they lost Fnatic in the process, but they still managed to win it. They still survive, and RRQ now holding 12 eliminations. Man, 12 eliminations right now. They are actually on par with the Lions. And the Lions still has that one player though. But for Team Secret, a team that is still looking to find their way into the PMGC slot, now still by the edge of the circle in front of them, is going to be SEPT.
RQ, they push themselves towards Roy compound, take the compound away, and then defend it against Team Flash. That happened same sequence as last one, but for FaZe Clan, despite they swap and Mela, things didn't work out right for them yet. But next circle will talk so much for the ones in the center. It's going to be Xavier Slam. We're going to replace himself in the center there, while the other 3 will slowly try to bulldoze teams that will cut across to be in the center as well. Leon's the last member of Alliance, taking as much silent play as he can, not even moving a muscle there, because Vampires and SEPT, these going to be the 2 teams. They are on the prowl, so he has to make sure he's not popping himself too much. But Alter Ego taking on RRQ and VOIN Donkey against these Xaviers, and Boom might chip in some damage against these Xaviers too, despite VOIN Donkey fighting them. Boom, why not? They got the crosshair placed straight, perfectly aligned towards where these Xaviers players are. But it's a bit of a long shot still from Frenzy.
Yeah, cool spot for Xavier to be in the middle of the circle, but they lost one person. So Vampire Esports, they have the numbers against Xavier. Boom Esports really not letting Xavier go. Using all these smokes to try to hide from the crosshair of Frenzy. But at some point, the smoke will go off. Immediately runs into the building, and now they should be safe.
Boom, trying to figure out how to get into the southern side of the circle, while Team Secret now a bit busy against SEPT. Team Secret, they've been taking over the northern side for the longest time. They have access to it earlier than the rest of the team, but the circle starts to move away when it shrinks down to the center. But for Team Secret, they want to avoid as much conflict as possible. And we do know most of the Vietnam region teams do want to avoid conflict until it's down to less than 10 teams. They start to take actions because it's going to be worth it with placement points as well. But for Snape, from the pan to the fire, that one rock to cover everything won't be enough, because these Xaviers from a different angle entirely shuts him down. But at least RRQ, another series of a great run. Last time they got scores of 10 elimination, this time a bit more better at 12.
Yeah, no placement points, but it's okay for RRQ. Team Secret, however, now they have Alter Ego by the edge of the circle on the right side of it. Everyone's prepping their own nades, hoping to land a knock and find an advantage against each other. No knock yet so far from either side, so this could be a temporary truce from them. They can still split out. One of them could take the north, one of them could take the south, and they could be still okay with each other. But it also depends on where the circle will go, because you'll find it out in about 55 more seconds. While the elimination feed continue to go with Axel being knocked.
Vampires taking on Axel out. It's going to be Tony K. There's 5 eliminations. They're dominating. For Vampires, they're definitely on the prowl, trying to hunt every pixel that's misplaced. They will shoot it down. For so well, so try to fish out any player information regarding Alter Ego's position, but they're not giving it freely. They're going to have to work around the crate area. But for the next circle, less than 30 seconds, will we looking at the open space of Yasna Poliana field here? High chance we will, because right now there's a very limited amount of compounds in there. And the line's also shooting down on Vampires. There's going to be 7-9 just next to them. Lucky enough for Vampires. Nobody follow up with Stone being knocked down just now.
Yeah, so he can be safe. Shrubs is together with him. Shrubs just keeping an eye on the area, just to be sure. At the same time, Circle still favors the Xavier, playing with 3 players. Vampire Esports do not have the Circle, so they have to come in at some point, but they have to clear off 7-9 before they do. On the other side, we have Team Secret and Alter Ego still stuck with each other. One nade lot across by Team Secret will not land a knock yet. Now, Team Secret, they're probably deciding on whether they want to continue this or just leave it.
It's going to be a bit of a pause. Well, 7-9. Yuhai will give them a bay, but Yuhai drop a big one against Tony K. But there's no follow-up. The rest of the team are a bit occupied against the Lions here right now. So Yuhai have to deal with this by himself, and Nuzi knock him down. And Shrep might just finish off Yuhai there. The off angle for Sam 9 be taken out if there's no rescue mission. But here comes the rest of the cavalry. And Sam 9, will they leave him or will they save? But they try to go for the rescue, but they manage to pick out on Tony first. So the side of Vampires manage to reset. In response, there you go, but Shrap's been knocked down. Boo Boo splat him down. Kenny as well on Talon. They're dealing with duty at the same time. Vampires, they're down and falling to pieces, but it's not done yet. As Sam 9, they're getting a bit too eager and greedy, splitting themselves way far open. That gives opportunity for Vampires to take them away.
One more player, Sam 9, managed to get away, but it's still not in the circle yet. Back onto Alter Ego. Now, this time, looks like it's no longer Team Secret. They moved away. Alter Ego now has Boom Esports to deal with. Boom Esports with a compound, somewhat of a circle. Alter Ego also by the edge of the circle. Both teams at a similar risk as of now. And it's hard for them to let go of each other since there's not much space to play with. The final member of 7-9 caught out by Team Secret Drunk, and 7-9 is out at number 9 with only 2 elimination points.
7-9, I don't know what happened to their communication, because it seems like every single one of the player on a different page just now. But for Vampires, yeah, they barely got covered thanks to this couple of towers. Seems to be blocking any shots from across the entirety of the field. But Misery, the last player, might be spotted out. Newsy, this guy know every misplaced pixel. But Leon, the nade, he barely got covers. Here comes another toss by Team Secret. But Leon's have to fight back. He will not go down without a fight. And on the side of Leon, it's down to only 5% of HP. And Vampire still didn't win the last minute. Are you kidding me?
Whoa, and that brought them out to 9 eliminations. One more to dominating. Oh, break. It landed onto the area where Leos was at. And Vampires was to say, hey, welcome to my crosshair. But they fired back onto Stone, knocking Stone down.
And Vampires, they barricaded themselves with so many vehicles, but here comes the doors. It's a long one. They will drop right on Stone, and Lucy cannot do anything about it. GK, what a toss. When he comes to the nade, Team Secret did so well, but VOIN Donkey surprised them from a different angle entirely. Vexy knocked him down from afar with a mini 14. But Team Secret's Tony, get what a spray! And by it will be knocked down back to a side of Team Secret there by the Xaviers. Speaking of three-way, make it a four-way war just to get towards the field of Yasnaya.
Oh man, that is just messy up there. But we move on to the right side. Now we have Boom Esports still with Alter Ego. Alpha now being shot at by Pommet and eliminated by Boom Esports. Alter Ego out. Number 6, 3 elimination points. Now it's Boom Esports to move.
Boom. They need to reset himself. Still in respite for now. Licking their wounds as Frenzy might be picked up later. But the pick me up, will it happen or not? Pommet in trouble himself. Down to 5% of HP, just overdrive there. That's gonna be a rescue mission going on. But for VOIN Donkey, they opt going for the center of the circle, but it's an open field. The rock, that one powerful rock, if they know how to make it work with those barricades, it might just work. Vampires, on the other hand, still around the slopes, slightly on the elevated area of the field, spotted out Team Secret. They need to take this one out if they want to advance forward. But at least they got some covers right in the front, so they don't have to worry too much about the front line, but just the one around the flank.
I'm interested to see what's going to happen on the southern side, where Boom Esports now is in an engagement with D-Xavier. Oh, here we go. GK comes out to Vampire Esports, immediately taking down Tony K and Nuzi. Vampire Esports gone because of the rush of Team Secret.
Thanks to VOIN Donkey doing them a favor as well. That's going to be a Team Secret successfully eradicate the rest of Vampires. This giving opportunity for the Xaviers to overtake the #1 spot here. They still have 3 players remaining. It's going to be a 3v2 v 3v3 with the only team with 2 members. It's going to be Team Secret. They split themselves quite far apart, but the spread coming from Boom, it's going to be no more as Razor being taken down. Levi and Chua, they try to follow up. Chua dropping the nip to go for the rush, but Lamborghini taking the front row. The back row, how do they want to cover fire? Boom still got a couple of haystacks. Can they try to push it forward?
Oh man, one more for Boom though, but D-Xavier will want to pick this point up because they know that Vampire Esports have been eliminated, so this is their chance to close the gap with Vampire Esports. So far 3 players still active for D-Xavier. Yummy May comes in. Yummy just right in front of them. Yummy falls down immediately. 1 more to go, and it's going to be D-Xavier winning fight against Boom Esports.
And the moment the smoke dissipate, Yummy, they did not see that one. They didn't calculate the time of the smoke will stay in there, unfortunately. But Boom still consistently getting himself the top 4 here. 2 games in a row, getting himself in a better performance, in a better seat. But for Team Secret, GK is crying for help. There's no way Break can help because VOIN Donkey, Zeta is on fire. Is on rampage mode, eyeing out every single pixel shot amongst these grasses. But for D-Xaviers, it's do or die. It's make it big or just go home. Right now, D-Xaviers, they want to force the fight against VOIN Donkey. They're splitting themselves into triangle mode for VOIN Donkey to take a stance for the defense. But for the side of D-Xaviers, they're offensively going into triangle mode as well. But here comes the vehicle trying to force the push.
Here we go as Levi's knocked out by Razak. 2 left for D-Xavier. 1 taken out by VOIN Donkey, and Razak will secure that point. And D-Xavier, the 2 members are by the edge of the circle. VOIN Donkey, they have a good spread within the circle. Chua and Lamborghini have to make it happen, and it will start by knocking down Zeta.
Equal out the playing field is 2v2 back to square one between the Xaviers and VOIN Donkey. The haystacks, the mere haystacks will make such a big difference when it comes to the last few teams that's remaining here. It's going to be the Xaviers 2 with VOIN Donkey 2, Lamborghini and Chua. While Razak and Vaxi cannot save Zeta, who was on fire before. 8 elimination for both teams right now. And for Razak and Vaxi, the Blues will close on the other end of Vaxi first, but Chua and DX for Lamborghini, they barely got any covers. If you compare the structures in between these 2 teams, VOIN Donkey do have some slight advantage there.
Yeah, no advantage for them to save Zeta, as Lamborghini will secure that point. As much as he wanted to crawl towards Razak to be revived, but it won't happen. But that also gave away the information that, okay, Razak is that area. That's why he's crawling there. Now the nade's been launched by VOIN Donkey. None of them will reach Chua.
They focus on Chua entirely, not knowing that Lamborghini is slowly closing up the gap in between them. Lamborghini, if he got himself that one tiny spot, that off-angle spot, it's going to be the end, and he got it! Lamborghini shot down on Razor, leaving only Vaxi. Chua going to put in the charge, but Lamborghini is down as well. No more cover fire for the son of Chua. He has to be extra careful. For Vaxi, he still got himself covered. That's going to be the slight advantage. He got an advantage on his side, but he deflected nade! My God, thinking of the worst timing to make a blunder. But Vaxi, he cooked another one, prepping well. And it's going to be Chua running around that nade. It's down to Vaxi versus Chua, and Chua forcing it out. Now handing out the DPS. It's going to be the shotguns fight between these 2 players. But Vaxi tossed a nade! A perfect well time! Redeem himself! Chicken dinner by VOIN Donkey. What a close battle that was!
What a close nade that was as well to take on Chua, who was rushing in with the DBS. If Chua managed to make it, the DBS is definitely the best weapon in that sort of scenario. And the fact that he took control with the nade towards the end. They scored the chicken dinner. And look at the home fans. Look at the home crowd. Let's not forget VOIN Donkey. They started their campaign in the grand finals with only 1 point, but they're still able to push for the PMGC slot.
That was a close one by Vaxi. That deflected nade might gone so wrong if it deflected back right in his face. Lucky that timing for that grenade just now was slightly earlier toss. If it was a mid-air explosion right into himself, he denied that chicken dinner for VOIN Donkey. But still, regardless of what a good 1v1 just now against VOIN Donkey and Chua, Vaxi did it the work for the team with 4 elimination for himself. But the damage wise, you have to give it to Zeta at 841. For tally up the scores, they scored himself double digit this time at 10 eliminations.
Yeah, that's going to be 20 points for VOIN Donkey, who scores this chicken dinner. Man, I can't wait to see the overall charts. It's going to be real interesting. And the fact that these areas, they survived longer than Vampire Esports, they should be able to close the gap. We'll look at the numbers later on, as before that we will celebrate our MVP Zeta with 4 eliminations, 841 damage, 228 damage, received 47% team contribution and a survival time of 26 minutes 22 seconds.
Zeta is also probably one of the teams, one of the players that can be as up there as Tony K and the rest of MVP, of course. But for this season, due to VOIN Donkey, a bit difficult for their struggles there as a start, especially in week, especially in the day number 1. Then suddenly rising back up again. There was a roller coaster ride for them before in day number 1, despite they got themselves the chickens down. But for these Avers, Vampires and RQ seems to be on the rise. Vampires, of course, they're always on top. But these Avers, can they still steal away that number 1 spot? Let's rewatch our highlight of VOIN Donkey's chicken dinner.
Lot of open space in the field just beside Yasnaya, but VOIN Donkey is still able to make it happen. 20 points collected by VOIN Donkey in this round, but our top competitors not too far between each other. The Savior 15, Vampire Esports 12, so only 3 points difference between the Xavier and Vampire.
Yeah, for RIQ, they still scored 12 eliminations. Only eliminations. Who cares about the placement points there for the side of RIQ? They played the same game as they did in the last Erangel map. Team Seeker with 8 points. Boom at 8 points as well, with Alter Ego scored himself a 5. Team Flash at a 4 with eliminations only. Now on the second page though, at least GEEK fam did score something, but FaZe Clan another 0. Despite they had the swap between Mela and 9 Noise, did not actually make an impact yet. But BTR, unfortunately, alongside with MORPH, ended up with a nothing as well.
It's a rough day for BTR as well. We can't think about it. Another 0-point round for them. This will impact the overalls in their pursuit for the PMGC slot. Same goes for Sem9, only 2 points. Alliance 2 points as well. Today hasn't really been their day. They started the day able to chase the number 1, but the gap between them and Vampire is now 53 points, so it's going to be very, very difficult. But between Xavier and Vampire, now the gap is 24 points. 2 more rounds, it could still happen.
Within a map, that one, and it's possible within the map only, but these Xaviers have to be extra vigilant and extra aggressive as well. And it's Miramar, which is not their forte for the side of these Xaviers. Usually it's going to be Roy that love Miramar more. Now for Vampires, these Xaviers Alliance, it's going to be the fight for the trophy, but the rest of the teams that want to get into the PMGC, it's about getting into PMGC. They have to be in the top 5 as well, the teams that did not secure the slot yet for the PMGC. So a lot at stake here for the teams, especially the ones in the second page.
Yeah, on the second page, there's a bit of a change at the end though. GEEK fam is now pushed down to number 16 and Alter Ego at number 15. So at least they maintain their pace above GEEK fam. That is 2 points between the two of them. BTR still on page 2 with 90 points. So looking for more to be in page 1. We're going to compare the head-to-head between these two amazing players. Snape and Zeta, most of the stats do favor Snape.
Snape, his defense just now, he's outmaneuvered all the teams that were rushed into the moment they got themselves the compound out of Roy's hands just now. It was amazing, by the way. Thanks to Snape, they won that fight, but couldn't last long since the circle shifted away. But Zeta, he knows how to pick, he knows how to find an opening. And this is another top contender for Tony K when it comes to those off-angle shots. And Roy, this is probably going to be the discussion regarding the rotation in Miramar, because we do know when it comes to Roy, their placement in Miramar will be one of the best.
Yeah, Roy so far still okay. They maintain their pace, and the fact that we're moving on to Miramar, like what you said, if that's going to be the case for them, that it is definitely good news for Roy. And if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, here are our winner chicken dinner winners today. So far, no Vampire, no Xavier, no Alliance. So the power shift is somehow shifting towards other teams, and that makes our overall interesting.
Now, all these teams right now that we saw, especially VOIN Donkey, they are fighting for that PMGC slot, of course. So it's super important for them when it comes to the regional PMGC points of Indonesia region. They're definitely not going to be up there because there's quite a gap between them and Alter Ego and Boom, who happen to be in the first and second place. For Alter Ego, is straight to its PMGC, of course, despite they're not performing well in this grand finals. Their PMGC slot, no problem still. But for VOIN Donkey, they need it so much here, and it just shows how desperate they want to get into PMGC this year. They're pushing their limit towards, like, we get to see their best performance before, but it was like the highs and the very lows, right? They don't consistently get themselves in the top 4 almost every single game, but this time they pull it differently.
Yeah, they did a chicken dinner, so that is definitely something. And also, they collected a good amount of elimination points as a package together in pursuit for the PMGC slot. So the PMGC slot will be very, very tight there. And it's not only about the top 5, because if the regional PMGC slots are, let's say, some teams that, okay, to make it simple, if in the top 5 you have teams who qualify the PMGC through regional points, the slot will go down. So the slot might be expanded here, considering that we have some of the top teams already in the top 5, and I don't think they will drop from the top 5 at this point.
Basically, 4th place, 8th place onwards, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. It's best to actually say this 5 place will be the one that actually get into PMGC, because we do know that the top 3 teams like Vampire D, Xavier's Alliance, they definitely got themselves that PMGC. So that's why I mentioned about Vampire D, X and Alliance when it comes to the overall rankings. This tournament for this grand final is all about the trophy for them. But for the rest of the other teams at the bottom 5, just in the top 8 basically, as long as they're in the top 8, it's going to be A-OK. And that's going to be the number that we're looking for. Top 8, it's going to be the one that they have to focus on.
Yeah, since there are so many slots, right, thanks to some of...
And yeah, and speaking of which, with 2 more rounds to go, I agree. You guys can't hear Cloud. I agree with 2 more rounds to go. They have to make do with what they can right now for the teams to maintain the top 8 position, because right now the top 3 teams definitely going to go for the trophy. They already secured themselves the MGC spot because they are the top teams. They got their points overall in each region, especially Vietnam region, Thai region and Malaysia region, including like for the Indonesia region, possibly it's going to be Alter Ego here right now. But Alter Ego is at the very bottom. So it's all about the top 8 to get into the PMGC slot for the other teams. And Roy might actually squeeze in as long as they consistently get in the points, because the gap in between the others, the rest and the top 8 is not too far.
Oh, that's a very handsome picture. And I got to say goodbye to the handsome picture for a while. Yeah, I mean, Roy right now, the only thing is that the points are not far, right, at the middle pack. So the chance of them being pushed out is still somewhat there, and that's also thanks to the fact that a lot of points being pulled up by our top teams, Vampire Esports, Xavier. So that's why, like Roy, they still need to maintain a certain level of pace, and that's what makes it exciting for us as viewers. Of course, for Roy, they wish they would be on the clear, but they're not 100% clear yet. So that's just part of the competition. And 2 more rounds to go. We're going to swap maps next into Miramar. Some teams do favor this kind of map, some teams don't. So that might even shift the dynamics of the overall charts even further.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about Roy unless like RRQ gonna pull another stunt to crash into their compound again, because Roy, they're not the best when it comes to CQC. So far, the entire day, 3 Erangel maps being forced into CQC, all 3 of them seems to be lost, a total loss. They didn't get any player survive in that CQC. And Roy, when it comes to Miramar, they are very tactical. They always play alongside with the circuit and wait things out. And that's a lot of conditions to be met on the side of Roy if they're not being discovered by another team, because right now RIQ is just flushing them out almost the entire Erangel here today. I don't know if they will do the same in Miramar. I'm not so concerned about Roy when it comes to Miramar. It's their best map, but I do want to see about the teams like Team Secret and Talon especially, because right now VOIN Donkey is on the rise and somebody will get pushed down later on.
Yeah, RRQ, I mean, they are on a mission, right? They have missed out on a lot of next stages tournament for a lot of seasons now. Even though they're a very high potential team, I mean, like PMPL, Southeast Asia, Terminator, and all these amazing names that they have brought onto the lineup as well. Fnatic, who used to play for Alter Ego and all that. So they've always kind of missed the mark to just move on from whichever tournament it is after the PMSL, whether it's the back then PMWI or even the PMWC or even PMGCs before this. So this is definitely their best chance to step foot again into the next stage after Southeast Asia. So we can see the level of motivation that RRQ has, and that is definitely shown in the previous round where they defended against 3 different teams in that one compound to secure 12 elimination points.
I wish we have that kind of motivation to be implemented into Boom's insights, because Boom, well, for the overall scores right now, Boom still can go for the PMGC points to take down on Alter Ego. that's possible still. I don't know, with 2 more maps remaining, is it still doable for them? There's still quite a gap. 150, I don't think it's possible at this point. Sorry, no. So it's about getting the points. It's gonna be awkward not seeing Boom in PMGC though, because only one right now coming up from PMGC points to from Indonesia region. Right now, number 1 is still gonna be Alter Ego.
Yeah, absolutely, because Boom has been always moving on from the next stage, right? PMWIs, the PMWCs, the PMGCs, and anything in between, like PMRCs and all that. There's always Boom Esports there, and for them to miss out on the PMGC is just going to be weird for sure. But oh, this is a very, very rare swap. A Rosemary subbed out for Boychill.
I mean, for Alter Ego, they definitely not gonna aim the trophy. It's unrealistic to actually say for that. So maybe it's a good time for them to actually give Boychill a high pressure time. And Red Face with Linux, I don't know about this, especially Talon at the brink of losing the spot to a PMGC. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with Linux. Of course, he's a great player, but we can see Red Face do have more firepower and more daring to engage into any fights. And they're probably gonna swap him back, and if things they work out for Talon here.
Yeah, so there's 2 more rounds to go. Maybe they can kind of decide that on the final round. So that will be interesting to see. And we can kind of think of it as well. Like Red Face isn't a stranger to the Miramar match. He came out with a good run in one of the Miramar matches in the grand final where he saved his teammate, rushing in at the right moment. So he definitely knows Miramar like the back of his hand. And for them to sub out Red Face, well, there's probably a lot more conversation happening at the back end that we do not know of. So, but hopefully at the end of the day, it brings them the results that they're hoping for.
I don't know, I feel like Red Face couldn't actually just go straight back to back. Maybe he's too veteran for this at this time. But yeah, I know a lot of you guys are questioning Rosemary out. This happened before. This happened once last year as well. Sorry, last season too. So for Rosemary, maybe he's a bit tired. Maybe he needs a break. Maybe he just needs a breather. But I love the fact they swapped in Boychill with Rosemary just now, because it gives the Boychill a big shoes to fill in for that position, right? But if he can actually pull it off with a very high pressure, they might prep Boychill for PMGC. That's what I'm looking at for Alter Ego swap just now.
Yeah, putting on the mentality of like not over depending on one player. That's not too bad of a decision as well, to put in like the lineup without Rosemary. And if they are able to come up with a good performance, then well, all the talk about like, oh, Rosemary Esports and all that, yeah, that will be swept away.
We're gonna have to wait and see when it comes to the FMVP is also the race. So Rosemary definitely will be the top contenders up there. Unfortunately, he will miss this map, so the numbers won't actually tally up later. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Maybe it's gonna be somebody else for FMVP this season. Who knows, right? When it comes to the grand finals, BTR, you talked about them before. They had a rough day. No swaps for other teams other than just we saw it early on. So this first Miramar map, it's probably going to be a fun one to watch, depending on the circle, of course.
Yeah. First Miramar map of our Day 3 Grand Finals. Hopefully we get a difficult one. We haven't got a Patona the entire season. What better time would it be for them to bring in the Patona circle towards the end? 40 more seconds to go. And we can see some of the players, they're still kind of chill. But of course, having that chill, clear mind mentality is important as well as they prep themselves up for the final Miramar, or the first Miramar of the grand finals. And Xavier, of course, they're still in the race. They're still in it to try to chase Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, not fans of Miramar. So they have to fix this. They cannot drop out. If not, Xavier will take advantage of this. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Miramar. Here we go.
And we are flying from the north down to the south, from the northeast to the southwest, and it's gonna be the battle of the top 3 to secure the trophy, and this is gonna be the battle of the top 8 for the teams to want to get themselves into the PMGC slot, because the top 3 already secured their slot up there. It's all about the trophy for them. It's the borderline right now is between Talon and VOIN Donkey, and BTR have a shot at it as well. but we might get a surprise attack by MORPH because they still hold the most elimination in the map by a team at 22 elimination this season. Nobody's breaking that record yet, so MORPH might surprise us in this map.
Yeah, with the amazing run by Zero that time. And he'll be looking forward to putting that sort of performance again, since it's going to be the last 2 maps in this season that will determine everything. Everything will be locked in by then, and there's nothing much that all the teams can do anything about it. So looking at some of the drops here, we got Boom Esports dropping way up north, and Roy just beside them. But our top contenders, gonna see where they're gonna go. As usual, it's gonna be El Pozo for Xavier. For Vampire Esports, well, they will drop towards the area of Minas Generales. Alter Ego has the center of the starting circle.
And that's our circle. Quite a rare one, but high chance we're going to end up on top of truck stop. That's where we had our last circle when it comes to last Miramar yesterday. And for me, I'm looking for the middle pack here. VOIN, Donkey, BTR, Sem9. I mean, Sem9, BTR, it's quite a huge gap. Still 14 points in between, but it's doable. Up to maybe perhaps to Team Flash. Even Boom. Boom might surprise us in the last minute to get into PMGC. Their points, if they can score more, just a tiny bit more, to be in the top 8, they can actually get into PMGC. It's doable here. Reachable even.
Yeah, the middle pack is very tight. So even Boom, 2 more games, maybe even Sem9, Team Flash, and maybe even MORPH if they can come up big. Alter Ego, well, to be in top 8, well,
they already
maybe
got
a bit
PMGC slot, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the points there is definitely far off just because of the performance of Boom Esports. But yeah, I mean, it's just to celebrate them being in the first page as well, right? But we're also going to celebrate Snape here, who came out with an amazing performance in the 3-team rush into their compound. Still favors M4 and Scar L, but the percentage for M4, interesting enough, it's less than 50%. So this is one of the lower numbers of an M4 preference for any of the players that were shown.
RQ Snape's on fire today. I mean, I used to always highlight on the POCO, but this duo, if they work things out, there's going to be something else. I'm surprised they didn't put outside this time. So also being benched out entirely here today. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I mean, either way, if it's working well for RQ today, no complaint, of course. And RQ, they're aiming for those eliminations, actually worked them so well to get into top 5. Now, watch the numbers, guys. Top 8 is going to be the only teams that will be meeting us again is in PMGC later. Still going to be this year, of course. But including plus Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they're a special case. They already got themselves the PMGC points, so it's fine. But can Boom still make it? Boom has been back-to-back champions for the entire year in the PMWI before, and also played so many. I mean, I'm confused with the World Championship or PMWI that time, sorry. But it's going to be super awkward if we don't close the year with Boom as well. So Boom, a lot at stake here for them, a lot of pressure as well, with so many fans watching live on ground. So they have to not disappoint their fans and families that just flew to Surabaya to make sure things will happen.
Yeah, imagine Boom and BTR, they're just next to each other, right? So they're also tussling for the PMGC slot together. And obviously BTR, lots of fans. Even when we open up the show, the host was asking in the crowd, it's like, oh, which team are you supporting? It's BTR. Which team are you supporting BTR? But let's head on to Sir Tanny.
Title in your own country from now that you are in Indonesia, Boom's home ground. That is make you even more determined to win the championship here. ก็ใน PMSL Summer ที่เมืองไทยนะครับทีมเราพลาดที่จะได้กลายเป็นแชมเปี้ยนพอมาเล่นที่อินโดนีเซียเรามีความคิดเห็นหรือเราคิดว่าเราจะสามารถทำแบบสิ่งที่บูมทำกับเราได้ไหมครับครับจริงๆก็คิดว่าทำได้ครับเพราะว่าเราก็พยายามเล่นอย่างดีที่สุดเท่าที่จะทำได้ครับส่วนเรื่องสถานที่แข่งผมว่าที่นี่ก็ยังมีกองเชียร์ที่ซัพพอร์ตเราเยอะอยู่ครับยังไงเราก็จะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ In my opinion, yes, it is possible because there is a lot of fans who support us here in Indonesia, and also we will try our best to become champion.
Thank you so much for the interview. I love so much that question because right now, The story is going to be if Vampire can take the trophy away from Boom's hands, the defending champions, yeah. Of course, they're taking it away. There's a chance they will take it away, either them or the Xaviers. It's gonna be at their home soil as well. That's gonna be painful for Boom and the rest of the fans out there. But RIQ, they're going all guns ablaze down there. They are going aggressive just like they did. And now they're just shutting on MORPH. And MORPH, they're difficult to get themselves the PMGC points if they're being eliminated here early on, because there's still quite a gap down there.
And if they go out, then one more round will be enough for MORPH. One player left, and that's going to be Flippy with 16 teams. For the most part, it's hard for us to see them gain, or teams in this sort of situation to gain even placement points. It's a very, very rare sight. There only one time that I have seen, like, okay, one player left for the team at stage 1 that scored the chicken dinner. That was that only one time, and that was so memorable. I remember that was Mika back in PMPL Malaysia, where he that time still played with Axis, and he came out with a solo run chicken dinner to the very end. So that was like historic. That was like big, right? But ever since then, after multiple seasons, many years, that there hardly was any that kind of performance. So for the most part, it's the situation of like if you're one player at stage 1 left, can hardly gain any points.
And these days it's difficult to solo-handedly to just take the chicken away, unless, you know, some teams happen to be cancelling each other out. Still remember around the Tony K scenario, he solo-handedly won the chicken as well. That was a big one that he actually managed to secure for the team. But for this season, and when it comes to especially the grand finals here, it's so difficult for that one particular player to be alive, because these guys, they're watching every single pixel like a hawk. We're talking about every corner they will check, to the point that even worms that pop their heads from the sand will be discovered by these guys. But speaking of having some issues, Jumi do have a bit of a drift to do. Alliance, they're not worried, but they want to secure that trophy. They already secured that position and slot for PMGC, but right now to get that trophy is still going to be a tall order, and it won't be as tall if these Xaviers get eliminated by 7-9 now.
Losing one player this early, in the fact that they are in pursuit of the #1 spot. They lost that one player to 7-9. Ouchies. Well, we have Alter Ego and Boom Esports, the traditional rivalry here, going in with Octa knocked down by Razy.
I mean, I wouldn't worry for Alter Ego if they got finished off, but if Boom get finished, they probably will have lesser chance to get into PMGC slot there. For Alter Ego, it's confirmed deal for them, but for the next circuit, it's going to be Tierra Bronca. It's quite a vacant northern side. We have very late comers as well, the late players of 7-9 and the Xaviers. But Roy is secure in the center. This is the classical Roy plays, right? We do know Roy, they try to avoid those early conflict. They've been charged in by RQ multiple times. If RQ caught them in action, it's done. I mean, like Roy, so far, we've seen the CQC between RQ many times now. They did not even win once.
Boom Esports, yep, they lost Pombit in that fight. Also not good for them. But of course, a celebratory for teams like BTR, TALON, who's very, very close, and they also want that slot for themselves as well, obviously. So for them, closest competitions, even below them, handicap, they wouldn't complain about that. MORPH Flippy, 10% health left. When they talk about like MORPH and that one player's chances of securing something out of this round, 10%. So many teams around him. He has to land in front of Mormon, and that is MORPH out. They will not have enough chances for them to be in PMGC.
FaZe Clan, they try to solidify the position in the top 8. Remember, the top 8 will go to the PMGC. And Alter Ego plus Alter Ego, like I mentioned before. But on the side of Roy, I'm looking forward how they will play this one out. In RIQ, they are hunting people down. Look at how aggressively they try to find the spots. For Vampires, I mean, this is going to be the sweetest season for them to just take the trophy away from the Indonesian region right at their home soil if they can score around 200 marks by end of today.
Well, unless Team Flash has something to say about that. Batman knocked out Tony K. Team Flash, they still won a PMGC slot. And for them to be able to take out Vampire Esports, it will be a big statement here. That one now will open up the space for Team Flash to come in, and they're rushing in onto the compound of Vampire Esports. Tony K is still being revived. Storm will go down to the hands of Zeus. Batman comes in. Vampire Esports goes out 0 points. This is the biggest chance for D. Xavier.
Plot twist, we have the Xaviers, but they have only 2 players. But maybe a bigger plot twist, maybe RRQ will take the trophy away right at their home soil again. Still taken by their Indonesia region perhaps, because RRQ is on the rise. They are on the hunt and they got themselves already 3 eliminations. Team Flash, thanks to Vampires, they scored a 4. Now trying to climb up to the top 8 to get into the PMGC slot. But for GEEK fam, now spotted our BTR players. It's quite far for Audrey to reach out to Mika. I didn't mention about Mika before. Unfortunately, he has to bow out early for this Miramar map.
There goes GEEK fam though. Circle wise, okay, where is D. Xavier? Okay, on the left side of the circle, still on the outside. Okay, cool. So this is where we want to monitor how much D. Xavier will be able to come out inside of Miramar. And inside Miramar itself, we have Alliance now being chased down by GEEK fam. Audrey behind them.
I don't know about this for Audrey. They're trying to run away from BTR and might bump into a different team entirely. This might actually spring their own trap for GEEK fam. But Roy, I'm surprised they're taking actions early, because usually Roy sit quietly and prettily inside, but this time they're taking the forced fight against Flash. They don't like to share their compound. It's Terra Bronca, urban warfare it is, and so many buildings here as well, and Roy, they have to defend this. They might lose their spot towards PMGC if they went down early, but Team Flash just now secures a whole group of vampires. They are on adrenaline rush. They are going for the hunt. They prepare themselves all those DBS and the nades to clear up the corners.
And Porsche, he does have a DBS, and this is a beautiful corner if anyone comes by. Leon's needed down break from Team Secret somewhere else. Okay, Roy, time to defend here. On the second floor, Porsche jumps down to the ground floor. Okay, everyone else is on the second floor right now. He will shoot from the ground floor all the way up, trying to land a shot, but not able to land a single knock after all those shots.
It was a 1v2. They do have the stairs advantage just now for the side of Team Flash, but Porsche do actually know how to play it well. Roy this time is not RRQ, so it's still gonna be okay, but VOIN Donkey shot Juki from the back. Left, right, center, this bullet flying for Roy. They barely got enough points here for Roy. Porsche actually being knocked down as well. She knows across the other side of the street how to go for the help. Abandoned ship it is, and hope to get a couple of knocks from afar. VOIN Donkey, Roy and Team Flash are trying a battle. Might as well join in another one. Alter Egos on top of all the teams are watching right below them.
Well, the silver lining for Roy is that they have one player left who's on the other side of the road. As we shift our focus on the BTR, they want the points to be in PMGC, and now they have Team Secret in front of them. They do have this high ground against Team Secret. Team Secret with the full squad inside of this warehouse though. So BTR, no clear information or no clear advantage for them to rush in yet. We might wait to the next stage before they force themselves into the warehouse.
Yeah, probably gonna move away from both teams as well when it comes to the next circle. But BTR and as well as Team Secret. Speaking of BTR, they're desperate for points. Team Secret, on the other hand, cannot afford to go down early. If they're actually being eliminated here, FaZe Clan and probably VOIN Donkey will push forward and will push them down. But the circle will go straight into Boom and Alter Ego in the center. And it's going to be Team Secret still holding the circle. BTR have to force their way in. Northern side vacant, completely empty. Sam9 taking those elevation to the left side. But it's going to be slightly urban warfare if they want to go fight against Roy, VOIN Donkey and Team Flash right on top of the structures of Terra Bronca.
Now that circle has somewhat shifted, though BTR is still in it by the edge. It'll be interesting to see if they want to pursue onto Team Secret. We'll probably come back to that later because we have D. Xavier that do not have the circle. The circle went away from them, and in front of them is going to be RRQ. Ooh, the team that is currently on fire.
RRQ spreading white across among themselves. And the Xaviers, they know this is the biggest opportunity for them to overtake Vampires. They definitely will be in PMGC, of course, but it's about the trophy for DX Alliance and Vampires here. Lamborghini tread carefully how to get out from this compound unnoticed and not being shot down by any of the players, especially RRQ, who's aggressively, ferociously trying to find their prey. FaZe Clan, they probably want to fight against each other because right now these two teams are on the hunt and they definitely have the adrenaline rush to go for the kills here. For FaZe Clan, they reposition themselves right on top, and FaZe Clan, they scored a 0 in the last round, so they cannot afford to lose another round here. They are at the brink of being pushed down from getting the slot to PMGC.
And this is dangerous for them. Well, FaZe Clan, they could be in danger as well. Similar situation. TALON 96, BTR 90. 2 more games, and FaZe Clan, they haven't had the best of day. So there is a risk here that FaZe Clan might lose the slot as well. So they need to be consistent enough. As for Xavier, of course, they need to be consistent. They need to take the chance now that Vampire Esports is out. But surrounding them is not only RRQ in front, but also TALON.
Heavy hitters there right across there for these Xaviers. But if TALON and RRQ seems to be open fire against each other first, they cancel out each other, there's going to be opportunity for these Xaviers to get themselves a third party, and also an exit point for them, because the moment they open fire between these two teams, they take action for these Xaviers. They want to charge in from the back. The POCO, this is dangerous game is playing. It's looking the wrong way. But these Xaviers, they're stealing away from the side. Finish off TALON after RRQ putting so much work just now. Here comes Parjin, propping up the net. 3 seconds to go in 2 and 1. Here comes the net flying over to his side of the POCO. Did not connect. Lamborghini, Levi, and Parjin hike up to his side of RRQ. RRQ, they are falling to pieces. If they one member being knocked down on the side of TALON, they down to 2, but the nade seems to be connected on the POCO. A bit of a nade galore on top of this hill right now, but these Avis closing the gap. They will visualize the POCO next.
Here we go, Levi's with the nade, and they managed to get one knock onto the POCO. Thanks to Parjin, looking for more members of RRQ, but the terrain is just rough. It's just hard for them to gather that information. Okay, they managed to get onto the peak of this hill. And the other members of RRQ just right below the Xavier right now behind that rock. They're using that smoke to give them extra cover. The Xavier, they need to be extra careful. So that's why Parajay pops the smoke towards the left just to avoid a potential shot from Alter Ego.
And also the time to circle to shift away from the team that seems to be fighting. RRQ being forced to split a formation here with no mercy. Squash between FaZe Clan and GEEK Fam. Sandwich down there. How to get out for RRQ? They are falling to pieces. They are in shambles. With these Avens managed to take away the high compounds, actually the high area they've been holding on to. But Lamborghini, if he's not being careful by his back, there might be some shots coming up from Snape. Nax being taken down. These Avens, thanks to TALON, that making this such a big favor for these Avens who seems to be stuck down there before. And they made it big with those eliminations. Plus getting an exit out, but it's not done yet for RQ. We have still no mercy in between all those teams around him. That's gonna be the Xavier. It's gonna be the Xaviers, Avoid Donkey, Team Flash, Alter Ego, and TALON, plus FaZe Clan.
So many teams on the south side here. Very, very colorful on the mini map. But I want to see how Xavier will survive this. The circle kept going away from them. Now No Mercy wants revenge. He spots out Lamborghini, but not able to land the shot. Roy eliminated. Opens up a bit of opportunity for the other teams.
Yep, the gap is not too far either. We're talking about only mere 10 points between them and the rest of the team that try to fight for the PMGC slot. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, going for the hunt again. And they are climbing up the numbers with 2 eliminations secured, spotted out a couple of players across the other side entirely. That's going to be Team Secret, of course. But FaZe Clan, they have to deal with TALON and GEEK Fam at the same time. GEEK Fam will be the nearest one against them. And they have those solid hard covers, which are going to be the walls of the compounds here they're taking above. But for the circle, they're still in it. But they have to wrap things up quickly, because less than 2 minutes to go. It's going to be stage number 6, and the blue were hurt during that time, especially for these Xaviers. They have to leave.
And they're still on the outside though. The blue will be closing in onto them. They're the lower ground. No Mercy on the high ground. No Mercy could be the solo guy to eliminate these Xavier. Okay, Nate sent. It did chip a bit of damage onto Levi's. Lamborghini still alright. They were trying to open out the flight, trying to find the main target, which is No Mercy now. No Mercy. Still not showing anything to Xavier. He wants revenge.
How did he know? Exactly. How did he know Levi actually will go back to that stance? But for Levi, slowly just approaching to the side of Nomas is such a nuisance for the side of Xavier just to get into that side of a circle. But RQ, he knows that they are closing in the gap, so he tried to avoid those explosions and try to get better covers as well. But it's not being careful enough. There'll be some teams surprise him from above. So RQ, they cannot too focus. That last player of RQ cannot be too focused on what's in front. Lucky enough, Alter Ego seems to be a bit busy against FaZe Clan and GEEK Fam at the same time. So nobody have their eyes to the side of RQ and Xaviers for now, but the angle's open wide by Xaviers. And Lamborghini coming in with the nade that finish off the job for Xavier. This secures another point, but it's going to be next one, VOIN Donkey right beneath them, who's busy with Team Flash.
Well, quick flick there by Lamborghini to get a knock onto Razak. Nicely done. They still don't have the circle. The circle again went away from Xavier. Now the two players of Xavier will need to maximize their points. The fact that VOIN Donkey is below them. Oh, wait a second. Zeta is among Team Flash.
I think they know they try to clear up the corners. There you go. Zeta, that's going to be done for Kwang and Team Flash. They still have to secure more points. 8 eliminations right now. And they want to get into the top 8. It's doable if they can revive their teammate Kwang, who's been knocked down before. But Sam9 will not give them to be in any sort of respite at all. Here comes the nade flying over, but Boo Boo, who got chipped down. Gosu might be a knockdown as well. But Kwang just got revived in the nick of time before that nade hit just next to them. But for Gosu, this is him tanking for the team for once. And Sam9, they will have some recuperation and will reset themselves. But we're looking at these Xaviers, might chip him some damage from above.
So Xavier, they're monitoring this as well, potentially able to steal away elimination points. But let's see what happens between Sam9 and Team Flash. Both of them want the slot to PMGC, and they need the points in. Team Flash so far 8 eliminations, but they're surrounded by not only Sam9, but also teams waiting for them on the hilltop, which is Xavier. Okay, Xavier not really interested. They're interested in getting into the circle. Next, it's going to be Alter Ego.
It's going to be a whole crew of FaZe Clan to the side of Alter Ego. And FaZe Clan are taking some fight against Alter Ego. Might be stolen away the kill points towards Lamborghini side. Lamborghini, left, right, center for the side of GEEK Fam to be swarmed by these teams. Alter Ego is there as well. Alter Ego being swarmed by the teams too. Team Flash still having a go against Sam9. While these Xaviers, Levi taking a bit of charge, but the nade chip down. Hunts for you. Toss a big one on that. For Alter Ego, they fought back, but they are in shambles. As FaZe Clan and GEEK Fam is here as well. Speaking of a massive fight, what is happening right on top of this hill?
This is what Xavier wants to know. And Xavier, they're looking for opportunities to gain elimination points. A couple of shots fired from the lower ground by Levi's. Not able to get a knock, but Alter Ego eliminated. Now FaZe Clan took over this compound. And Xavier, with the 2 players that they have to face off against FaZe Clan by the edge of this circle. 40 more seconds before the zone will close entirely and we'll move on to stage 7. Levi's looking for an advantage.
Ooh, Barbecue Miller. Yeah, it's definitely smoking up. But for FaZe Clan, they still have a full squad all intact, except for Mormon being knocked down just now. These Xaviers, they took charge. I don't know how much utility they have. They have none. They used too much just now. It's 2v4 here. Can they actually do it? It's going to be the trophy at stake for the side of these Xaviers. He's trying to score another 9 eliminations now. Levi coming in with the shotgun. What a shot and what a swing. And Levi make it happen for these Xaviers. They playing around, outmaneuvered FaZe Clan, who had a 4 before. Lamborghini coming in with another shotgun as well. Down to only Venturas. They secure Mela. And there's Dumdil. These Xaviers. What a rush. It was a 2v4 with the help of Sam9.
Whoa, 11 eliminations now for Xavier. This is big. This is big. Okay, they need to reset quick. But Sam9 passed by and they claim their taxes. Xavier out at number 6, but they scored 11 elimination points. This will put a lot of pressure to Vampire Esports to perform in the final game today.
It's definitely going to chase the numbers up with plus placement points. The gap shrunk down to almost nothing between Vampires and Xaviers when it comes to the trophy. But when it comes to the PMGC slot, we still have BTR fighting their way in. Since FaZe Clan and VOIN Donkey being eliminated, the 7 and 8 place towards the PMGC slot opens up for TALON, Sam9 and BTR.
And they are all still in the game. This is crazy here. Though Talon only one player left, so that's going to be rather difficult. BTR and Sam9 have a chance with Sam9 8 eliminations, but we're going to put focus on the BTR right now. One of the teams eyeing that top spot. And here we have Team Secret just right below him. Oh, okay, one nade on the GK, then nade bounced off. And wow, GEEK fam on the other side. So there's two different teams in front of BTR.
BTR, he got himself 3 eliminations. Talent, that last player couldn't do too much of eliminations there, unless waiting for the placement point, of course, hoping it will actually push down for Donkey later. But Team Secret, they're falling their formation. They're quite shaky, yeah. If they're being pushed down later by Talon and BTR, they might get pushed down to 8th place, and that's going to be difficult for them to just secure the PMGC slot in the very last map. BTR still having a full squad. GK will tank this damage by himself. It's down to 50%. Another nade down. Collateral will hit, and it's next on the molly too. GK still to get that one powerful rock to just take covers and barricade himself. But Sam9 is approaching as well. It's going to be 2v1, v4, v3 as BTR got one knocked down, but it might be a 4 back. We're down to the 4 teams left here.
Top 4 right now. BTR, Talon, Sam9. They are still in the game and they want the PMGC slot. A Team Secret amongst them. None of them truly has the circle. But interesting enough, look up north. The final member of Talon is clear of the other teams.
He lasted this long. I'm surprised nobody actually bombed into it. Maybe due to he's taking those low ground compounds instead of fighting for the peak area where all the other teams trying to get those elevations, so they have some slight advantage regarding their position and the view towards all the other teams. But for Sam9, how will they play this? They still have a 4 singles for BTI. It's a full squad versus 2 members of Team Secret. And Team Secret, last time we saw them, they got a solid place to be in PMGC slot as long as they are consistent. But elimination wise will be enough because Sam9 are pushing the numbers down for the teams that already got himself PMGC slot in the top 8, but now might get pushed with Sam9's performance. Misery, well, as long as the circle still favors him, it's still gonna be okay. But for the next stage, no more circle anymore, buddy. You need to get out either way.
Yeah, at that point, definitely he has to go out. And if he can pull off a big one, that will be one of the biggest chicken dinners. But he has to hope for the other teams to truly cancel each other. Alright. Now the teams are starting to move. Team Secret with a higher ground advantage. Sam9 just in front of them. GK scopes out. He sees Bobo Who, but Bobo is protected by that rock. While the blue will put pressure onto them, forcing them to move. Soas is going to go onto the front line where Sam9 is at.
A bit far for the rest of the team to give him some cover fire, especially GK. GK is definitely not looking at this direction where his teammate is actually pushing to the side of Sam9. And Sam9 might spring a trap there if they did not discover Soas. They know there's somebody there. They sense the trap on top of this very small shack, but they don't know who, how many. They have no clue. It's going to be Gemforce cooking up towards the flank side, trying to reach out the back row of Sam9 here right now. But Sam9 not making it easy for the teams, but the Blues will force them to move anyway. And I think Yuhai have a glimpse on that one particular play inside of the shack, which is going to be the Talent Misery. If he try to pick out due to running away, never mind, it's BTR scoring that one first, and BTR, the numbers keep going up for eliminations too. We're down to 3.
Here we go, top 3 for the chicken dinner. The chances are huge now for BTR with a full squad. Sam9 full squad, but when it comes to the terrain, BTR has a bit more advantage, but the blue is just behind them. Soas is still alive in between these two teams, hoping to at least hold on for a second place finish because GK right now is down.
Yep, Zuxi will follow up with that knockdown, double nade down to the side of GK. I don't see how he can get it out alive because Soas has no way to get out from his hiding spot there. And BTR will cancel out each other, and that's why Soas is waiting them to actually even out the numbers, maybe down to 1v1v1 by the end of this map. But Sam9, they have to force the fight. The smoke won't last long, but the fire and bullets showering them to a side of BTI is just too heavy. It's gonna be hurt adding just at the receiving end on the side of Sam9, but BTI force the push anyhow, aggressively spotted out Soas. Soas will be the wild guy that just changed the flow for BTI entirely. BTI got the lead just now, but it's gonna be 1v1v1.
Oh, crazy by Soas. Man, that is now That is now insane now for Soas. If you can pull it off, oh, never mind about that. Zuxi came in from the lower ground, and now it's going to be 7-9. Dap is very, very low as Zuxi will knock him back down. Zuxi, he has to pull a big one here for BTR, but he's super duper low. He has first ace, but he won't have time to use it. As 7-9 will score that chicken dinner, and look at the celebration by Yuhai.
That was some taunting by Yuhai. See me coming in the last minute, guys, going into the PMGC. Can they make it? That's a bigger question. Will it be enough? They definitely got themselves almost a double-digit elimination plus a chicken dinner. The last time we saw them, they are in their 70s. Now, this is definitely going to push their numbers up to the 90s. If they happen to be in the top 8 by the overall rankings later, there's still a shot for them for the PMGC slot.
Yeah, really interested to see how the overalls will be at this point, especially for 7-9 who scored that chicken dinner. I mean, BTR didn't do too bad as well. They got a second place, and they did have a decent amount of elimination points. But before we get on to that, 7-9. Alright, so this is 8, 9, 12 eliminations for 7-9 as they are in pursuit for the PMGC slot. And for the record as well, Yuhai have not missed out on a single PMGC, and he plans to keep that record.
Yep, they're definitely aiming for that here right now. We don't see Firen this time to play, but I love the fact that despite not using Firen, they're actually putting Kenny and Dap, the old lineup that they're always comfortable with. And when it comes to damage-wise, we have to give it to Dap, because when it comes to elimination, he scores the same amount as Yuhai, and he actually tank out a lot of damage down there too, almost 400 by himself.
Yes, and coming as the MVP for the first time this season is Dap for 7-9. And the amount of damage, of course, is a testament to him being the MVP. 599. Other teams that we should give credit to, of course, is going to be BTR, who came up second. Team Secret, man. Soas came up with a surprise. If he could score that chicken dinner, that would be epic. But
I agree. I mean, he just blocks the flow of BTR when they actually won over 7-9 just now. But thanks to Soas, 7-9 actually in favor of Team Secret here. So for 7-9, they definitely have to buy a chicken after this map, and of course if they can secure the PMGC. But let's relive the moment of 7-9 chicken dinner.
From Monte Nuevo, no circle, no problem for them as they entered it through the northern side to avoid all the major fights to score this chicken dinner. 12 eliminations brought them 22 points, and they are in pursuit for the PMGC slot. Now, D Xavier, 13 points, and Vampire Esports. Early elimination to them, nowhere to be found on page 1.
11 by D Xaviers, not getting those placement points. And Roy, they try to go aggressively when it comes to this map this time. It didn't work out for them because Miramar, when it comes to stage 6, if they stay quiet into stage 6, it always works out for Roy. So unfortunately, we're going to have to see them on the second page at 11 place, of course, at 2 points. Vampires, they open up so many opportunities for D Xaviers, and Alliance being knocked down early as well. It seems like D Xaviers have the biggest how of all the top 3 teams that can go for the trophy. But don't forget about RRQ. They might surprise us as well.
Well, they are doing very well. Now they're number 3. So that is the surprise unfold here in our overall rankings. But of course, when it comes to like the top spot, Vampire Esports and D Xavier now 11 points between the two of them. And if it ends right now, assuming that they are in the same amount of points, the tiebreaker would favor D Xavier since there are 3 chicken dinners as compared to Vampire with 2 chicken dinners. So Vampire cannot depend on the tiebreaker. They have to pull away from D Xavier in the final match.
Yep, for RRQ, I mean, unless they score 20-ish eliminations, which is possible, and they are the only team in the top 3 without a chicken. Now, this is going to be the difference between the teams that will get into PMGC or not. It's mere points here at 110, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be only around 5 points different between 9th and 8th place. The top 8 will get into the PMGC slot because the top 3... plus Alter Ego, like Alliance, D Xaviers, Vampires, as well as Alter Ego already got themselves via PMGC points. Now it's down to the other 5 teams to make it to the PMGC slot, and BTR is so close for that.
Well, we gotta thank Levi's and Lamborghini for pulling off a big one as a duo in the previous round. So Levi's coming up with the most damage at 1,099 and Lamborghini 804. Man, this duo was insane previously. And we got Zuxi, who came out second, 709 damage, and Soas, who came out with a almost surprise, but someone was surprised with 680 damage.
And for the top fraggers team, we have 9, 12 eliminations. That's why we saw such a merry ending coming up from the side of UI just now celebrating. And these Xaviers at 11 eliminations at second place. Only mere 1 point that make a big difference there. BTR at 9 eliminations. Team Secret at 8 eliminations. Now, Cloud, don't forget about our FMVP run for the grand finals. Feels like Levi might actually go for the run here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Levi have been great, Lamborghini have been great as well, so even Tony K would have a challenge up on his sleeve. So we're in the final match here, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar it is as per usual, but this is the final match that will still matter for either D Xavier or Vampire Esports for the title, for the trophy. Record wise, won't favor Vampire Esports. They're not fans of Miramar. So this is their time to overcome the stats, to overcome the odds in Miramar.
As things start to heat up and separating by only mere kills and mere points, it's going to be the time for us to see if there's going to be a different region entirely to score the trophy, or will somebody else like RRQ surprise us back to the trophy into Indonesia region, and we'll be in between the Vietnam teams, the Xaviers or Vampires from the Thai. Vampires that never get the Southeast Asia trophy. Can they finally score it?
They've been waiting for it forever, right? And it will be heartbreaking if somehow that the grip of the trophy just goes away from them and it goes to D Xavier. And if D Xavier gets it, it's going to be their second Southeast Asia trophy. And the last time they got it was during the era of PFPR Southeast Asia, where they became like number 1 from game number 1 until the last game number 1 as well. That was an amazing run for them. But of course, it's now a new era, and D Xavier, they have to make it work. Vampire Esports, they cannot afford to go out early at all.
Not just that, and speaking of the middle pack, they have another race to go for. That's going to be PMGC slot, with Sam9 just scored themselves that chicken just now with those numbers of elimination, 12 to be exact. TALON and Sam9 seems to be at a tie at 100 points, and they are down to 11th place. We talked about being a top 8. Team Flash, quite a gap between them and TALON, so the biggest contender here is going to be BTR, Sam9 and TALON, who's still at 9, 10, 11th place. VOIN Donkey, 113, 116 for FaZe Clan. These two are in a very shaky spot, but I love this. It feels like we're going at a concert here.
Yeah. Gone were the days of like the what do you call that again? The lighter, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen the lighter. But gone were the days of the lighter. Now it's we do it safe. We do it safe, okay? We all have phones, okay? Bring out your phones, put out the lights, and I can imagine them even singing there, singing along to I don't know what, but I can imagine that the singing is happening. Yep, they are definitely singing. This is an absolute blast of a party there at the venue.
I personally love the Indonesian crowd so much. They are very high sportsmanship. They are very fun people, and they just really cooperate so well with whatever happens at the venue. And I love to see them more in the future too. But we have some swap coming out from GEEK. Now GEEK with Isaac being swapped out, Sonic's in. Now, they're fighting for their pride there for GEEK, of course, but MORPH, on the other hand, also going to be a tough journey for them because it's down to only this one last map to catch up to over 100 points. I think the best number, it will be 130 to finish off, to make sure they got themselves in the PMGC slot.
Yeah, so they have to come up big, right, in the final round, and they also need to hope that, like, the closest contenders don't gain more points. There's so much that needs to happen. There's so many stars that needs to align for them to be able to get across the line into PMGC. And for teams like Alter Ego, well, they're cool. Yeah, thanks to the spoiler of a certain website. But for teams like BTR, they still need to put on the work, because BTR and Sam9 in the overalls before this, they were very, very close with each other. So for the fact that they went in like number 1, number 2 in the previous round, like they still need those points to break through onto the PMGC slot.
Speaking of the last map and down to the last wire when it comes to the race of PMGC slot or the race towards the trophy for the top teams, let's have one last look on last map in Miramar.
And here it is, Miramar. The final match that will determine everything. It will determine who will take home the trophy. It will determine who will move on to PMGC. This is the game, ladies and gentlemen. This is the game that you definitely don't want to miss out. Let's head on to Miramar with a flight path starting from the right side of Impala all the way to Valadimar.
Now we had Northern Circle before. That was right on top of Tierra Bronca. It was a quite long journey if it's going to be the same one this time, but if the circle kind enough, it will drop right on top of Los Leones Circle, or might be on the southern side part of it, or even Chimasera, who knows, or even entirely a new one, Oasis. Let's go if that's going to be the case. Make it difficult, make it fun, and make it an explosive ending for our last game of this season, the fall season 2024.
Oof. And looking at our top contenders for the trophy, Vampire Esports, as usual. Oh, okay, let's hang that thought for a second, because now RRQ is busy with MORPH.
And RRQ, a bit of a stab there. I saw that one, Fnatic. But they're dropping themselves on top of Truck Stop. And now for MORPH, it's going to be a tall order for them to get the PMGC slot. It's a bit too far-fetched. But for RRQ, all they need to do is going to be scoring more points. If they can get themselves around 20-ish eliminations and breaking the record of MORPH this season 22 by a team in this Miramar map as well that happened. RRQ did that before. So if they can score another one with 20-ish, they can go for the contention of the trophy.
Though their chances are kind of dampened by RRQ, but at least they could potentially get one back from RRQ. One of the players currently still knocked, and they still want to pursue. Okay, Jaws, not much in his weaponry at this moment. No secondary weapon. The POCO Coming in with the Micro Uzi together with Fnatic with the QBZ. Rushing in onto Jaws. Jaws is on the next building. He managed to heal up, but he is still alone in this building. His teammates are on the other side. And now the picker of Fnatic will be onto him.
I think RQ just want to solidify the placement here. Calculating Vampire's points if possible. But yeah, RQ, they do need more than 130 points to solidify their stance in the PMGC slot. But the Pekka with their Micro Uzi trying to find Jaws. This is gonna be a difficult one. The Pekka with the shotgun. Here it comes, and Jaws down. Jaws not biting. He's losing his teeth down there. Only gums left. Yul and Zero, they will finish off or not. RQ in shambles, down to only one player. But here comes MORPH. They will try to take RQ out, but the gap between RQ and the rest of the teams down there can turn a tide in the last minute. Well, hello, Alter Ego.
Well, all of a sudden, everyone wants to come to truck stop. Okay, here goes Alter Ego. Let's see if they can get something out of this. At this point, Alter Ego pretty much praying for pride not to be at the number 16 spot. No big moves yet for Alter Ego, still looking and monitoring the situation. And as always, it's no mercy for RRQ, the final member.
He's pleading for mercy here right now. Alter Ego, lucky enough for RRQ and MORPH, it was just the scouters that actually spotted them out. And they have quite a distance. They barely have enough utilities or even resources to commit to this fight for a long time. But Hunts for You is just doing Hunts for You thing. He knows that, hey, we already got a PMGC slot. We have nothing to lose. We got our 16th spot. It's fine. We don't need the trophy this year. We're going to give it to somebody else. We had enough before. But this will jeopardize RRQ PMGC slot if the entire crew went down.
And it's going to be interesting to see that flip if that happens as well. A bit more of a dramatic ending to our final game, as a lot of teams still very close to each other in terms of points, that is. Now, Alter Ego in action. Okay, they were the one who took out Nepeko, so that point goes to Boichil and Alter Ego. As for RRQ, okay, no mercy managed to pick up Fnatic, but they only have bandages, so yeah, they didn't have much time to loot up. Only bandages, not many utilities, surrounded by other teams. This is the worst case scenario for them.
I am curious regarding how much they have in their clips when it comes to those reserve magazines and ammunition right now, because utility wise I don't see any hand grenades can be picked up by these two players. They're down to two players. The Xavier starting a bit of jab against Roy. For Roy on the other hand, if they lost this one, if they get eliminated early and BTR 79 Talon still alive, they get the numbers up, it's done for the for some teams on the top to just give away their PMGC slot.
Well, the good news for Roy is that at least they managed to pick up their teammates, so they're back as a 4. So again, they are put in a situation where, okay, we gotta stay alive as long as possible, especially from the teams who lowest, just like how they've always been doing during the league stages. So they're no stranger to this sort of scenario. They're experts in it by now. In fact, they got through to some of the to one of the Super Sundays by doing that, and I'm pretty sure that Roy is accustomed to that by now. They know how to do the business, but of course they have to translate that into the battlefield. And so far they're back as a 4, so okay still for Roy. But for RRQ, still not out of it yet. They have recovered themselves using those bandages, but still there's MORPH around them. And I wonder if MORPH will be interested to crash in onto that building.
But they're not in the woods yet, because last time Hunts for You was lurking around. So I don't know if Alter Ego still have those high grounds, those highlands area that actually watching out down to its truck stop place here. But for MORPH, that smoke up vehicle will be the bane for his own existence if he's not being careful for you. Yep, Alter Ego still around the corner, of course. Look at it, it's slightly... Yep, there you go, there goes the tabs. Lucky enough, he actually changed his vehicle. For MORPH, I think it's time to get out. We're done with truck stop. You know what, RQ, we don't have time for you, because RQ, they also have to figure out how to get out from here safely, because Alter Ego is really making it difficult. But I think MORPH will not just let them pass by, because they reposition themselves right on top of those high land areas as well.
Well, first, they need to loot up. They were pretty low on utilities. And if they are able to find somewhere, they go, oh, okay, that's a small shack here, that's a small house, we can loot, and that's enough for the both of us, then that might happen. the block onto RRQ might happen, and that's not going to be good news for them, obviously. So we'll check back on that later on. But now we're checking on to Vampire Esports and Xavier. Both of them so far so good. On the minimap, we don't see any other teams around them. For Vampire Esports, since they're number one, they have that 11-point gap. So their objective is to not be eliminated before Xavier. As for Xavier, they have a bit of pressure to try to chase the points. So they have to find those eliminations at some point.
Due to how small the gap in between the teams here, especially when it comes to the first, second place, the fight for the trophy, and the top 8 to get into the PMGC slot, everybody tipping their toes, being extra cautious regarding the actions here. And Alliance definitely got the PMGC slot. To get themselves for the trophy is going to be slightly tough because of how big of a gap them and the rest of the team. And the Xaviers and Vampires are a different league entirely. This is going to be the top 2 contenders for the trophy this year or this season. But for the rest of them, Alliance will be just the one that, you know, can make a change for the teams that want to get into the top 8. They have nothing else to play for because they already got themselves secured the PMGC slot. It's all about the difference of ranking by end of today for Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance, if you kind of think about it, another missed opportunity for them. Just like how it was for Alliance like in previous seasons. Again, almost having that chance. At some point, they were title contenders and they start to falter. And unfortunately, the gap now is just too big for Alliance. So it's more of like, yeah, I guess playing for a better placement, for a bigger share of the prize pool. That is the objective for Alliance now. With the circle moving away towards the left side, Vampire Esports in it on the right, Xavier on the right as well. So both teams in a similar situation, but Xavier they're surrounded by other teams. So that could be an opportunity for them to pick up points.
There's going to be a normal circle that we had so many seasons right across Power Grid. And we talked about Power Grid is always going to be trying to be on top of Power Grid as much as they can. BTR secured that spot already. A lot of teams try to hike up towards the mountains of Power Grid. Nobody wants to be around Picardo area because it's going to be a very tough hike and a long, arduous journey if they come in late. So a lot of teams start to navigate themselves into the circle. Ham for you taking on RRQ. Oh my god, RRQ. The gap between them and the rest of the team down to even TALON here is too close. If they got eliminated here, I mean, they still have the chance to get themselves into PMGC slot, of course. Hoping no teams actually gain more than they do here right now.
Oh, they have Alter Ego to fault, as Alter Ego was the one to take out one of the players of RRQ. And it didn't come from MORPH. So it looks like MORPH kind of moved away. Probably MORPH was also thinking to themselves that, hey, Alter Ego was around us, so if we still stay around and try to gatekeep RRQ, we could be punished by Alter Ego instead. So might as well just go to somewhere else entirely. And plus the circle did go to the left anyway, so might as well just leave that spot entirely and come back in later.
Stage 4 will be a big mess here, Cloud. Nobody willing to take any initiation for any fight. If you compare with earlier today, it was a different case entirely. Because how small the gap, like TALON and Sem9, they need a chicken dinner plus plenty of elimination, just like they did in the last round. BTR probably in the same case too. This 9, 11 and 10 place, they need the most when it comes to those elimination numbers. So I assume they will have to force the fight either way for TALON, Sem9, BTR. If not, they will lose their chance to get into the PMGC.
Yeah, that's a risk there because of how tight it is. Everyone's like what, a gap of like 5 points or maybe like 3 points or even like 10 points is not too big of a gap because you just need to perform well in this round and everything will still shift. So expect a lot of movement in the middle of the pack there. And movement for Xavier right now to get in, okay, they're pretty clear. But the bad news for Xavier is that they don't have the circle. The entire day today, the circle was going away for the Vampire Esports, not too far away. But Xavier, they wouldn't mind having that opportunity because it would also give them a chance to bump into other teams to gain elimination points.
Yeah, bulldoze all the way from the back. It will be one of the great strategy they actually can deploy. But for BTR, they got themselves the most powerful spot when it comes to this circle. And they are the teams that really in the dire need for points to PMGC. They have to get more than 20 points here when it comes to the end of this round. So BTR, They score a plenty amount of elimination. Even a 15 would be more than enough to push down the rest of the team. That provided condition, FaZe Clan and VOIN don't have to be eliminated out first. They have to be at least 125 points to be in the PMGC to firmly get in those slot later. But for Vampires, it's also about the trophy. So they're not taking too much risk when it comes to the rotations.
Yeah, just look at that, right? Go all the way north, avoiding all other teams, and stay within the circle. And not really going in the middle of it, not taking that risk. So they're staying clear out of what their teams, but for Xavier, still finding their way into the circle, taking the right side rotation in. So it looks like they don't want to be caught in like the area where there were a lot of teams on the southern side. So still taking this carefully and understandably, because Vampire East was still in the game. If Vampire East have been eliminated, then it's going to be a different story for Xavier.
Yep, and everybody walking on eggshells here for the teams. Speaking of the teams that broken the silent, VOIN Donkey taking on MORPH. Now VOIN Donkey, they are at the borderline here at 8th place. They need more points to give themselves a bit more comfortable space to make sure they will get into the PMGC. And Beta needed that as well. And Sem9, well, they had a huge haul in the last one. All they need to pull off is another big one. But for VOIN Donkey, they're next to Sem9. And last time we saw them taking on MORPH players down. And down to the... Oh, this is going to be a grand final fight between the two players, the two teams.
Oh, here we go. There's the fight that they're looking for. Lamborghini took out one, and now they know this is Vampire Esports, but the neighbor knows he knocks down Lamborghini. If Vampire Esports eliminates Xavier, that is it. Right now, Vampire Esports looking for the other members of Xavier. One of them still spending time in blue, while two from Xavier down, and Vampire Esports will eliminate them, leaving Xavier with only one player left.
Oh no, Vampires, they traded for one, but it's well worth the profit here. It's a great return of investment. They took the chances. They're both actually going in the same direction, the Blues, but Vampires, they might get eliminated as well. But these Xaviers managed to get out from this kerfuffle, leaving only Parajin, the MVP for the team himself, but barely got enough utilities. And both teams seem to be struggling because Team Flash taking advantage of Vampire's turmoil after they licking their wounds to fight against these Xaviers. Parajin have to re-enter from the northern side again. He barely will be alive to be inside of the safe zone, but Vampires probably down to one player each for Vampires and the Axir.
Vampire, they lost Schwabs. Paraj is still in the blue. He's probably healing up right now. But we're only one player at this stage. One player left for Xavier. And they still have a 11-point gap the last we checked. Adding on to a couple of eliminations by Vampire. It's going to be almost impossible for Xavier to actually bring this one home.
Well, Vampire sends the Team Flash. They're down to only two players. It's down to... Oh, the fire is still being shot. The Axe, they still can make do, but right now, pretty low. I don't know what happened to Parajin. He managed to heal himself back up. Vampire's down to 2. At least the numbers are better in terms of Vampire's side. They got more eliminations on the side of these Xaviers, but these Xaviers, Parajin, how much can he go for with only one player left on the side of these Xaviers to continue his service to get more eliminations? Well, Alter Ego will shut down Boom. Boom, they still can actually have a shot for PMGC.
Oh, and the fact that Boom right now losing players to Alter Ego, this is bad for Boom Esports. And Boom Esports eliminated the first team to go out with only 2 eliminations. Boom Esports will definitely not see PMGC.
Thank you for a great run here, Boom, and a great start of the year, but not so much when it comes to the end. They boomed themselves when it comes to the downfall by end of this season. But for Alter Ego, they have nothing else to lose. They got themselves PMGC. They don't care. They want to make it miserable for everybody else. Well, the Xavier's Parajin is still alive, barely, and got himself healed up. I'm kind of worried where his position's at here right now, but we do have the fight of the high grounds between Team Flash and Alter Ego. Now, Team Flash, they're close for the numbers, 85 points, but RQ will have to bow out early. Now, they so far still confirmed to get into PMGC slot, but for Team Flash, they will have to fight for it.
Well, Team Flash on the lower ground against Alter Ego, but Alter Ego play without Voice Shield, so that's going to be at least an advantage that they might have But for them to locate the members of Alter Ego is not going to be that easy. 7-9 in action as well to get out to Yule. That's going to be the final member of MORPH out with 2 elimination points. 7-9 still looking for their slot in PMGC. This point might be a big one for them. But of course, they need more since BTR, VOIN Donkey, FaZe Clan, those teams are still in the game.
Oh, Parity spotted out Vampire's player just now. That will be a sweet revenge if you can actually pull down a big one against Vampires. Probably with Team Flash on top as well. And they park just next to each other for the side of Vampires. Oh my god, and it's gonna be battle round 2 between the last member of these Avians and Vampires. If DX can win this, high chance they can overtake Vampires still in the very last minute if they can manage to get some squeeze steals or kills later. But for Vampires, it's gonna be the trophy run for them. Paragen already prepped the nade, Stone with a UMP, a bit too early, giving away his position. Now Stone knows exactly where Paragen's at.
Okay, all in onto him. Nuzi with his nade as well. Paragen, health chip down, and then they set the cross. Oh, this nade bounced on top of Paragen. One more nade, this could be it. That is the championship winning nade. And Vampire Esports, they know it. They know it. They will finally become Southeast Asia champions.
We saw the players camp just now. They are cheering, celebrating, and they know they are the champions. Advanced congratulations for Vampires here, despite we not finished our map yet, but now it's another race that we should focus on. Who else will join in the PMGC? Team Flash and Sam9. Team Flash a bit further when it comes to the race, but they scored 4 eliminations. Sam9, they need more points. It's going to be 130 for the safest bar and safest number, but they need to keep the number going. But unfortunately, all the teams that need to fight for the PMGC slot happen to be going against Alter Ego.
Ooh, and Kwang just knocked out Yohai, so that is bad news for Sam9. Kwang will eliminate Yohai. Sam9 fires back. That will get onto Kwang as a revenge, but Kwang is in an okay position to be revived. That will be knocked out by Gosu. Team Flash might be the one to block Sam9. Sam9 only has 1 active player left, and it's going to be the captain. It's a POCO. Time for him to pull off a captain's performance. And POCO will still secure a couple of points, but he's not out of it yet.
Still in the woods, have to deal with Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they have nothing else to lose here. They got PMGC, they just gonna make it difficult for all the teams that are fighting for the points. Oh my god, with Sam9 those numbers up, and VOIN Donkey barely can touch. If they can actually just overtake VOIN Donkey for Sam9, it's gonna be them getting into PMGC slot instead. But Boo Boo, the Nate greeted him warmly, chipped down 10% of HP just now. But Vampires is also gonna be another impactful factor for the teams. They're fighting for the PMGC slot. Roy just now being shot down by FaZe Clan, who actually at the 7th place. Remember, the top 8 is gonna run for the PMGC slot.
Oh, so tight there. All those teams are still in the game. Anything can really happen. Alter Ego still not done with Sam9. Bobo, the final player, is on the other side. Hans for you sees him. Bobo tries to win this against Alter Ego. Octa opens up the flag. Bobo in trouble right now. Sam9 eliminated, and Sam9 is out of the PMGC slot.
Oh, the numbers getting even lesser now. TALON, this is the best shot they can have with BTR as well to overtake FaZe Clan and Alliance, or even VOIN Donkey and BTR at this point. BTR, they're at 106 points. The number is going to be 120 for now. VOIN Donkey, they need to maintain their consistency here with players who finish off. Roy plays pretty safe right now despite only have 2 players left. Well, the Picado circle will shift towards maybe on the northern side or maybe just down south. It depends. The last circle will dictate who will get into the PMGC slot.
Ooh. And speaking about the PMGC slot, BTR, who's in the running for it, has the circle. And they have the high ground as well. But it's going to be messy down south here. Okay, we have GEEK Fam. We have Roy. We have a couple of other teams, including TALON, who's in pursuit of the PMGC slot as well. And Nuzi just took out Hans for you. Right now, Vampire Esports, they're just playing for fun. Playing just to extend the lead, just to flex in with other teams. As Hans for you, currently knocked, but Octa is on his way.
The current champion versus the previous champion. Now, this is going to be another fun one to watch. And don't forget about the rivalry between Tony K. But unfortunately, Tony K being finished off early. And remember the interview brag between who gets the FMVP. It will be probably somebody else entirely now, maybe even Paragin. But these Aves already lost, so it's probably going to be Tony K for FMVP. We're going to have to wait and see, or maybe even Shraps. But back to the side, a fight for the PMGC slot. GEEK fam will disrupt VOIN Donkey's flow here. If they got finished off early for VOIN Donkey, it's done deal. It's going to be difficult for them.
Oh, Audrey gets knocked. Okay, Sonic needs to follow up right now. He does have the high guy advantage against Razak, but Razak putting him down really, really low. Razak climbs up and Razak wins the fight against both Sonics and Audrey. Nice double knock.
Oh, GEEK fam. Sonic's got finished off as well by Faxi. Now, VOIN Donkey add in another 2 points in there, securing 3 more points at 116, almost at a tie as FaZe Clan. But BTR, they need to engage now. Their points not going to be enough for them to go to PMGC. Same goes for TALON. This two team cannot afford to stay quiet if they want to secure the slot because they need more points than the others.
Well, TALON has the chance now as they need to move up and GEEK Fam is in front of them. VOIN Donkey on top of this hill, but they're on the other side. So TALON can focus entirely on the GEEK Fam, but look at GEEK Fam's spread. Damroot as well as Mika. It's not going to be easy for TALON to spot them out. Roy, behind TALON, could surprise them.
Roy seems to be at a tie with Team Secret. Just waiting for the right turn to pick out. Oh, it's going to be some jump by Zeta. VOIN Donkey taking a bit of a leap there. Spotted out TALON. If they eliminate TALON, their threat pretty much almost gone except for BTR, of course. And if we had BTR and TALON being eliminated now, which means we secured the top 8 for our PMGC teams to go in the next stage. For TALON, it's going to be a tough one. They have to make sure they're not being executed early here.
Yeah, so TALON, got to be extra careful. The fact that Roy is behind them. They could be the plot twister. Okay, Damroot goes down to Zeta. And Zeta takes out another member of GEEK Fam. 3 out of GEEK Fam eliminated by Zeta. But Mika fights back on the Vexi. Vexi gets eliminated. Then now Mika finished off by Razak. That is it, GEEK Fam. Thank you so much for playing. See them again next season.
But for VOIN Donkey, BTR taking on... Wait, BTR versus TALON? That's no way to go, buddy. BTR and TALON both need the points. If they fight each other out, they cancel each other out. That's going to be done deal. One of the teams will not make it yet, and that's going to be TALON. TALON down to 1 player. Oh my god. And for TALON, they have to make it a do with whatever they have left. They have to revive their members. If 1 player to secure this elimination won't be enough. But Team Secret, Shotdown and Vampires, that's secure and solidify their placement points. And congratulations for our champions. Finally has fallen from this map, but it's still gonna lift the trophy. And look how they're celebrating here. They're gonna get a good rest in an earlier one. But it's down to the race of the top 8 to get themselves for the PMGC slot. Alter Ego being such a nuisance for all the teams down there with 8 eliminations right now.
I know, right? When they have pretty much nothing to play for, but they're still being so annoying to the other teams, now including to BTR. As for Team Secret and Alliance, okay, now they are just next to each other. Okay, oh, TALON! Misery!
No!
Got eliminated! That is it for TALON! TALON is out of PMGC!
We're down to only BTR. If BTR still can score something, they need plenty here. They got now at 108. FaZe Clan cannot afford to go down. If not, they'll be overtaken by BTR. So FaZe Clan, they have to tread this very carefully.
That's scary, right, for BTR. Scary for FaZe Clan, the fact that BTR is still in the game as well. So
They're just next to each other too.
Yeah, next to each other in the overalls. FaZe Clan, 3 players, BTR full squad, and it's BTR that we're talking about. They're known to come back in the final few moments. And FaZe Clan haven't had the best day. Right now, Ade Look just got a knock onto break from Team Secret. On the left side, that's Razak, where Porsche is at. Cooking up the snake. He could bounce it off onto Razak and knock him out. Okay, tossing it. There you go. Knock onto Razak.
Perfect explosion and well cooked, but FaZe Clan and BTR, they just not next to each other overall ranking. They're next to each other on top of the compound too. If BTR won this fight, it's going to be a sure 100% for them to get into PMGC slot if they take down on FaZe. That's just how important the fight between BTR and FaZe Clan. But we're back to Roy and VOIN Donkey here. And if they can steal something out of this, it's going to be the perfect time. But VOIN Donkey, unfortunately, bowing out at 118 with some placement points. And BTR, can they push their numbers up? If they cancel each other out, then it's down to maybe the winner that will get into PMGC. That one more slot to go between these two teams.
Ooh, and look at this BTR taking opportunity onto Alliance as they spot them out on the other side. Nice high ground advantage for Satar. This is Jimmy OP. Jimmy knocked down. Jimmy's point will be given to BTR. FaZe Clan, they are now sweating the fact that BTR is dominating.
BTR, 110. 117 for FaZe Clan right now. And Roy pushed the numbers to the 3rd place. Congratulations to be in the podium spot for Roy here right now. It's the rise of the Vietnam region this season. But Roy's put out FaZe Clan. No, FaZe Clan cannot afford to go down early. But for Roy to actually take the fight here. Oh my god. For FaZe Clan, they are in pieces. If BTR not been taken out, FaZe Clan might lose the spot to PMGC.
Ooh, but FaZe Clan, they just lost Mela. Oh, this is dangerous right now. This is dangerous. And here we go. BTR, there's still bodies for them to try to catch out to FaZe Clan. But FaZe Clan, they're really holding on for placements right now. They need to hold on as long as possible in order for them to stay away from BTR.
But the one that might get pushed down, probably VOIN Donkey. They got eliminated at 108 plus some placement points. It depends on how much FaZe can score this one out. If FaZe can score a couple of more eliminations, or even a chicken, or even a couple more, just to last long enough to be in the top 3 or top 4, probably they will stay in the top 8 to get into the PMGC slot. It's down to BTR to make the call for these two teams.
BTR with this high ground advantage. Oop, Leons will try to stop BTR from coming down. We are at stage 9. Man, we're looking at the numbers, but stage 9 now is upon us. Okay, here we go. This is going to be the final hoorah for all these teams. We got 5 teams in stage 9.
So what's been founded out? Leons will take the points away, and that's going to be an easy one, but not easy to get out from where he's at. He stuck himself down to the corner, and Roy might get bombardments by lines from the other flank side. But it's down to FaZe Clan and BTR fight that we want to know. And will VOIN Donkey get pushed down in the last minute too? As FaZe Clan scores a couple of points. But will it be enough? Roy being eliminated next is barely enough for the bodies that are available for FaZe Clan to push the numbers up. Same goes for BTR. BTR, they need to win this chicken to secure the points.
Whoa, another nade by FaZe Clan. This might deny BTR. And BTR goes out before FaZe Clan. It is obvious that FaZe Clan will go on to PMGC instead. And FaZe Clan, nice long range shot to take out Oleo. Alliance now to only one member, BTR. No space for them to move. They might need to jump down soon. But will they have that space? Will FaZe Clan even give them that space?
Ooh. I was so close for those nades. It's down to the last wire here. Score another one for BTR against Alliance. Alliance being eliminated. It's down to FaZe and BTR. We talk about these two teams.
Here we go.
Both needed the points. And for BTR, if Victorious can score this one. Who won it? BTR won the chicken? Or was it FaZe Clan? But congratulations for our champions Vampire. But who will make it to the top 8 for the PMGC slot? We're going to have to wait and see. This going to be your champions for PMSL Fall Season 2024.
Vampire Esports, ladies and gentlemen, finally getting the trophy that was missing from their shelf, the Southeast Asia trophy. They are the ones to break the streak of the Indonesians to be the champion this time. We head on to our main stage.
Guys, you may lift the trophy, please. And this is the champion of 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Vampire Esports! Wow, ini dia pemenang kita dari PMSL 2024 Southeast Asia Fall, yaitu Vampire Esports.
Congratulations, Vampire. What a journey.
What a journey.
Well deserved.
Well deserved.
After
Well
they
deserved.
placed #1 on top of the leaderboard, after 3 weeks of intense action, Vampire managed to leave their trophy, Southeast Asia trophy,
Yes.
finally.
Wow. All right, we're gonna have some chit chat and also interview with all the players right now. And wow, okay. Can I ask for the players first? Okay, so congratulations once again on your winning the PMSL Championship 2024. And also, what do you believe was the key to your victory today?
ก่อนอื่นขอแสดงความยินดีกับทีมอัมพายสปอร์ตที่ชนะรายการแข่งขัน PMSL รอบนี้มีความคิดเห็นยังไงหรือว่าอะไรคือปัจจัยสำหรับความสำเร็จในครั้งนี้ครับ We have never been won the PMWI last season, so we aim to win the PMSL this season.
Oke, itu dia tadi jawabannya ya, karena memang mereka sudah pernah memenangkan itu dan sekarang menjadi target utama memangnya itu harus memenangkan PMSL dan mereka membuktikan bahwa mereka telah menjadi juara. Boleh kita kasih tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Vampire Esports.
Vampire Esports finally, after 2 cups, 2 trophies of mid-season tournament, global tournament, now that you've won the PMSL Championship, may we know what are your next goals? Are you looking forward to the upcoming PMGC?
แสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะครับสำหรับสิ่งที่ชนะในครั้งนี้มีเป้าหมายต่อไปยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็คาดหวังไปถึงแชมป์ PMGC เลยครับ
I aim for PMGC champions.
PMGC Champion, pastinya mereka bakalan ngincer banget menjadi juara PMGC nantinya ya.
Pastinya menarik banget pastinya ya. So, the third question, what does winning this championship means for your team and also your country fans?
ก็การชนะ PMSL ในซีซั่นนี้มีความหมายกับเรายังไงบ้างครับ หรือว่ามีความหมายสำหรับแฟนๆหรือว่าทีมเรายังไงบ้าง
ก็มีความหมายมากครับ เพราะว่าเป็นครั้งแรกที่เราได้แชมป์ PMSL ครับ แล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนคลับที่คอยเชียร์พวกเราด้วยครับ
It is really meaning to us because it's really our first time to win the PMSL.
Karena ini bagi mereka ini sangat penting dan sangat berharga sekali karena ini menjadi momen pertama kali mereka memenangkan PMSL ya, luar biasa banget Don.
So now may we ask for each of you to say some words you want to say to your fans, family, friends and teammates. Maybe starting from Tony K.
ก็เดี๋ยวขอถามความคิดเห็นหรือว่ามีสิ่งอะไรที่อยากจะบอกแฟนคลับครอบครัวหรือทุกคนที่คอยซัพพอร์ตเราอยู่บ้างครับเริ่มจากโทนี่เคคนแรก
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆนะครับที่คอยให้กำลังใจเราในวันที่แย่ครับผมแล้วก็วันนี้ก็พวกผมทำให้เห็นแล้วครับว่าพวกผมทำแชมป์ซีสมัยแรกได้ครับ
Thank you everyone when you always support us while we are down even if we are up or down but you always support us today we made it we become champion
Okay good
ครับก็ขอบคุณมากครับสำหรับทุกคนที่พยายามนะวันนี้เหมือนรอบนี้เราประสบความสำเร็จแล้วครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่เชียร์พวกผมด้วยครับในทั้งที่อยู่ที่นี่แล้วก็ที่อยู่ทางบ้านครับขอบคุณมากครับ
Thank you everyone thank you the teammates and thank you for cheering us and we made it
Wow Okay next
ก็ฝากขอบคุณทุกคนด้วยครับที่เชียร์พวกเรามาตลอดแล้วก็ฝากบอกแฟดด้วยว่าถ้าอยากจะให้ดีไก่อยากให้ดีแชมป์ก็ต้องมาตัดพวกผมทั้ง18เกมนะครับไม่ใช่เกมเดียว
Thank you for all the fans for supporting us and I have a word for Flash team if you really want to cut us off the game you should start at the first game not the last game
Wah itu ada pesan khusus ya buat tim Flash ya kalau mau nge-cut mereka harusnya dari awal bukan game-game terakhir luar biasa kasih tepuk tangan dulu dong Vampire Esports Wow okay last please
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับผมที่คอยให้กำลังใจคอยเชียร์ตลอดนะครับผมก็ตอนนี้พวกเราทำได้แล้วครับผมก็อยากขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับผมที่คอยส่งกำลังใจให้ครับผมแล้วก็รายการหน้าครับ PMGC ก็ฝากเชียร์กันต่อด้วยครับ
Okay. Thank you every fans who support us, who cheer us, and we've already made it this season. So next station is PMGC.
Wow, next station is PMGC. Once again, congratulations to Vampire Esports. All right, thank you everyone. You may have rest first. Thank you so much, and you can bring your trophy as well. You may count down and also bring the trophy. Yeah, okay.
Once again, congratulations
to Vampire Esports.
Esports.
Kasih tepuk tangan lagi dong untuk Vampire Esports. Okay, everyone, so let's get ready for the awarding ceremony. But before that, now let's hear from our guests to get their thoughts on the final match. Caster, take it away.
Finally, the trophy they've been longing for such a tremendous long amount of time. Finally, for so many years.
Oh man, it's been an insane run for them, right? After so many years, and they break the Indonesian streak. They are the team that officially broke the Indonesian streak of winning at Southeast Asia, and this is a moment here for Vampire Esports, man. And all the fans of Vampire Esports that have been supporting them all this while, you guys are treated to your favorite team, able to take home this prestigious trophy. Ah, so happy for them.
And the best case scenario, they've broken the streak of the Indonesian champions' dominance back-to-back before at their home soil too. I mean, that's something else, man. But speaking of the teams, BTO make it to the last minute. Wait, VOIN Donkey, that PMGC slot.
Oh
that
no!
points, how much was the difference?
Oh no! Oh no, now we have to flip to page number 2 to find out. Okay, 123 points. 123 points. Okay, this is crazy. BTR again, being the last minute team to come in. This is crazy. Oh man, we're gonna flip to second page right now. I can't wait. 4 points! 4 points! Even the tiebreaker, VOIN Donkey could have gone through.
And that 4 points, VOIN Donkey, they've been eliminated just slightly early. That was insane. Also, for the Xaviers, they are back-to-back, always the second place for this season again. I'm sorry, but they can always try it again for PMGC at least. But congratulations for the top 8 to make it to the PMGC slot, as well as Alter Ego. Of course, it's going to be a +1. But for the others, thank you so much for being part of this amazing tight race season.
And our Gunslinger Award is given to none other than the man himself, Tony K!
Whoop, whoop. Now flags it to Alter Ego Rosemary, which Tony K and rivalry with Rosemary finally disputed, and it's Tony K winning the award for the Gunslinger.
Oh man, Vampire Esports, this is a double win for them. The trophy, the Gunslinger Award, Tony K putting it back to Rosemary to say, I am going to be the FMVP. He not only does that, but he also takes home the trophy together with him. This is a perfect moment now for Vampire Esports. Fans of Thailand, rejoice! You have your champions of Southeast Asia. But we're not done yet. Let's head on to the award ceremony.
Okay, so welcome back, and now let's welcome the champion of 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Team Vampire Esports. Please join us back on stage, and also let's welcome our country manager, Level Infinite Indonesia, Agung Chaniago, to give them the giant check as a symbol for crowning our champion. Dan sekali lagi ini dia sang pemenang kita. Please stay in the middle. Please stay in the middle.
Stay in the middle.
ini adalah para pemenang atau juara kita yaitu tim Vampire Esports dan kita juga mengundang dengan hormat kepada Bapak Agung Caniago selaku Country Manager dari Level Infinite Indonesia untuk boleh naik ke atas stage dan juga menyerahkan awards untuk sang champion Vampire Esports. Baik.
And now,
we're gonna taking some pictures.
yes, a well-deserved 35,000 US dollars giant check will be given to Vampire Esports after all of the hard work from the league stage and then 3 days of intense matches in the grand final. Sekali lagi Vampire Esports.
Thank you so much. Vampire Esports, please stay on the stage. And also Bapak Agung, please stay on the stage as well.
Yes.
Right now, next, Donna.
And now we will have the final MVP of the season. And for final MVP of the season is the Xavier Levi. Congratulations, Levi from the Xavier.
Wow, Levi from the Xavier.
And now let's welcome Business Development Manager Indonesia VSPO, Mr. Stefano Adriani Adani, to award him the check. So we would like to invite Business Development Manager Indonesia VSPO, Mr. Stefano Adriani Adani, to come on the stage to award him the check. Dan ini dia teman-teman semuanya final MVP dari 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall. Levi dari The Xavier. Jadi kami mau mengundang Business Development Manager Indonesia VSPO Bapak Stefano Adriani Dani untuk bisa join ke atas panggung dan bisa memberikan hadiah menuju ke arah Levi.
Ini dia momen penyerahan giant check yang akan diberikan oleh Bapak Stefano tentunya kepada Levi yang menjadi the final MVP of the season. Levi, sekali lagi congratulations buat Levi. Dan tentunya kita juga minta Bapak Agung untuk boleh menemani dan melakukan foto bersama. So after this, we're gonna have a group photo together. And please all the media, mungkin buat rekan-rekan media kami persilakan untuk boleh maju mendekat dan mengabadikan momen ini sekali lagi. Kita beri tepuk tangan untuk our champion Vampire Esports dan juga Levi. Okay, thank you guys. You may come down stage to have a rest first. Also, terima kasih Bapak Agung, kami persilakan boleh
Thank you
turun.
so much. Vampire Esports, congratulations and thank you so much.
Mr. Stefano as well, and also Levi, thank you so much.
You may now leave the stage,
Yes.
Vampire. All right.
Wow, okay. Please, Vampire Esports.
Once again, congratulations, Vampire Esports. Finally, a Southeast Asia trophy.
Exactly. And now, let's take a moment to congratulate the incredible teams that have fought their way to the top and earned the honor of representing their country on the international stage at 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
And their journey has been nothing short of remarkable, and now they stand ready to compete for global glory. Let's give a huge round of applause as we welcome them to the stage.
Jadi kita akan segera memanggilkan masing-masing dari pemenang tentunya yang akan mewakili PMGC Country Points Top number 1. Kita akan memulai dari Thailand terlebih dahulu. So first, we have the PMGC Country Points Top number 1 from Thailand. Please welcome Vampire Esports.
So for Vampire Esports, congratulations once again.
Yes.
You may now join us on the stage.
And bringing the giant jack as the confirmation that you are being the PMGC Country Points top #1 from Thailand. Once again, Vampire Esports.
Jadi ini dia tanda resmi jikalau Vampire Esports nantinya akan bermain di 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And next we have PMGC Country Points top #1 from Vietnam. The Xavier. Jadi tim selanjutnya yang mendapatkan posisi pertama dari PMGC Country Points adalah tim The Xavier dari Vietnam. So The Xavier, you may now join us on the stage.
This is The Xavier. All right. Now coming up next, the PMGC Country Points top #1 from Malaysia. Please welcome Team Alliance. Ini dia yang menjadi perwakilan juga dari Malaysia yang mendapatkan PMGC Country Points nomor 1. Sekali lagi kita berikan selamat kepada Team Alliance.
Dan mereka semua di sini menandatangani boarding pass sebagai
bentuk simbolis
mereka untuk bisa menuju ke arah PMGC.
Exactly. Luar biasa sekali Dona, tentunya perjuangan dari setiap tim sungguh patut diapresiasi tentunya.
Okay, last but not least, we have Indonesian team that got #1 from PMGC Country Points. Please welcome Alter Ego Ares. Jadi ini dia tim Alter Ego Ares yang berhasil menuju ke arah 2024 PMGC PUBG Mobile Global Championship sebagai posisi yang pertama dari Country Points.
Tentunya mewakili Indonesia juga ya Dona ya.
Yep.
Alter Ego Ares. Baik, so we're gonna have another group photo as well. Kita akan berfoto bersama. Sekali lagi kami persilakan pada rekan-rekan media untuk boleh mengabadikan momen ini. Dan inilah dia masing-masing tim yang akan mewakili dari top of PMGC Points. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk keempat tim.
Congratulations Vampire, The Xavier Alliance, and also Alter Ego Ares.
Okay, all the teams, please, you may come down to the stage and have a rest. Thank you so much. Next on Dona.
Yep.
Berikutnya, we're gonna welcome the top 5 of 2024 PMSL SEA Fall. Kita akan panggilkan tim yang pertama. Please welcome
Roy Esports from Vietnam. Ini dia tim yang pertama. Tim Roy dari Vietnam. You may now join us on the stage as you got the boarding pass to play at the 2024 PMGC.
Okay, now our second team, Dona.
And the second team coming from Vietnam as well, Team Secret.
Team Secret. Tentunya menemani tim Roy ya.
Yep.
Sama-sama dari Vietnam.
Betul sekali.
Dan berhasil masuk ke top 5 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall.
And now they bringing the boarding pass. And once again, gonna play at the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Exactly. Once again, Team Secret.
Vietnam Pride.
Next, we're gonna call the third team who's gonna join both team right now. Please welcome Team FAZE Clan.
Jadi ini dia tim dari Thailand yang berhasil untuk mendapatkan satu spot menuju ke arah 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship, Tim FAZE Clan.
berhasil masuk ke dalam top 5 peringkat 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall. Tim Best Clan ikut menemani tim Roy dan juga tim Secret untuk maju ke PMGC.
Alright, and next up,
Coming up next,
we have Indonesian team, Team RRQ. Ryu.
RRQ Ryu berada di peringkat keempat tentunya. Juga ikut meramaikan top 5 of 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall. Mewakili Indonesia sekali lagi, RRQ Ryu.
The king of all kings finally got their boarding pass to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
And the last team to join the whole team together to PMGC. Please welcome from Indonesia, BIGETRON
Night! Tim Indonesia kedua yang akan menemani tim RRQ di top 5 dari PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Klasemen plus 1 alter ego Ares of course. Ini dia tim BIGETRON Night!
Well, once again, congratulations to the 5 top team that coming to 2024 PMGC. And once again, kami persilakan juga kepada rekan-rekan media untuk mengabadikan dan kita berikan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk kelima tim berikut ini.
Give it up!
Wow, so this is it. So thank you so much for everyone who joining us here in Surabaya.
Thank you so much.
2024 PMSL SEA Fall.
Yes, jadi terima kasih banyak kepada teman-teman semuanya yang udah bergabung bersama kita semua di sini menyaksikan final dari 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall Season. Terima kasih banyak buat kalian semuanya yang udah datang dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dari luar Indonesia juga yang udah meramaikan di sini memberikan dukungan. Gak cuma menuju ke arah tim Indonesia of course, tapi menuju ke arah tim-tim yang lainnya yang bertanding di Fall Season kali ini.
Exactly. So once again boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk kita semua yang hadir di sini. Wow. And be sure to follow all the regionals competition and the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Jadi pastikan kalian mengikuti seluruh rangkaian kompetisi yang ada dan juga PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Don't miss the action and final congratulations to our champions, Vampire Esports. So guys, until next time, my name is Darius Drew.
I'm Dana Vizca.
And see you guys on other PUBG Mobile events.
Bye-bye.